Hey, indeed. Hello and welcome, everybody, to Stage 2 of the AMG Cup. Hello, how are ya? Good to see you, everyone. Thanks for joining me wherever you're joining me. Happy to have you all here. Now, let me turn down that game music is so loud. Let's bring that down a little bit. That's some loud game music. Guys, it's AMG Cup Stage 2. It's the big one, the beautiful one. Take a look at our lineup today. Woo, boy, that's going to be a lineup. It's going to be fun, guys. That's what I have to say. Very excited to have you guys all here. If you are new here, which with the numbers I'm seeing right now, probably most of you are returners. Thanks for returning. If you're new here, throw me a follow. Go ahead and do it. And hope you enjoy the matches today. It's much better than a 5 a.m. wake up for a 6 a.m. no-tilt East for the World Championship. By the way, those of you who are following the no-tilt World Championship, I am no longer doing the East. I have switched. A mixture of Enchant and Koji-san will be doing the East at 5 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Eastern time, whatever the heck that is in Central European summertime. I will be now doing the Western semifinals, so that will be at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, and then add more time. I haven't memorized the times for that one yet. Wolf Anonymous, what's happening? Yo, good to see you, brother. So yeah, I'll be here again tomorrow, every odd day, right? The 5th, the 7th, the 9th, etc. at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern for the No-Tilt World Championship for those semifinals as that goes on. But right now, today, we're going to be doing, oh yeah, that's right, the AMG Cup. Wolf Heart, thank you very much. Or Wolf Anonymous Heart, thank you so much for your compliments. I did enjoy doing CRL. Those of you guys, let's go take a look at the other chat here for a moment. Love Pompeyo because you use his deck. Nice, yeah, I see that fake Lapo. Yeah, Jupiter to lead it off. Take a look at this lineup today, folks. How many times can I clap in a row? To start things off, JupiterKing versus JoseWolf. By the way, these are all BO5s. That's right, 5. 5 games, not 3. So a lot more going on there. Egor versus Viiper, the Frenchman versus the Russian. And then after that, Surgical Goblin against Eternity, one of the top players out of Turkey. So that starts us off with our top 3 matches, our opening 3 matches of the day. I'm pumped. I hope you're pumped. And that opening match will be starting here in about 1 minute. Whoo, boy, who's excited? I'm excited. I know you're excited. Let's see. Wolf Anonymous asks, comments on Boss CR. Excited to see him play in CRL East. That will be super fun. Animals saying Lapicati will be playing against Fino later on. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, boy. Yeah, Lapicati versus Fino is tomorrow, or not tomorrow, on Thursday. So this is the round of 64. We have 32 matches, 16 today, 16 tomorrow, and guess who's here for all 16? That's right, your boy Rich Slayton. That's what's up, we're doing it. So he'll be playing tomorrow. This is just half the lineup, here you go. This is all 64 players in Stage 2. You can see from all around the world, and take a look at Belarus, one representative, Lapicati. I know that the people here in the family are excited to see him. Sky So Fly, what up, Rich? Sky, good to see you. Thank you for joining. Jack versus Razzer should be a semi. Dude, Jack versus Razzer is going to be great. It's interesting that Jack was in the Ladder Gods chunk rather than the competitive player chunk, but we'll see how it goes. I'm pumped about it. Look at this American lineup today. The God RF, Crap, Air Surfer, Razzer, Wings, and Bag. That's some fire over on that side. Wolf Anonymous asking, are there going to be No-Tilt League matches today? No-Tilt World Championship is tomorrow, Wolf Anonymous. So you can tune in a bunch of different places. I will be streaming right here. I'll be streaming on the No-Tilt YouTube page and some other places as well for tomorrow's No-Tilt World Championship action, the Western semifinals at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Why are there no Chinese players, says fake AUK. Scheduling, most likely. That's my guess. The Japanese players, South Korean players may be more enthusiastic about playing in the middle of the night than the Chinese players. Not entirely sure. But we're getting ready for our opening game, our opening match of the day. JupiterKing and JoseWolf. Best of 5. It's best of 5s all day today. JoseWolf, of course, qualified through the ladder legends portion of this tournament. JupiterKing. If you don't know who JupiterKing is, I don't know why you're watching this. JupiterKing, one of the top players out of South Korea with Tribe Gaming for CRL at the moment, and a talented young man. Am I Anonymous asking, am I hyped for the Clan Wars 2 update? I am super hyped. I think Clan Wars 2 is going to do a whole lot to really make clans matter a whole lot more. I'm excited about that. And for those of you in my chats at the moment, I am taking my main to the family clan Fat Fingers. It's going to be happening. So if you know about Fat Fingers, that's the Rich Slayton family clan. We're going to be building up, getting ready just for Clan Wars to do it all together. So if you want to join, look up Fat Fingers in the app, and that'll be the one. The description is Rich Slayton's official YouTube clan, all that stuff like that. Go ahead and join. Get ready for Jupiter and Jose. People asking about KK. Why is KK not here? Yash, I have no idea. I don't know why any certain player is or is not here. In terms of talent, what nation is the best? Says, hey, it's Tommy. Well, you know, I will say this. Take a look at all the players here from these different nations, and take a look at the United States of America right there. And, oh, yeah, it looks like 5 of those players were in the CRL Western Finals this season. 6 of the 8 players in CRL West Finals were Americans. Let me tell you one thing. I may be biased here, but considering how much trash talk America received when it came to Clash Royale in 2019, the way the USA has performed as of late, especially in Clash Royale League, mwah! And of course the player having the best 2020 of anybody is the God RF. So if he keeps it up, man, this might be the year for the Stars and Stripes. Who knows? They've got some fire right now. Now the question is pound for pound, right? Who has the best one? I don't know. Wolf Anonymous asking, do I work for Supercell? I'm associated with them, and they hire me to be the CRL caster, but I'm not a Supercell employee. Oh, here we go. No more waiting, folks. We've chitter-chattered enough. We've blibber-blabbered enough. We've gibber-gabbered enough. We're going to get to it right now. JupiterKing versus JoseWolf. The rookie, so far, the rookie of 2020. The most exciting rookie of 2020 in JupiterKing, up against this young man here in JoseWolf, who we will see in just a couple of minutes. Panasonic, hey, welcome. Thanks for joining. Light Sama, thanks for joining as well. Good to see you guys. Excited to see Surgical Goblin. Yep, me too. Wondering here, we're waiting for JoseWolf to pick up the request and jump in. Also, I'm not on the admin side, guys. I'm just here talking with you guys, casting these matches. That's it. So just waiting here for... Just waiting here for the match to start. I'm not in charge of any of the admin stuff, so if you're like, hey, what's going on? Why is this taking so long? Nothing about me. Here we go. I believe we're going to kick things off now. JupiterKing's got the request up, and let's go. Game 1 of our second stage. The music of the game's a little bit annoying. Okay, Light Sama. Well, tell Supercell to change the music. How about that? Imagine Morton versus Boss in a BO5, says Wolfheart. Could be cool. I'd watch it. So a real action-packed start here between these two. No one wanting to blink first. Of course, you see those NAs. That means not applicable, meaning that in this stage they have not put together a win rate yet. This is a ban on first loss competition. My favorite ban format. So game number 1, no bans, and then after that, if a player loses, they get to choose a ban if they wish. Huzzah! Welcome, Haza. And Betty Tree, good to see you. How many games today? Fake Lapo. Asia, Fake Lapo. Big time subs in the chat, by the way. Good to see you guys. Shout out to those gold letters. And yeah, it's going to be 16 matches today, and then 16 more on Thursday. Yeah, Light Sama, I also play with music off as well. But for the stream, I'm going to have the music on. There you go. Otherwise, it's like there's really weird dead air when I stop talking. Thoughts on balance changes? Happy to see the spells get nerfed. I think spell damage to crown towers needed to go down. I think that Minor did not need a damage nerf. I think it needed an HP nerf, because it's still just a super valuable tank. Well, we're hanging out here. Just kicking it. So there will be a third, fourth place game for the AMG Cup. Not La Piccati? I have no idea. Purple Potato Donkey, thanks for joining. Very excited to see you. And good to see you too. Knight in response. Knight with JupiterKing dropping his Valk in response. We're going to bring this music down just a little bit more. Man, that sound keeps surprising me. Yeah, FFL. I voice my opinions here. That'll happen on occasion. So looking like GY here for JoseWolf, JupiterKing. Running Bowler. Guys, new balance changes are in effect. That's exciting today. So one thing I'm curious to see is how many players mess up their spell cycle because they are not ready for the difference in King and Crown Tower damage from spells. That's going to be fascinating. Starting to see Bowler. Probably going to be GY from JupiterKing. Looks like a super splash yard variation. 4 splash troops, a NATO, and an Inferno Dragon. Feels like it's going to be some GY from Jupiter. We'll see if that's the case. Street Lamp and Gianni. Hey, Gianni, thanks for the follow because of your follow. A young child was just named Gianni after you. You don't even know the child or their family, but they said, hey, that guy who followed Rich Slayton, what a great act you did. Let's follow him. Chi-Town Gino in the house. Thanks for joining. OP manager for Team USA Clash Royale. I was just talking about being super OP right now. Decent damage on the left-hand side going to come in for JoseWolf. But a healthy Bowler and Inferno Dragon on the right-hand side for Jupiter. Inferno burning off the baby dragon. Good pushes on both sides of JupiterKing. Puts down a graveyard in the left-hand lane. But this is going to be tough for JoseWolf because there still is a healthy Inferno Dragon on the right-hand side. Maybe has to come out. And a freeze out of JupiterKing. It's GY freeze. I'm 50-50 on that one, on that specific freeze. Not entirely sure, but Bowler now will be able to hold the line pretty well on the left-hand side. And you can see one thing from JupiterKing's deck, right? No reliance on spell damage for towers. So I like the strategic choice here out of JupiterKing with the new balance changes, you know, not having all the different spell damages memorized and knowing that spell cycle is going to be less impactful at this stage. So going with a version of Graveyard that does not rely on spell cycle for damage. And now with a huge advantage going into the final 30 seconds. Graveyard in one more time. Final 15. I don't know if there's really a coherent way. Freeze NATO out of Jupiter. Will these Skellies touch tower? Just a little bit. He'll defend fine. JupiterKing gonna win game number 1 here against JoseWolf. Double Dragons. Bowler is OP, says Lawler. I believe that you are right, sir. Melancholy, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it because of your follow. The very, very well-received album by Smashing Pumpkins, Something Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Man, what was that? Man, if I had that reference loaded up properly, that would have been gangster. But I didn't have it loaded up properly. Well, looks like our stats are not ready. Oh, there we go. Boom! Stat support from Royale API. And, oh, I guess I do need to change the location of that shiny little AMG cup. Give me 1 second, folks, as long as we're here. Let me go ahead and just adjust that beautiful little AMG cup just a tad. Just a smidge. Boom, there we go. Lael saying Jupiter OP. Yep, I agree with you. Lael? Animals. I would play original Splash Yard deck with Bowler. Interesting note here. Yeah, Jupiter had matchups as Asia. Yeah, I think that we're going to see a lot of people today running decks that do not rely on spell cycle at the end. Inferno Dragon is the ban from JoseWolf. Personal best from JoseWolf, 7.5K, 75-37. The Peruvian's top finish on ladder, coming through the ladder god section, was 764th. That's his top official one on his main account. Are these best of 5 or BO3? These are best of 5s. Wolfheart. Rich, can you send a link to the brackets for the tournament? Let's see. What's the best way for me to do that? Let me see if I can go ahead and find the challenge bracket for ya. I know it's somewhere around here, and I'll throw it into the chat. I should have made an automatic button to throw that in the chat, except for your chat does not accept automatic buttons, unfortunately. Boom, there you go. There's the bracket. For those of you on Twitch, there's the bracket too. All right, game number 1 in the books. JupiterKing with the advantage. Here we go, game number 2. JupiterKing, of course, also no ladder slouch. Personal best 85.73 with number 2 and number 4 finishes on ladder. That's on his main. Put up a 67% win rate in CRL this season. Went 8-4 in games, 4-1 in sets. Of course, that set loss, the all-important set loss in semifinal against Space Station Gaming. The ban has not updated yet. Let me see if I can get it to update. And there you go. Wolf, it's 12:13 a.m. in your country. You should keep watching. You should be here forever. Be a part of the fam. So even though minor nerfed, you see JupiterKing not afraid to use it. Probably, again, using it more in tanks. And bats here as well. Now, interesting note, guys. I saw a video about this today. Bats can no longer kill a Mega Minion that is being tanked for. So if you put bats on a Mega Minion that's behind a Giant, a Lava Hound, whatever it is, then yeah, those bats will not kill it. It will be one shot and continue alive behind the Lava Hound. Look at this. There are actually 3 nerfed, or 4 nerfed cards, technically. JupiterKing running Log, Poison, Miner, and Bats. What I'm curious to see is if we end up seeing Log against Log Bait. I have heard that the Log, I haven't seen actual video of it yet. I have not seen it yet, but I have heard that the Log can no longer log the Goblin Barrel and the Princess at the same time when there's Princess at the bridge. So JoseWolf running back with same sort of idea of GY. JupiterKing so far having some struggle. For those of you following along at home, Poison now does 184 damage to towers. $184 damage to towers, and as you can see, that's working out nicely for JoseWolf so far. That's a pretty big drop from Poison's previous position. Yeah, Jupiter basically running the entirety of nerfed cards. 4 nerfed cards in his hand right now. We'll see if he can hold on, but not looking good so far. Not La Picati saying I think it's a little ridiculous how Earthquake does more crown tower damage than Poison. Now, I disagree. I think Earthquake should do more damage to buildings and towers than Poison. Just if you think logically, right? What's going to do more damage to a big pile of rocks, to a big building? An Earthquake or, you know, Poison Gas. GYN on the left-hand side. JupiterKing comes down with the E-Wiz. My E-Wiz log, no, goes ahead and E-Wiz. Yeah, E-Wiz and Knight to defend. Holding on, but unless he can get something fancy right here, which he's not going to. This is a GG. Pretty locked down. Kind of surprised at the deck choice here by JupiterKing. And there you go. JoseWolf takes game number 2 over the South Korean superstar. And there you go. The not a ton of matchup data on this one, but especially with the nerfs. And one thing to think about is all the matchup data we see today is going to be a little bit off now because who knows how you balance these matchups after the big nerf bomb was hit to so many cards. JupiterKing running actually not 4, 5 nerfed cards, never got the snowball in there. Haza asking, what do I think the meta will be after these balance changes? I think a lot of decks that do not rely on spell cycle damage to win will get buffs. So that graveyard deck we saw to Jupiter in the game 1 was pretty cool. I think a lot of Goblin Giant Sparky, a lot of beatdown decks, like a lot of Lava, a lot of Golem. A lot of those will get some buffs. RG EQ. You know, someone was talking about how EQ being 3 elixir doing more damage to Crown Towers than Poison does at 4 elixir. Disco Paulo, hi, welcome to the stream. And Demons King, not Lapacati, good to see you guys as well. Here's the problem. Here's my counter on that one, is that EQ after the nerf, after the big change to how it dealt with troops, has pretty much been relegated to the bench. People have not wanted to play EQ since then. Well, now EQ has a reason to be played. Even though it doesn't do the same thing to troops, it does give you more damage to towers. Bang for your buck in that regard. I would also play Expo deck with Bowler, Mega Minion, and guards from B Village when he played against Surgical Goblin at ESWC in 2016. I used to play Bowler Bow back in the day. We'll see what happens. Hyped for Surgical Goblin's match. Yeah. Coming up in 2. The GOAT, Surgical Goblin. We'll see what kind of form he's in today. So interesting deck here from JupiterKing. Magic Archer, Royal Ghost, Miner. And looking like a 3.0 Expo out of JoseWolf. The ban is Poison from Jupiter in this one. And maybe a misclick Snowball there. First damage in for JoseWolf. Log and Fireball Cycle wants nothing to do with that Musketeer. Magic Archer down low. So Pro Bro, Vava, and Chuckwagon. Good to see you guys. Jackie Sushi, great name. Top tier name. Loki, how are you? Miner goes to the back, picked up easily by the Knight. This is going to be interesting for JupiterKing trying to deal with 2.9 in the later stages. Keep in mind, let's talk about those nerfs. Log now does 72 damage to Crown Towers at Tournament Standard. Fireball does 172, so we'll see if JoseWolf has his finger on the pulse of this spell cycle and how much this reduces the efficacy of 2.9 potentially. The interesting thing here, though, for JupiterKing from a cycle standpoint is some of these cards make it a little annoying to pick up Expos, including the Royal Ghost. Haven't seen a Giant yet. My expectation here is maybe Jupiter's running Giant Miner. Nope, because the Fisherman down. We would have seen a Giant right there if that was the case. And it's Recruits. JupiterKing all over the place. Ram Rider, says Frio. That would make some sense. I'm just trying to stack in front. Ghost does get corporeal, or visible, but not until the Expo goes down. And just like that, Expo connection comes on in. Miner picked up by the Skeletons. That's a huge connection right now for JoseWolf. Magic Archer going to try to get on tower, but good pickup. JoseWolf defending this Expo pretty much perfectly. Rough one here for JupiterKing, down to 918 on the right-hand side as we go into sudden death overtime. JoseWolf with a pretty significant lead. Wolf Anonymous saying this is the first time you've seen Royal Recruits competitive matches. Well, then you didn't watch CRL in 2019 because there was a full Recruits meta. It was the Fisherman meta became the Recruits meta. Chipping away on the right-hand side, 774. And now JoseWolf just settling down with Expo. So this will be the big question, right? Is how much can JoseWolf sit back and spell cycle the way that 2.9 normally would in this situation? The reduction in Crown Tower damage from those spells could be significant. We'll find out soon. Royal Ghost trying to get on tower here, not able to get anything done on the right-hand side. 1366 to 774. Fish Slapper does go through, does get one shot, 1206 now. Magic Archer has to be played high. Don't want to give any more fireball value on the left-hand side. Recruits now to protect the Magic Archer. 105 remaining. Miner goes to the front for JupiterKing, and Snowball comes in. That miner is going to do a lot of damage here. Going to get one more shot, 1062 on the left-hand side. And recruit cycle now for the South Korean. JoseWolf has been on the back foot in this stage, the part where you think the Expo would start spell cycling like crazy. Instead, he is in a world of hurt here, and just like that, JupiterKing has the lead. Expo down on the right-hand side, but that might be a bit of a desperation Expo here, folks. We'll see if Jupiter can hold on. Log going for some chip value on the right-hand side. Recruits down. This could spell trouble for JoseWolf. JupiterKing gets one shot on. Keep in mind that that spell cycle situation works on both sides here. Miner goes to the back, not picked up. Fireball in. JupiterKing gets the win. GG, well played. JupiterKing. Brilliant, brilliant performance there in game number 3. Takes the lead back from his opponent. Let's go look at the stats view, courtesy of Royale API. And yeah, there's no matchup data on this nonsense. So JupiterKing has come out with new meta twice today. JoseWolf has come out with old meta twice today, or 3 times today. And right now, that's working out better for JupiterKing. GG, well played. Blue, thanks for joining. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, guys, but JupiterKing is, what's the word? Cracked. Let's see if he can do it again one more time. Match point for JupiterKing up against JoseWolf. Keep in mind, JupiterKing also, aside from his 2 top 5 ladder finishes on his main account, a number 3 in the global tournament. So a nice collection of accolades for the South Korean player. JoseWolf currently 1,056. Of course, it is the first day of the season, so you might give a big sigh and a who cares there, but that's where he is at the moment. Bans are still going to be the same. This stream going to be nice to steal new decks. Yeah, absolutely, Light Sama. I think a lot of us right now are taking notes out here, getting ready for it. Of course, take a look what we got in store for today. But right now, game number 4. Let's do it. JupiterKing with match point advantage. Lawler says, I think he planned this, made Jose think he would run GY, so Jose to Expo Archers and Jupiter went for recruits. Yeah, I like that, Lawler. That's one thing I do like about ban on first loss, is I think it ends up with more interesting mind games for those bans. Mortar versus Hognado, says Animals. We'll see. JupiterKing might run the same thing back. So far, 4 of the same cards from the last deck. It's 2-1, guys. I know that the overlay has some update challenges here and there. Do my best to keep it going. Wolfheart saying leave the Mortar for Egor. There's a lot of great Mortar players out there. It seems to be the archetype overall for talented young players. So looking like JupiterKing running it back and maybe betting that he understands this deck and that his opponent, JoseWolf, is just going to be looking at it like, what the heck am I dealing with? Score is currently 2-1. This is a best of 5, so 3 would be a win. Recruits split 4 to the right, 2 to the left. That's the one cool thing about recruits. I know the Royale recruits have been much maligned. But they do give you some nice split opportunities. I almost wish they were further bunched so you could go 5-1 if you wanted to. Star Wars, how are you? Welcome, Deep Fake Lockbacati in the building. Is Soking still a part of Tribe Gaming? I don't know, Wolfheart, where Soking is. I don't think he is competitively. But he might be from a, whatchamacallit, from a content creation standpoint. Snowball, for those who keep it along at home. 48 damage to Crown Towers now at tournament standard. Fireball one more time, 172 for Fireball. So keep an eye on those numbers as time goes on. Hey, Clash with Ash in the building. Everyone say what's up to CWA, one of our favorites. And of course, thanks to AMG for making this tournament possible. Miner into the right-hand side. Musketeer does not survive. Smart bar barrel by JoseWolf. Miner to the inside. Is this the right placement from Jupiter? And doesn't quite... I don't know if you can still get King Tower activation against Miner with this one. Yeah, stage 2 is fire, guys. I am excited. And yeah, Ash, check out this, as Asia calls it, the nonsense JupiterKing's playing. It's new meta month, and it's probably the most significant meta shift we'll see in a long time with this big change to spell damage. For all information on this tournament and others, go check me out on Twitter, @RichSlayton. Hopefully that button I just pressed sends my Twitter account to the chat. Not entirely sure if it will. Miner in on defense to the left-hand side, but with a Royal Ghost recruit and a Miner, that left-hand tower in a whole world of hurt right now, getting down to under 800 HP. JoseWolf doing everything he can to stay alive, but JupiterKing keeps doing the same thing over and over. Every single time JoseWolf thinks he's got him on the ropes, JupiterKing mounts a great comeback. Great focus when he is in trouble. Great focus when he's in trouble. Miner gonna go to the front this time. Yep, there it is. Fireball in, trying to make some room. Miner connects on the other side as well. Fireball cycle now for JoseWolf, 440, but the Magic Archer getting shot after shot. 191. Remember, Fireball does not kill that right-hand tower, so Snowball has to come in. Fireball does it, and JupiterKing takes the first match of the day. Let's go. Huge performance by the South Korean superstar. That kid's kind of good, huh? What do you guys think? Is JupiterKing pretty good at Clash Royale? Is that a nice little GG well played here by one of the greats? What a good one that was. And yeah, if you do want more information on all of my streams, competitions coming up, all the fun stuff, go ahead and follow your boy on Twitter. The JupiterKing might actually be a Jupiterian. Is that the word? Jupiter moves on. We'll see him for his next match on Saturday. And coming up next, ooh boy, gonna be a fun one. Egor versus Viiper, one of the top young talents out of France, up against, oh, the man who's basically put Russian Clash Royale on the map. Really excited for this one. Man, JupiterKing is pretty darn good at Clash Royale. Here you go, take a look at the overall picture for the day. Half of these players playing today, half playing on Thursday the 6th. Wolfheart, go to the Twitter. You can get all the answers you need. Hyped for Egor versus Viiper. Yes, sir. Can I send the bracket link in the chat? I've done it once. Let me go ahead and find it one more time. Those of you want to check out the bracket? Let's go. Here we are. Match number 2 on the day. The Mortar Master himself, Egor, up against Viiper. And shocker, shocker here, guys. Egor running Mortar. You want to see it? Here you go. One of the best to ever do it with Mortar. For your enjoyment only, everyone. And I know that that overlay is a little bit off. Let's see if I can get it to reset here. And there you go. That's the correct overlay. Guys, the overlays are coming through a browser system, and they don't always update on time. Looking like Lumberlude cycle here for Viiper. Hey, Rich, you called that on the 7th card? Yeah, I just wasn't I was getting everything all sorted out. Get your overlay done. Do I think Logbait is good in this season? Asked Desert, or Emil. Quite possibly. If you run a version that doesn't run... Again, the big question is where do big spells fall with the big tower nerf? Viiper finished top 12 this season. Well, he's pretty good at Clash Royale, huh? Miner into the right-hand side trying to protect the mortar. Fireball as well. We have yet to see anyone make a big mistake by not having their cycle totally sorted out. We'll see if that comes to bite anybody at any stage. Viiper, of course, has put up some pretty big numbers. Of course, as someone already commented, Viiper finished top 12 this season. Also, 3 top 10 finishes in the global tournament for the Frenchman as well. Balloon on the right-hand side will get a connection. 13-13 remaining, plus death damage in. So far, Viiper in a pretty good spot. Cav fan, thanks for joining. Viiper plays on a Hognado on ladder. Yeah, guys, if you are watching and you know someone's ladder deck from the ladder player's side, feel free to chime in, because while I know the competitive players, I don't follow the ladder gods the same way some of you might. So if you're like, hey, Rich, this guy plays this a whole bunch, thanks for the help. Appreciate it. Snowball into the right-hand side. Fireball trying to keep that balloon back, but a well-timed Heal Spirit did not get hit with the nerf button, and that's going to hit the tower on the right-hand side. Egor taking a pretty dominant loss in game number 1. Bats nerfed. Fireball nerfed. Heal Spirit and Balloon, most certainly not. Viiper takes game number 1 over the Russian. And let's go ahead and do some of this work here. There you go. Any chance of Ebarb's Rage making an appearance today? No, Wolfheart. Ebarb's Rage is awful. All offense meant, by the way, to everybody who plays Ebarb's Rage. And guys, yeah, the overlay stuff might have some update issues here and there. Just bear with me when they happen. Ban for Egor is NATO. So Tornado now banned for the remainder of this matchup. Faux Lapicati. That's a new great Lapicati, by the way, of the fake Lapicati gang. Faux Lapicati top tier. Here we go. Game number 2. Egor down 1 to Viiper. The ban is Tornado. And Mortar immediately met with the high Inferno Tower. Egor's been making some interesting deck choices as of late, guys. If you were watching the no-tilt World Championship semifinals the other day, Egor lost to JupiterKing in the first round, running the same Hog Mortar deck 4 games in a row. Barrel into the right-hand side. So Egor going with a different version of Mortar Miner. This might be the Valka version. Again, we'll see how much this Bats nerf affects things. Certain interactions we know. And there you go. There's the Valkyrie from Egor. Patrick Peely and Minifish, thanks for joining. Prost as well. Legit X. Family growing over here. There's the bracket for those of you guys trying to play along at home. Musketeer into the left-hand side. And a high mortar from Egor. Inferno Tower, not going to be the right call here. Inferno goes low rather than trying to go for the high Inferno. Smart call from Viiper was not going to help up there at the bridge. And Lawler, yeah, I'm streaming all the matches today. All 16. I'll be here for a while until my beard turns grayer than it already is. Valk up high. Snowball should be the use. There we go on the skeletons. So one thing what's interesting to see here with Viiper is running Delivery. Delivery might have gotten one of the most brutal nerfs of this entire Hatchet job that came on in. No more knockback for Royal Delivery. We'll see how effective it is as time goes on. And there you go. Now a high Inferno. Bats to the right-hand side. Miner not going to be going to the tank for those little bad boys. And now setting up a big push on the right-hand side is Egor. Knows that Skeleton Barrel, not a big concern right now. Delivery high. Still gets good DPS and still pulls, or good damage and still pulls the troops. So you can see that even with the knockback removed, Delivery is still getting some value. The big question will be how it fares against air troops. Dark Goblin does get hit by the Mort on the right-hand side. Here we go. Sudden death overtime. Miner into the outside. Skelly's trying to protect the back. Viiper does not pick it up. And that's going to be quite a bit of damage here. The mortar just barely misses by the hair of a dog on the right-hand side. Skeleton Barrel in on the left. This deck typically runs Poison as the 8th card. Have not seen Poisons in from Egor yet. Might be waiting for that final minute and triple elixir. Full-on double bait on the left-hand side. Good Valk placement, and the skeletons prevent a lot of damage, but not as much as they would have liked. 1073 on the left-hand side. Viiper now in a good position to extend this lead to 2. And do those bats get through? And they will. Skeleton Barrel to come out defensively this time. Muskie working on the left-hand side. Now Egor firing back here. Triple elixir. Let's get those poisons start flowing. Keep in mind again, folks, talking about that balance change. 184 is the damage to crown towers from a poison now. So keep an eye on those important numbers. On the left-hand side, Snowball to work on those goblins, but one stab comes in, 974. Miner into the left, and here come the poisons now. Full-on Miner poison pushes into the same lane that Viiper has been pushing, and a mortar to the opposite lane as well, trying to spread his opponent thin. The best he can is the Russian. Still, though, with the lead right now is Viiper. 33 seconds remaining. Valkyrie high supported by the Musketeer. Miner going to the outside with the poison. Skelly's nowhere near. A triple drop required by Viiper to try to deal with that Miner. Still going to take a lot of damage. Here we go. Bats will be helpful with those goblins. But there you go, 7:31 now with 15 seconds remaining. Viiper taking the lead back, barrels in, poisons in, miners in, everything flying right now with that elixir flowing. At the moment, it is Egor, though, with a significant lead, and that's going to be it. Insurmountable at this point. Egor takes game number 2 in a very, very, very tight battle. Let's go, all tied up after 2. GG, well played. Take a look at the stats. Powered by Royale API. Egor now takes a win, evens things up, and Viiper can go for a ban. Let's look at the chat here for a second. What was that Inferno Tower by Viiper? Says Yash. I don't know. Wow. Yeah, Miner Poison getting the win here. This is the deck that I was Mortar Miner Poison. I was kind of one-tricking this for the first half of last season. Surprised it's still here. But Egor is an absolute beast with it. Chait, good to see you in the chat. Good to see you as well. Wolfheart asking any chances of me to become a CR analyst. Yeah, get on Twitter. Talk to teams. Show them your work. Create some CR analysis work, a portfolio, some examples, and message teams and managers. Say, hey, I'm a good analyst. Here's what I got. How did I become a Clash Royale commentator? It was an open audition. Lawler saying, watch Supercell delete Miner Poison next season, because why not? Well, Egor's still winning with it, so there you go. Skull wants to see Hogexy. Calling for it from the Frenchman. We'll see. No light Sama. My highest on this platform is like 500 something. Here we go. Game number 3 on its way. Thanks, Wolfart. Appreciate it. Chait, how have I been? Very, very well. Very well. Been streaming a whole lot. You can go to Twitter to find out all the information on that. Been casting a ton of Clash Royale lately. Here we go. Game number 3. We're in. Looks like my buttons here aren't doing what I wanted them to do. I was supposed to be sending links to places. So it is Hog. We'll see what kind of Hog Viper's running. Probably not Hog Xe because there's no NATO, and as P's11 has pointed out, Xe not so good without NATO. Imagine Yash typing lowercase. Yep, I get it. Like, it's been a couple of times when the stream's been featured by Clash Royale in-app. H8, really appreciate it, man. And same to you, Wolfheart. Thank you very much for the support, guys. Wolfheart, I will be casting any Clash Royale that involves the West or Worlds for the foreseeable future. So I answer this question quite a bit. Will I be casting CRL West this fall? Yes, I'll be casting at the World Finals. Absolutely. So it looks like Viper might be running 2.7 Hog. Lightsama calling EQ. Could be an EQ as well. Egor running GY. The chat calling that one too. Interesting, Egor going with the Knight variation rather than Valkyrie. Halfway through regulation time, and the Frenchman ahead by a hair. Tower's barely touched, and there comes the EQ, so I think this might still work out to 2.6 if he is running Cannon and Ice Spirit. Khaled, thanks for joining. EQ Snowball Inferno, says Light Sama. Hog in on the left-hand side one more time. High log trying to predict. And Hog's not going to get a little touch at all. And Igor's going to eat that Musketeer on the right-hand side and come out with a 2 elixir advantage. Here we go. Graveyard finally in for the Russian. Bomb Tower in defense. Hog protected pretty nicely here. Bomb Tower low, EQ in early, and it's going to be hard for Egor to prevent that many Hog hits. The EQ obviously doing a ton of damage, but trying to dodge those EQs with the Bomb Tower. Going to be curious to see if he plays some late. Gonna have to Snowball here to push this one back, hopefully not going to. And Snowball comes in low. Egor with the missed Snowball. This feels like a GG here, folks. The Frenchman should be about to take a 2-1 lead, and Egor goes ahead and waves the white flag. And there you go, the Frenchman getting it done. Sheldon Cooper, good to see you. Luca Dollar, thanks for joining. Peacemaker, thanks for joining. Viper loves Hov. Yes, he does. There's the stats view powered by Royale API. Matchups only 6 of 8, so they don't have precise matchup data here. And again, all the matchup data today is going to be rough because of the massive balance changes, especially spell cycle changes. Going to be very, very interesting to see how this one shakes out today. Game number 3. Right, we're on game 3, is that correct? Losing my focus here for a second as I'm trying to manage a bunch of different things. Here you go. For information on all my streaming and stuff like that, check out my Twitter. Every single thing is posted up, including those regular $100 open tournaments that I've been doing, $150 open tournaments. You can find all the information right there. Game 4 coming up. I washed. Thanks for joining. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. Because of your follow, an unwashed young man just found a bar of soap and a hose. Congratulations, I washed. Viper up 2-1. Here we go. Game number 4. Thank you for the update there. Egor maybe running Ram Rider. And again, Hog EQ for Viper. Liked it last time. Why not do it again? It's an interesting question here, folks. How many times do you think the ladder players will beat the competitive players today? Chait, things are doing fine. I'm in Montana with the family right now. Heading back to California very soon, though. Royal Hogs, not the Ram Rider. I just always think it's Ram Rider for some reason. Baby boy Slayton is doing well, for anyone who's asking. Thank you, Chate. Turns 2 in a couple of weeks. And that Heal Spirit does not give the Bandit enough room to sneak on past. Mega Knight Ewiz, left-hand side, going to be a lot to deal with here for Viiper. Going for the King Tower activation. Will he get it? And he does. King Tower does get activated. Not as critical for Royal Hogs, but still will mitigate some of that damage. Light Sama saying, remember when I said ladder is better than comp yesterday? Daily the proof. All right, Light Sama, let's see. So far, comp is up 1 on ladder. Egor with a pretty significant lead here in Game 4. Thank you, Wolfheart. Appreciate the love. So same Mega Knight Ewiz combination for Egor going into that left-hand lane, 874. Magic Archer trying to make some room. And look at this, a defensive EQ high on the troops out of the Frenchman. Ends up paying off decently well. I think he took no damage on that push. So well played there and already back to another EQ on the other side. Viiper putting on a bit of a show here with some of this EQ work. And a bit of a rip there for Egor, the Mega Knight pushing the Knight out of the way. Magic Archer not helping on that tower. Although now Bomb Tower. First one goes down, and this deck cycles very, very quickly for Viiper. Goblin Cage should be available, and it is. Picks up the Hog. Log does not touch the cage. That is good for the Russian. Final minute, 50 seconds. Hog Rider does not get a hit. That is huge for Egor. Cycles the Mega Knight in the back. Mega Knight Ewiz one more time. Piggy's opposite lane. I like the play out of Egor this time. Let's see if he heals Spirits now that the Log is out of cycle. Chooses not to. Still having trouble getting on tower, but he's going to get some damage through that Knight, I believe. And he does get one shot. Just the one shot. Final 60 on its way. Triple Elixir. We'll see how hard Viiper starts getting that EQ cycle. Biggest bang for your buck and spell damage to Crown Towers now. Still 204. Did not get hit with the Nerf Hammer. Ewiz trying to keep that Hog off the tower, and it does. But 890, very, very close right now. Second Bomb Tower should be up in a second, and there you go. Heal Spirit has not really been a factor in this one. Mega Knight cycled low this time. Smart net Mega Knight. Smart Mega Knight by Egor. Final 30 seconds. Egor pouring everything on high. EQ cycling off the tower here by Viiper. That's exactly what Egor wants. Keep the EQs away from his tower as much as humanly possible. Maybe he cages high this time around. No, doesn't cage at all. The Hog doesn't get a shot. That's a ton of damage, though. And now the triple spell coming in heavy from Viiper. Cycling like a madman, and he might have Egor beat here. 204. Log comes in, and there you go. The Frenchman taking out Egor in the first round of this AMG Cup Stage 2. Very, very well played. Great deck selection. Egor just not able to stop the Hog EQ action. GG, well played. What a great game. Absolutely. Chate, Jordan, yeah, wow for me too. Yash saying Viiper is God. Yash, you've said a lot of players were God and they didn't move on, so we'll see what happens. I washed with Fortnite vs. Eternity as our coming up next match. That's going to be a funny. That's you know what? Well played there. Well played there, I washed. Coming up next, Surgical Goblin versus one of Turkey's best in Eternity. Going to be a fun one. Lawler saying mistake was MK at the back last 20 seconds. Yeah, we'll see. Might have been it. Yash, I don't know. We'll see. Mikano, thanks for joining. Hey, Chate, thanks for stopping by, man. Good seeing you. You'll see a lot more of this coming up pretty soon. And here we go. Next up, Surgical Goblin versus Eternity. Who's excited? Are you excited? I'm excited. Are you excited? How's the GOAT doing these days? Are his thumbs too sore from, you know, building walls and ramps and stuff like that, or has he got it all sorted out and ready? Let's go ahead and jump on in game number 1. Is this a knockout format? I believe that's correct here, Wolfheart. I believe you are accurate. I think this is a knockout format. Inferno Dragon Heal Spirit for Surge to open things up. And oh boy. You know, you don't see a guy for a while. He comes back, and what do you see? Ooh boy. E-Golem, probably a battle healer. Up against 3.0 Expo. And ooh, interesting version. No, not 3.0. This is Pumpo. This actually might be Pumpo here, guys, with the double small spell. Yeah, not Lapaka saying or Pumpo. Yeah, this might be Pumpo. And there you go. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Eternity hard counter, says Sheldon Cooper with Pumpo. Yeah, this will be fascinating. Pumpo has been disappeared for a long time, and then in the last week and a half, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time I've seen it. But one thing I did say earlier in this broadcast, I think the decks that run 2 small spells might get a bit of a buff with the overall reduction to spell tower, to crown tower damage for spells. So Pumpo's one of those decks that runs 2 small spells. We'll see how it fares. And Expo does connect for Eternity. Electro Dragon not going to do much here. Stacking these Teslas is Eternity. And yeah, Surgical Goblin seems to have no way to get to that pump. And that's a problem. During the 3 seasons I ran Pumpo, I loved it where I would be able to get 4 or 5 pumps down. Just kind of sit back and laugh. And that's just feeding the beast here. Every single one of those blobs going into the Expo. One more down for Eternity. The big blob gets down here for Surgical Goblin. But with Tesla in front, Snowball now down. Eternity can just keep this going forever, ironically enough. GG, well played. Game number 1 goes to the Turkish player. Hot! Hot out of Eternity. And thanks for joining Bird Brain, and guess what? Minifish, also thank you for joining. And Brian Sierra, thanks for the follow, dude. Because of your follow, the Sierra Nevada Mountains just got 10% less trash 10% less litter in the Sierra Nevada mountains, keeping them nice. Here's the funniest ban, guys. Surgical Goblin banning Elixir Golem. That's thoroughly amusing. Anybody else here thoroughly amused by that? Surgical Goblin getting the request in. How much does the winner get? The overall prize pool is $2,000. And Fola Picati. Oh, man, that joke. I don't know what to do with that one, man. I think it's time for you to become an uncle real quick. Here we go. Game number 2. Eternity up 1 on the GOAT. Surgical Goblin, of course, you might not need any reminding of this one, but some of his accomplishments for you. CRO World Champion in 2019 with Team Liquid, not to mention a CRO Western title in the spring season. Some of you might have seen him, of course, in the King's Cup 2, Viva La Sparky, with Vulcan and our friend Clash with Ash getting number 1 there. So looking like Graveyard for Eternity. Could be Golem, we'll see. Surgical Goblin running Lumberloon Cycle. So again, another deck that does not need a big spell to function. I might go back to this one. I loved playing this deck for a season. And the NATO missed by Eternity. Oh my word. Can we call a GG yet? Unbelievable. What a rough. Oh my. Hold on to your horses, folks. 485 on the left-hand side. We saw JupiterKing run this one earlier. Big hits coming out of both sides right now. Surgical Goblin with the advantage, but Eternity. Sneaky, cheeky freeze. Taking that tower way down on the left-hand side. This GY deck looks like a lot of fun. Again, no reliance on big spell cycle damage. Setting up on the right-hand side is the Turkish player. An immediate Lumberloon heel push into the King Tower from Surgical Goblin. Will he snowball here as well? NATO comes in, and he does snowball and gets the raged up hit. Huge one for the Dutchman, but there is a big-time bowler graveyard push on the right-hand side. Freeze comes in. Musketeer's going to evaporate. Surgical Goblin went hard for the 3 crown. Looks like he's not going to get it, or did not get it in that point, and now in a lot of trouble. Skeletons all over his tower. Princess Tower not looking at it. Can he get one more connection here? Ice Wiz, Inferno Dragon, NATO in cycle for Eternity. Going to pull all that way back. Can Snowball make enough room? The raged up balloon. No, a defensive freeze out of the Turkish player. What a great back and forth. And it's not even sudden death overtime yet. Bowler in the pocket. Oh, goes all the way through the Musketeer with the new range. That's the GG. That's the well played. Eternity takes game number 2 in style. What a game. What a game. What a game. What a game. I washed with the comment 300 IQ Bowler. Bowler is the new Magic Archer, says Peas. Katie with the GG. That was fire. What a game that was. What a game. What a game. What a game. That Bowler in the pocket. Ooh, boy. Who here's trying this deck out later today? Do you have Ice Wiz maxed? Do you have Inferno Dragon maxed? I have neither of those maxed. Gonna be a problem for me. Might have to go Lumberloon heal. Sponchier, Bowler do be strong. Surgical Goblin needs a full-on reverse sweep now if he's going to get it done. Waiting on our next matchup here. Surgical Goblin ready to go. course, there's the overall field for you guys. 64 players in this stage, of course, now down to 63 with one already eliminated. Or 2, now down to 62. With 2 eliminated, see here. Nash EQ saying, Rich, think we see the return of P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam? Maybe. Let's go ahead and jump into Game 3 Eternity with match point here. Ooh, boy. Who saw that one coming? So Serge looking pretty similar to what we saw in the last round. Yep, going with it one more time. Wolfheart going to bed after this match. Well, sleep well, buddy. And another hot start for Surgical Goblin. But we've seen this one before today. Can he hold on to it? And that was quite a bit on the right-hand side. Kind of evaporates that lead, 15-25 to 14-64. Eternity, if you don't know much more about the Turkish player, did represent his country in no-tilt worlds. 8.1K personal best. And yes, DC the boss, these are our best of 5s. That's why Eternity has won 2 games so far, and the match isn't over yet. Poison in for Eternity on the right-hand side. Fire Spirits. Is that a card, says Light Sama? Maybe, now with all this spell damage nerf. Who the heck knows? Big spell damage nerf, though, that's for sure. So you might see some cards get a rise. And right now, Fire Spirits putting Eternity pretty firmly in the lead. Surge needs a snowball here, not going to use it. Instead, we'll just take tower damage. The death damage there from the balloon. Going to come out ahead, 992 to 1163. Might do one more balloon here. There you go. Cycle, definitely good for Surgical Goblin right now. E-Wiz not available. That balloon, I don't know if it will connect, but it will get death damage again. But Prince almost goes coast to coast. Last second, Goblin Cage stops it. And here comes the Golem in from Eternity. Cage out of Cycle. E-Wiz behind. What can Surgical Goblin do here? The Fire Spirit's high with the Barb Barrel. And right now, Surgical Goblin needs to steal this tower and steal it quick. Heal Spirit in. The Golem going to take down the right-hand side. Balloon takes down the left. We are going down to sudden death. Both of that was the right-hand side, guys. I'm fully aware. Eternity slow played the heck out of that. Late Golem was nice. Fire Spirit's Barb Barrel to clear the way. And now getting real aggressive is the Turkish player. Ice Golem trying to hold things off. Don't know if it can here. And a Lumberjack dropped right into the fray. Minute 15 remains. And look at that Barb Barrel around the back onto the Musketeer. Heal Spirit keeps her alive, but the pressure from Eternity is mounting. Surgical Goblin thirsting for Elixir right now. Eternity seems to have that same amount in Elixir as well. And Surgical Goblin trying to go for the King Tower here. I don't know if that's the move. One shot in. Lumberjack high. Cage as well. 2 Princes on the board. And Fire Spirit's trying to help out, and that's a Golem on the tower. Big time Golem on the tower in a whole world of hurt. And there you go. GG. Well played. Eternity takes 1, 2, 3. That's it. to eliminate the GOAT in this first round of our second stage. Ooh, boy. Eternity looked good in that one. Playing Golem Fire Spirits. Last time I saw Golem Fire Spirits was in CRL North America in 2018 when Royale played Golem Fire Spirits. Golemed early high into the right-hand lane, putting his opponent on the Royale Hogs. And I believe it was either Fire Spirits Barbaro or Fire Spirits Royale Hog. Whatever it was, he Fire Spirits the Royale Hogs and just slaughtered them. Completely baited out the piggies, and then went opposite side. Kaboom. Got it done. Let me go ahead and get this next stage tweet. I don't know Nicoco's Twitter, unfortunately, so I can't tag him in this. I do know our next one after that, though, Mohamed Light. So coming up next, Soking versus Nicoco. Then Mohamed Light against Kodigo, which should be a fun one to watch. And then after that, Flash and Michifu. That's going to be exciting. Let me go ahead and get that one all up and ready to rock. Okay, no, not television. Let's go ahead and hit watch there. Attach the appropriate image. We're getting ready for our next matchup here. And there we go. Boom. Let me go ahead and talk to the chat here for a second now that business is taken care of. Hey, Wolfheart, thanks for joining. Really do appreciate it. And I hope to see you back soon, buddy. Jazzy is his Twitter. Oh, Nico. Oh, I just saw it in chat after I posted the tweet there, unfortunately. Soking here waiting for Nicoco to show up. And here we go. Game number 1. Let's jump on into it. Rich Slayton, there are 2 players that have played all 4 seasons of CRL West, but have never made the playoffs. Can you guess who they are? 2 players who have played all 4 seasons and have never made the playoffs. Okay, give me a second here. Let me think about that one. By CRL West, are you including CRL Latin America with the NAEU LATAM like combination there? Hey, Koji, how are you? My good buddy Koji-san. Michifu won't know what to do himself after the spell nerf. Yeah, we'll see. Looks like Bowler GY is the ticket right now, and Nicoco just going straight up 2.6. Okay. All right, has played all 4 seasons and has never made the playoffs. All right, let me do this without looking at any of my notes here. Let me think about it. Ice Rocket is still very viable. Well, we'll see, Jazzy. We will see. Cav fan, thanks for joining. And Bowler GY just seems to be the ticket right now, doesn't it? Bowler GY is fire right now. And a lot of damage here. Kind of old school splash yard look. Oh, update overlay. There we go. Hold on. You can't say anything about the meta this the first day. Yeah, it's hard to say. But we're already seeing some interesting notes with the spell damage nerfs. Crown tower damage. Tough counter here, yeah. Yeah, Ewiz, Bowler. And Bowler being in the meta, I think, is going to be very, very good for a lot of reasons. It's going to help out with a lot of the decks that are super toxic right now, so that'll be nice to see. Druids are viable and low-key strong, says Al-Shihi, maybe. E-Dragon in the graveyard deck is fascinating out of Soking. And someone asked earlier about Soking with Drive. You can see it back in the Queso jersey. I think I remember seeing something about that recently. And solid NATO there. Nicoco goes hog in the middle, and that was going to be a guaranteed no shot on the tower. E-Drag without Golem. Well, when E-Drag first came out, it was in regular Golem decks. And that's just a pile of troops stopping that Hog Rider from going anywhere. 525 on the right-hand tower. Poison in. Reduced damage, of course. Going to be talking about that ad nauseum today. GY in with the bowler tanking. Probably should NATO this hog, most likely. Yep, there you go. Soking playing this one perfectly. Good matchup. Played with absolutely no trouble. Yeah, Lawler saying, wait, 2.6? Yeah, what? Out of every Supercell content creator, who would win in a Hunger Games type arena? Ooh, that's a tough question. That's a tough question. I guess it depends on what weapons you get your hands on early, right? That's a big one. Game number 1 goes to Soking. 2.6, interesting choice in this level of competition. All right, my guess to that question would have to be Flash and Henenkava. That would be my guess. I don't remember if Pain ever made playoffs. Not Flash. Flash has made playoffs, huh? Bracket. Hey, Milan, I don't have command set up. Ban is going to be Tornado for Nicoco. Let me go ahead and throw you guys the challenge bracket. Give me 1 second. I'll go find it again. I should copy and paste it somewhere so I just have it. But that would be too logical, wouldn't it, Slayton? Yes, it would. Okay, cool. Good to know. So ban is Tornado. We'll go ahead and jump into game 2 here in just a moment. And there's the bracket for those of you looking for it. Flash made playoffs with Cream in 2018. And Pain made playoffs back there, too. Who asked the question in the first one? Who asked the question in the first place? And here we go, game number 2. Deepfake asked the question. Oh, you said Henenkava and Lince. Well, I got one of them right with Henenkava. Who was it with Henenkava within season in Latin? Was it Red Canids? Soking, of course, has been on quite the journey when it comes to his Clash Royale career. Played with a different team every season of his CRL career. Hey, Fireball still kills Skeleton Dragons. It's looking like it's going to be RG for Nicoco. And Soking, it's Sparky with Night Witch. And Color Me Wrong Balloon for Nicoco. Trying to update the scoreboard here. Yeah, guys, I have to, like, refresh a whole bunch of things. I'll keep an eye on it best I can. Faux Lapicati. Great new fake Lapicati in the game, by the way. One of the great new fake Lapicatis, for sure. He's with Giants. Okay. With Vodafone Giants. Got it. Egor and Surge. I don't think Canario's in this event. Could be wrong, but I don't believe Canario's in the event. A mirror out of Soking. What in the world? A mirror. A mirror? Sure. Mirror. I'm going to say mirror as many times as possible. Don't know if it'll help here, though. In a lot of trouble against this Loon deck. Golem Sparky Mirror. My lord. I have seen many things in my life, folks. Golem Sparky Mirror. Way out there. And the rage comes in. Will this tower fall? Sparky gets picked up by the Hunter. And gonna hold on by a hair is Nicoco. Early season meta is fascinating. You're absolutely right, Peas. It is a thing. Fireball in, Soking up 2-0 off of Golem Sparky Mirror. Whose head hurts right now? Does anyone have a bottle of Advil I can chug? Aerodynamic Beast, what have I missed? Golem Sparky Mirror. Sheldon Cooper, you played against that the last day of the season. Oh boy. Oh boy, deep fake. There's only one card never used in all 4 seasons of CRL West. Can you guess which one it is? Can I look at a list of all the cards? Is that an okay? Deep fake, I wanna play by your rules. Can I look at a list of all the cards just so I can think about it? You tell me if that's an okay way to play it. Soaking up 2-0 right now. Pro trying to assert dominance by beating ladder players with troll decks, maybe. Yes, solution to spell nerfs, use mirrored spells. I feel about that. I feel you with that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and look at the list of every card in the game here. Now, here's a question for you, Deepfake. No, original heal card was used in the first season by none other than OP Sam. Deepfake, here's a question for you. Is it a card that was introduced? Are you talking about cards that were introduced recently? Or is it including all of the cards or only cards that have been around for all 4 seasons? Let me think about this. It's not E-Barbs because E-Barbs have been used once. That's an important thing to note. Yeah, OP Sam used it. Of all the cards, okay. Let me look at the cards here and think. Because we had a Recruits meta. Smelly Dragon's obviously been around. Rascals have been used. It's going to be something weird. It's going to be something very, very weird. It's definitely Witch has been used. Stab Gobs have been used. I think we might have seen Bomber once. Bomber's a candidate here. And an aggressive early graveyard from Nicoco. This might be a big rip here for Nicoco. Yeah, Bowler is my thought here, Sir Clashin. Yeah, and Bomber's in Golem. Bomber's been used in Golem. Bowler is kind of what I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure that Mirror was also used by OP Sam in the first season. The Mad Scientist season, if you'll call it that. Carter used Bowler. Interesting. Miner into the right-hand side. Soking, I don't know what's about to happen here, but it feels like Soking is a different level of player than Nicoco. Soking might not be at his peak right now. Those of you who've been watching him in some of the amateur leagues lately or semi-pro leagues might have some more commentary on that. I've not been keeping up with him outside of CRL at the moment, but even Soking not at his 100%, feels like he might be a better player than Nicoco right now. Wizard. Wizard's the only card, huh? Interesting. Well, glad to hear it. I'm a Wizard hater. Yash, you don't have opinions that matter anymore. You've already determined that your opinions are all suspect. So interesting, we're already seeing a couple of what you might want to call new meta decks popping up more than once. Between that Graveyard Bowler sort of Splash Yard variation and this Royal Recruits Minor deck from Soking. We already seen once today. Minor into the right-hand side, goes to the back. Nice spot from Soking. Taking the lead back here. And that Magic Archer is going to be a problem for Nicoco. Soking now has a world of options. Can he survive this graveyard, though? I don't know if he can. Has to play Fireball on defense. Nope, that's going to be it. Nicoco does take the game. Nicoco takes a good win. Solid win. GG, well played. We're going to game number 4. And again, no matchup data here because why would there be? And Soking now has the option to ban. We'll see what he goes with. I don't know the Spanish translation here for noble. Noble? Noble? Negro? Oh, okay. You're banned. Guy who... Man, I gotta not read names immediately. Banned. Forever. Bye. Bye-bye. It might be Knight. Oh, no, it's Royal Giant is noble. Or is it Royal Ghost? He just says RG. Well, we'll see when it comes up on the overlay here which one it is. Man, people who do those Noble Gigante is Royal Giant. Got it. Got it. But what's Royal Ghost, right? So Noble could be either of them. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 4. Man, if you put a troll name and try to get me to accidentally read it in chat, I will ban you. Lifetime ban immediately. Forever ban. Sarah, thanks for joining. Max, Vrav, good to see all you guys. Let me go ahead and update the overlay. Minifish, good to see you. Wait, what was the ban? Panasonic, the ban is Royal Giant. The ban is Royal Giant in this case. Soking looking like GY. Panda559, how are you? Phantasma Royale is Royal Ghost. Interesting. Phantasma Royale. I need to learn. I might start playing the game in Spanish just to learn these things. Nicoco drops the Ram Rider at the bridge. Well supported. And well defended here by the Spaniard. Good job overall by Soking to hold off on that one. First minute and a half away. Nicoco does have the damage lead, down by 1. Soking also has match point. And an aggressive Lumberjack into the left-hand lane. She should see a Ram Rider come through that side. If, nope, not enough elixir for Nicoco, so. A little extra aggression. A Panasonic, it was not in the chat you're looking at. Ram Rider to the left-hand lane to defend against the Graveyard. Does a pretty good job here. And it looks like that might have been no or close to no Graveyard damage with that Ram Rider defense. Nicoco now loading up on the right-hand side. Bandit picked up high by the Knight. And now they're going deeper into double. We'll see how much Soking can continue to cycle those graveyards. No individual card in this deck from Nicoco is phenomenal at graveyard defense. Barb Barrel can get some work done. Magic Archer, of course, a half step slow but can help out. Ram Rider has been the methodology so far for the Colombian player. But now Ram Rider not going to be in cycle for this next graveyard defense, although no elixir here for Soking to push, so works out okay for the Colombian. Final minute 40. Soking ahead by a hair. And no tank for the GY. Snowball just trying to buy a little bit of room for those skeletons to get on tower, and they do. No tank, no problem. 1504 on the left-hand side. Nicoco still playing on the right-hand lane. Even though the Rage is on the left-hand side, Nicoco doesn't want to give counter-push tank potential to Soking. So even with the Rage dropping that side, not going that way. But here we go, a big load-up. Ice Golem Bandit, nicely placed Knight by Soking to stop any sort of dash from happening. Excellent game management by the Spaniard at this late stage. Bomb Tower is in cycle, takes care of the Ram Rider. Final 40 seconds. Soking up by about 400 plus HP. Magic Archer, though, does get the geometry down. Huge shots on the right-hand side. Graveyard Poison in on the left. Final 30 seconds. Soking extending that lead. I don't know about that snowball on the right. Maybe you had to do it. Maybe he had to do it. You might be right there thinking about it. But Graveyard Cycle in heavy on that left-hand lane. The lane switches here from Nicoco are a little bit confusing. They're just trying to pressure and get Soking spread thin. Here we go, Ram Rider in one more time. Bomb Tower high, that's gonna be a GG, well played. And the win goes to Soking 3-1. Nice work. GY Snowball, low-key OP, says Light Sama. GG there to Soking, the Spaniard. Taking a bid win. Panasonic, someone got banned because they joined chat with an offensive name, but like, you know, spelled in a way so you wouldn't see it's offensive. And they're trying to get me to say offensive things by reading their name when they join. And saying, hey, you person, welcome, thanks for joining, and then they clip it and are a jerk about it. Hi, Nathan. Welcome, thanks for joining. Soking with a big-time win. And guys, let me go ahead and find you. I think this is do I have the bracket loaded up? Here we go. Here's the bracket. The bracket, so you can go check it out. Nicoco taking the L here to Soking. Here's a look overall at the field as it stands. Let me go ahead and take a look at the bracket here. And if you're not looking at the bracket yourself, I'll take a look at it and tell you if we have any of our next round matchups ready to go. No, not yet. JupiterKing will face the winner of LucDubs versus Bansito. Oh, because all these other ones, all the other half of them are tomorrow. That's why. Soking will face the winner of Adrian Piedra versus Reichert. Egor will face the winner of Air Surfer and Surge TS. Eternity will go up against whoever comes out on top of Morton versus Topic. So that's who will be facing whom in our next round. Looks like we have some players who might not be here, so we might be having to jump around a little bit on our schedule for the day. Lancelot the Ocelot asking, why is Scotland not a country anymore? Well, it's still a country, just I don't know why it's not being listed overall for the Champion Thunder. Wait, why are some players not seen in brackets? I don't know. Yeah, people win BO5s. It's a single BO5. I will not say anyone is or is not ready for Clash Royale League based off of a BO5. Hey, Grace Hensley, thanks for joining. And so, Costas, thanks for joining as well. So it looks like we're going to have to go past... Well, let's see, Kodigo and Light. Nope. Oh, here's our next matchup. Mohamed Light, a.k.a. Kicks Light, will be appearing in CRL East this upcoming season, up against Kodigo. Vulcan does not play competitive anymore, Faux Lapacati. Lancelot the Ocelot, what's your question? Oh, part of the, yeah. I don't know. I don't know why he's not putting it as, why they're not putting it in as him from Scotland rather than the UK. Who knows? Maybe because he plays for Team UK in competitive Clash Royale, there's no Team Scotland. Should there be a Team Scotland? iWash, good to see you. Thanks for joining. See you next time. David and Tomb, thanks for joining. We are here on, there we go, Mohamed Light versus Kodigo coming up next. And we should be starting that matchup in just one moment. Again, the overall look at who we have for this one collectively. Kodigo, of course, plays with Dignitas right now in Clash Royale League West. And has been putting on a pretty good show overall as a player in 2020. I have to say that overall in this 2020 year, Kodigo's been pretty impressive. Did a good job in the No-Tilt Worlds with Colombia as a 2v2 player, helping Colombia take 4th place overall. I think that was a pretty solid performance. And then Dig. Dig was right there. Dig had a real shot at making playoffs. And I will update that overlay. There you go. Dig had a legit shot at playoffs. Didn't end up getting it done. Light, as you can see, Kicks Light because he's now going to be playing with Kicks team in CRL East. I believe the lone Egyptian in the competition. Deepfake asking, who do I want to make no-tilt top 8 in West? Is Lapo playing in West? We all know we're Lapo fans here at the channel. Kodigo running Lumberloon Cycle. A lot of Lumberloon Cycle today. And Light running a different version with Fish Slap. Yash, I have no idea what's happening with CRL East. I believe it'll be online, though, because I'd be surprised if that many Western players were playing in the East on stage. I don't think so. Asia, I believe that CRL East will be a combination of online and on stage, like it was this last season. I believe the Chinese players will play on stage, and the other ones are going to be online. Oh, yeah, there you go. So pretty standard Lumberloon Cycle for Kodigo. Interesting variant here for Light. Interesting variant indeed. I'm going to have to play Lumberloon Cycle again. This looks fun. And a Lumberloon with recruits and fishermen. So Kodigo certainly outcycles here, running the faster deck. But so far it's Light with the advantage. What's the format, Deepfake? I haven't looked at it. Man, Light might be going for a full-on 3 crown here. Our Royal recruits any good? They seem like it so far today. Yeah, Light's looking really good right now. Have to admit it. I had him on the channel against CRS, a.k.a. CR Sucks, who will be with Nova this upcoming season as their 6th player, I think. Kodigo needs to cycle hard right now if he wants to stay in this game. He's setting up low, but needs to get in there quickly. Heal Spirit a half step early for Kodigo, unless his primary goal was just getting those minions off the board. Bats for the Muskie. Nice bats out of Kodigo. I don't know if this will be enough, though. Heal Spirit will not keep the balloon alive, and that's going to be a GG unless Kodigo can get another balloon down quick. Not going to happen. GG, well played. Light taking game number 1. Nova looking as strong as Tribe Gaming, says Asia. Maybe. One group, double elimination, top 2 go directly into semis. Bottom 2 eliminated, 3 to 6 play in a double elimination bracket for semis. Top 4 make worlds. One group, double elimination, or one group, double round robin? Double, like if you lose 2, you're just out? I don't, that doesn't make sense to me. Fake lap, deep fake. Yeah, Light is on kicks, and CRS is on lava. Interesting deck for Light here. When will Egor be playing, asks Husbeast. Egor already played and was eliminated, Husbeast. I'll go ahead and show you the results here. You can see right up here, Egor lost to the Frenchman Viiper. So Egor's out. No more Egor, unfortunately. Would have been fun to see more of him, but not going to happen, guys. Egor out. Here we go. Game number 2. Light and Kodigo. Yeah, Team Liquid no longer represented in this event. And Light going with Skelly Barrel recruits. Coatbridge, good to see you. And that's a good heal spirit out of Kodigo to keep that Magic Archer alive a little bit longer. I think if the one nerf people have talked about for heal spirit is reducing the range of the heal spirit. And if that happens, I think the thing we'll see is more defensive heal spirit being played with, which honestly isn't a bad idea. Bello, It's, and Foe. Thanks for joining. Oh, Foe Avocado, you've been here all day. In and out. Razzer and Jack will be amazing. Yeah, can't wait for that one. This will be a fun one. That's a huge push on the left-hand side. Snowball trying to make a little bit of room, but snowballs do not kill heal spirits. Two recruits in the right-hand tower. Kodigo forced to log, going to eat a lot of damage, though, on that right-hand side. And the lead goes to Light again here as we pass the midway point of regulation. That was a good heal spirit. Musketeer, though, does not get on tower. Light Sama, the World Finals is 4 teams from the East and 4 teams from the West. Last I saw. Skelly Barrel to the right-hand side. Sharp E-Wiz. This deck the Light's running is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And as soon as the Mega Knight comes out, you see Light load up on the left-hand side. Heal Spirit not going to be a factor, but he was just waiting for that Mega Knight to come down. And just like that, the Kicks player has the lead. Kodigo trying to fire back now with Pig's Heal Spirit push opposite lane. This Heal Spirit going to do a lot. So far, better Heal Spirit work out of the Colombian. E-Wiz should be the response on the right-hand side. No, goes to the log instead. And now you might see Light go ahead and push on the right-hand lane. Has plenty of defense here on the left. Goes high with the recruits. That will pull the Mega Knight back the opposite direction. And that is a world of damage. 437, split 3-1. I like the split here from Light, picked up easily by the Goblin Cage. That will drop to let the Skeleton Barrel go to the right-hand side, but will be little trouble dealing with that from Kodigo, I believe. E-Wiz does come in, holding on to the lead right now. Musketeer gets 2 shots on the left-hand side. Final 90 seconds. No big spell here for Kodigo. Keep that in mind. And a reduction in log damage. And those Royal Recruits going to make it real hard for any Magic Archer to get geometry in the left-hand lane. So it's going to have to be pounding its way through and getting tower damage here for Kodigo. Snowball on the Magic Archer. Does not push it the opposite direction. That would have been huge. Or does push it, but not in time. 374 to 365. Mega Knight should be available here and jumps right on top of those piggies. Heal Spirit gets him a little bit extra, though. Bot grip. Wow, so much I almost lost my voice there for a second. Goblin Cage. Mega Knight Goblin Cage combination holds on. And again, the geometry just not working out for that Magic Archer. 254 on the left-hand lane. Piggy Snouts could do it, though. Heal Spirit, will it be enough? 64 HP. Light trying to hold on. And the cage misses the pull on one piggy. 5 HP. Next one will nudge. GG, well played. Kodigo goes ahead and gets the win in game number 2. Evens things up. Take a look at the stats there. From Royale API. And now a Heal Spirit ban from Light. Kodigo, by the way, you'll see the graphic. I forgot to update it on time. We'll see it when it comes up again. Kodigo chose to save his ban. So we'll see if he chooses to use a ban later. Heal Spirit, the ban from Light. You don't see players save their bans often, but we have seen one today. Ricky, hi, thanks for joining. Also, thanks to Fluffy Potato, VIP Chicago, and Lael, all for joining as well. Here we go, game number 3. Bans are Heal Spirit and no ban yet from Kodigo. Saving that one. Lord Ninja, how are you? Expo Bowler incoming, says I'll Sheehy. It'd be fun to see. I was a bowler bow player back in the day. I played a weird version of it. Bowler bow minor. But I was a bowler bow player at one point. Double Wizard so far for Light, and look at that. Knows the E-Wiz is out of cycle, knows the Ice-Wiz is out of cycle. Immediate Lumberloon push in that right lane. Exactly perfectly played. NATO, though, didn't factor that one in. So E-Wiz, Ice-Wiz, and NATO. Kodigo might be in trouble here. Aoshihi saying, yes, it's Expo Bowler. Can't wait to see it. And Light just sitting back. Single elixir, not even thinking about pushing that elixir advantage that he had. And now Light sets up Ice-Wiz to the left, or to the right. Inferno Dragon and E-Wiz to the left-hand side. There you go. Light is a very patient player. We're seeing that exhibited here. Oh, and that Skeleton's Kite not going to be good enough. Bats have to come out. Kodigo, with a bit of a misplay there, takes some burn on the left-hand side. Loses the lead. Light now up by 6 HP. And here's the X-Bow. All right, give it up to Isle Sheehy, who called it. X-Bowler. Inferno Dragon, no skeletons to stop it. And that's an Inferno Dragon going to get into stage 2 on burn here. 17-14 right-hand side. I mean, there's going to be no matchup data because who's seen this matchup happen pretty much ever in the last 3 years? But it feels like Light has complete control of the situation. And there you go. Expo will connect. This is fascinating. Lumberloon push left-hand lane. Smart. Look at the way he constructed that defense from light. ISO is low, Inferno Dragon high. Easily holds on. And that's a nice fireball. That's going to be a GG well played. Expo won't quite finish it off. But good is done right now. Opposite lane. Let's see what happens. Ewiz should come in. And just nothing that Kodigo can do here. He's playing tennis against a wall, folks. And look at the long-range bowler. From way downtown, the big purple guy takes out the tower on the right-hand side. Ex-bowler, everybody. It's back, apparently. Yeah, matchup is win condition +4. Oof. Waiting on Kodigo's ban. Hey, Janine, how are you? Thanks for joining. This is stage 2 of the AMG Cup. Here's a look at the players. The 64 who entered today. The bans are Heel Spirit and Royal Recruits, the ban from Kodigo. Bowler is the new Magic Archer. Maybe, says Peas. Rich casting NBA right now, says Jazzy. Oh, maybe. Hey, Gasman, how are you? Bowler is so annoying. I'm going to enjoy seeing this comeback in the meta, says Lord Ninja. It's going to be curious. It's going to be interesting. Keystone, welcome. Here we go. Game number 4. Mohamed Light, a.k.a. Kicks Light, with match point. Faux Lapicati. Bowler hits tower from about 1,000 miles away. We'll see. Gasman, thanks. Glad you're enjoying it. And Light maybe going back to the same thing one more time. New meta decks have been challenging. And that NATO just ruins all of that. Kodigo gets the skeletons down just in time. Inferno Dragon will get a... No, nice kite. Get a tiny bit of burn here, but nothing significant. 341. 2341 on the left-hand lane. And Light should be going graveyard here. What are the dimensions of the arena? I don't actually know. Husby saying Loon freeze this time. Looks like GY out of Light. We'll see. I would say GY freeze. Oh, there's a poison. So just straight up GY here. Trainer Taco, Betty Tree, thanks for joining. Bello, good to see you. So we'll see how Kodigo fares against the graveyard. Log, Ewiz, maybe the Magic Archer. Piggy's in left-hand lane. Bowler nowhere near available. In a dance right now at the Mega Knight. Not looking for other partners. And that's a huge leap on the right-hand lane for the Colombian. Kodigo takes the lead here, 17-30 on the right-hand side. Sponge, no idea what you're talking about right now. Piggy's into the right-hand lane, Graveyard on the left. Baby Dragon on defense on the right-hand side. But this Graveyard shred in the left with a Bowler and Ice Wiz in support. And a nice NATO to King by Light to preserve that right-hand tower. A Mega Knight leap there could have been devastating. Bowler, Knight, no NATO to help with this one. Magic Archer does not line up the shot. This time it does. That Magic Archer doing a world of damage on the right-hand side, 342 remaining. And this Graveyard getting a lot back, and the Bowler not quite reaching the tower. Missing by half a roll there. Light trying to stay calm under pressure. And Magic Archer gets one more shot, 231 to the right-hand lane. Piggy's in, Bowler high. Is there a NATO available for Light? He's gonna need it. No, does not, 159 though. Log causing trouble. Poison, is it available? Yes, it is. GY Poison in. I believe Light's gonna take this one here, and he does. GG, well played. Light moves on to the next round. Good to see a coach try. Powerful sub in the building. Iron. Welcome as well. And Ricky, yeah. Good call there on the GY. Matchup data all over the place because what are these decks right now? New meta. Big win for Light. Yeah, people in the chat right now. Yash, Sir Clash, and Fola Picati. Trainer Taco, everyone talking about Light being next level. Sick Dre and Giraffe, welcome for joining. Welcome for joining. What does that even mean? Thanks for joining. Light Sama says that's 4-1 for ladder, right? It is 4-1 for that bracket. Light is an interesting case, though, because he is a Clash Royale League player. But I'll give it to you. So, coming up next, Flash and Michifu. Yeah, ladder is, let's take a look at this one so far. No, JupiterKing and Soking have both won their matches. Eternity and Viiper, call that 2-2. And Light, I'm going to call this 2.5 to 2.5 right now, guys. Between Light and CRL, because Mohamed Light did play on the ladder bracket side, but he is now a CRL player. Picked in this bracket as ladder, that's absolutely correct. Here we go. Next up, Michifu and Flash. Let's call it 2-2, or 2.5, 2.5 is what I'll call it. No one's gone 5 games yet. Is that right, Fake? Hi, Fake Carter here. I don't know if that's Fake Carter. Let's check that out. Maybe that was Fake Carter. Sheldon Cooper says, yeah, Eternity is a competitive player too. Yeah, the ladder bracket side of it is a little bit wonkadoodle. We'll see what Michifu's going with here. Michifu known as an Ice Rocket player. Aggressive early with it. But good control here from Flash not to give a connection early. And Flash gives this connection. Must have had a bad rest of his cycle there. Interesting. Flash seemed like he had enough elixir to play. Yeah, Michi was picked as a ladder player for this one. Man, Ice Rocket is so interesting here, and I'm kind of confused about Flash letting that connection happen. Wonder what was in his hand at the moment. Well, Carter, good to see you, bud. Whichever version of Carter you are. Expo down one more time for Michi. And the bar barrel doesn't quite get it done. And bomb tower down. So very interesting sequence of events here early from Flash. Low bomb tower this time. And a nasty rocket NATO and Expo connection. That's a GG, even with the nerf to rocket and log. Michifu able to make it work. Ooh, boy. That was a bit of style. And Michi playing the keys. And yes, Rocket does do more than 322 now at tournament standard. Gotta go ahead and look up those Rocket numbers. Expo. Rocket does 370 now at tournament standard with the nerf. And just, so now thinking about what Flash's hand must have been at that moment. Maybe his hand was Bomb Tower, Baby Dragon, Poison GY. That might have been his hand when he delayed and then played the Baby Dragon. Very, very interesting. And the ban from Flash, you guessed it, Expo. Even I know what Ballesta is. Expo no longer available for the remainder of this potential B05. Up one right now, though, is Michi. Here we go, game number 2. Expo is toxic when it gets locked. Well, that's sort of the idea, is that it locks on tower. Don't really know what else you would do with it. Just play defensive Expos and Spell Cycle? Isn't that also crazy super toxic? And Michi not playing Expo. What if he's playing Ice Hog? What if he's playing Ice Hog? Guys, what if Michifu is playing Hog Rocket? Nope, playing Mortar. Same basic idea, though. And Flash looking similar here as well in game number 2. So Michifu may be trying to prove that Rocket Cycle is still viable after the nerf. Is that the goal here? A little bit of chip damage on the left-hand lane, but so far nothing significant either way. Yeah, maybe playing Graveyard, Zach. You can play Mortar GY. The Tesla makes that weird, though, doesn't it? Doesn't Tesla make Mortar GY strange? Or am I completely off base there? I feel like look, this could be Mortar GY. The Tesla makes it weird. I feel like he's playing NATO Rocket here, or NATO Fireball. Just trying to prove a point. We'll see. There's a NATO. Yeah, the Tesla makes it feel like it's going to be Tornado Rocket. Bomb tower high on the right-hand side takes care of business. Michi doing a good job with these kites. Gonna take a lot of damage on the left-hand side, though. Musketeer gets 3 shots, 17-25. Michi defends the Graveyard Poison push fairly well. But now Flash with a fairly solid lead in both lanes. So far, Michi has not been able to break through with any significant damage. Trying to cycle back to another Tesla here, potentially. Yep, there you go. And just switching lanes with these mortars over and over and over again. Skeletons on protection. And a good knight there to pick up the bomb tower from Michi. Does he get any fancy NATO work coming up soon? You saw him get fancy with NATO Rocket in game number 1 playing Icebo. Stacking Teslas up high is the Spaniard. Flash holding on to his lead, but just barely. And there's some NATO play. Does it get the mortar on? Does not. And this mortar, no, not going to do it again. Michifu gets on tower. Color me wrong. That's a huge connection for the mortar, and now comes in the rocket cycle. Triple elixir. Michifu can just bunker up here. Although this graveyard could prove troubling. Graveyard in, poison in. Baby Dragon is tanking for the moment. Big chunk of damage for Flash. Can Rocket Cycle beat out the Graveyard push here? Poison in. Graveyard trying to chip away. It's going to take more than one Rocket. It's going to take Rocket and Log. Log in. And that's going to be it. Rocket gets it done. Rocket does 370 now. More than enough to finish that one. So waiting on that stats to overlay to update. There you go. Michifu trying to prove a point here. Rocket Cycle ain't dead. So still the same bands. Flash will be coming in with his request here in just a moment. Here's the scores as we've seen them so far. Coming up next, Lince versus Emir Uzumaki, Pompeyo versus Yeray, and Javi 14 versus Schwarzen. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. Let's go ahead, though, for the moment and get into game number 3. Michifu with match point. And I guess Michifu is going with another Expo variant. Oh, no, no Expo, because he can't play Expo, because Expo's banned. La Picardia, did Faust lose round 1, stage 1, or not show up at all? I think Faust lost in stage 1. Carter saying Vault Rocket, Matthew would have to retire. That might change some things. Michifu is a madman, guys. That's really what Michifu is. He's a madman. An absolute madman. Anyone know about Schwarzen? What about Schwarzen, fake Lapo? Hey, Razzer with a Twitch Prime sub. Ooh, thanks, dude. That's huge. Can't wait to see Razzer later today. That's going to be fun. Razzer versus Jack. Who's pumped for that one? Dude, OP emote there. Thank you very much, man. That's really appreciated. And it's RG. Yeah, if you want to play an Expo cycle deck, but Expo's banned, throw an RG in there. See what happens. All right, now Michifu with a pile of nonsense. Royal Ghost connects on the right-hand side. Am I going to cast this whole tournament Meccano? Yes, I will be. Hype! Guess what? Let's see. No, Lapo is... I don't believe Lapo is playing today, but I believe he is playing on Thursday in the next chunk. Good fireball there from Michi to keep the Magic Archer from adding to that damage. You've never heard of Schwarzen, fake Lapo. Schwarzen played with Existence in the CCS Clash Contender Series. I believe they took first off of a great performance by Faust. Schwarzen is a German player. I think he played with S2V in the Orange Crown League. I could be wrong there. But talented young German player. Did play for Germany at No Tilt Worlds, I think. Griffin with these decks Michi's playing right now. Yeah, Michi's a madman. But not paying off here in Game 3. Flash might be able to pick one up. Faux Lapacati asking, does Lapo know he has a Lapo fan club for which he streams? He's aware. He and Egor have talked about it on Egor streams before and laughed about it. A little bit of spell cycle in from Flash now. RG into the left-hand side. Michifu trying to make a big push here, steal this one back. Fisherman play from Flash has been on point so far, but this could change everything. Royal Giant all over the tower. Oh my word, can this do it? Michifu steals that one back. Oh no! The Fisherman gets distracted, opposite direction. Great pickup of the Fisherman from Michifu. Doesn't pull the Royal Giant, just as I was saying that Flash's Fisherman work has been on point. Fisherman fail. The Benedict Arnold of Clash Royale does it one more time. In the most important moment, doesn't get it done, and Michifu steals this one by less than a fireball. That's a GG. That's a well played. And there you have it. Wow. Unbelievable wow. Gotta take a dab for Michifu on that one. Says Faux Lapacati. Luca Dollar, thanks for joining. Birdbrain saying that's the worst deck I've ever seen win an event. You might be right. Brad fan, what do you want an opinion on? What's the opinion you're asking for, Brad fan? Hold on, let me look at what the next matchups are and get the little promo tweet out there. Ooh, coming up right now, Lince versus Emir Uzumaki. Another talented German. Then none other than Pompeyo taking on the Spaniard Yeray. And then right after that, Javi Catorze and Schwarzen. That's going to be a great one. Let me go ahead and get this post up here. Boom. So little commentary in the chat here. Not entirely sure what's going on there. Let me go ahead and tweet this one out. By the way, guys, if you want to support the stream, being here is phenomenal. But also, if you want to go ahead and support the stream, go ahead and give a retweet there. Help a brother out. Let me go ahead and throw the stats from that last one back up there for you guys. Is this single elimination? Nino, absolutely, it is single elimination. At this stage, you lose, you're out. So here we go. Game number 1. Lince versus Emir Uzumaki, who a lot of people didn't realize was German. A lot of people thought that he was Japanese. Turns out, from Germany. Who would have thought? Lince opening up with Baby Dragon Valk. Oh yeah, guys, if you're new to the stream, go ahead, drop a follow. Would really appreciate it. Skull saying that Emir named himself after Naruto. Oh, interesting. Excalibur, thanks for joining. Welcome. Looking like GY here from Lince. Obviously, it's Ram Rider for Emir. Lince has had a rough run of it. Of course, mentioned earlier, one of the only players to play in all 4 seasons of Western Clash Royale League and not make the playoffs. Flopacati saying the amount of German semi-pros is spaghetti vegetable soup. Might be the most hilarious thing ever. Brad fan saying my favorite card got a nerf. Talking about Miner. Yeah, Miner probably could have taken an HP nerf rather than a damage nerf. Playing Expo, says Sponge. Oh, is this Bowler Bow again? Oh, this is it's going to be hard to get used to this one, being Bowler Bow. But yeah, could be. Although, didn't we see Ewiz in here instead of Valk? Yeah, I think it's GY. I'm fairly sure that it's GY here. Could be wrong. GY Freeze says Lapo. Yeah. I think GY Freeze might make a comeback, everybody. I really think it might. What with all the nerf to spell damage and everything. Here's the bracket for those of you trying to follow along at home. And there's the high freeze out of Lince. Carter saying this deck is bad. Carter, this deck has done well so far. It's done really well in this tournament so far. JupiterKing opened up with it. Can we not say Bowler Bow? Can we say X-Bowler? I've said both, Zach. I'll say whatever the heck I want. It's my channel. Mute me if you want. But I will say both intermittently, however I wish. GY into the right-hand side. Valk just barely gets over in time for the tankage. Healthy bowler now for Lince going to the right-hand lane. That's hilarious, Folapacati. Folapo. Ram Rider to the left-hand lane, just the Valk on defense. And the NATO does not prevent the hit. I generally think that a NATO on a Ram Rider, unless you have serious single-target DPS or you're getting to a building, it seems like it fails more than it succeeds. Final minute, triple elixir, Lince in a whole lot of trouble. Valk. And, ooh, Inferno Dragon to the left-hand lane. This is big. Fight taking place over on that right-hand side. Freeze not going to help. Oh, Freeze does burn off the Baby Dragon. Snowball tries to reset the Inferno. And there you go, a Bandit High to distract. Nice defense from Emir Uzumaki. Final 30 seconds. Has a significant lead. And Poison just completely neutralizing this deck. Final 15. Big counter push potential from Lince, but it's not going to move fast enough. High E-Wiz. Valk in for the tank. And just not going to do it for Lince. Emir Uzumaki locks down the defense. Takes a solid win here in game 1 over Lince. GG, well played. Hey, Eternity in the chat. Well played, sir. Oh, fake Eternity. Yeah, well, yeah, the Frenchman was probably asleep by now. Who knows? I was excited for a second. Shark Cod Mobile, good to see you. Mind Rage. Welcome. So you're seeing a little bit of sample size starting to build up for this Graveyard Freeze deck. Lince opting to save his ban. So not going to choose a ban yet. The Argentinian player. Personal best 8,089 on ladder. Third place finish in the global tournament. Holding on to his ban here for at least one more game. Emir Uzumaki did take the win to kick things off. And of course, Emir has a global tournament first place finish. I want to talk about what he's got going on. Personal best on ladder, 8.5K on his account Diamond. GG on that one. Here we go. On to game number 2. Emir Uzumaki with the advantage. Lince holding on to his ban for now. Best finish for Emir, 9th place. His top finish on ladder. Top official finish. Oscar, welcome to the stream. And we have not seen it yet today. For the first time in the new meta, Barbhut rears its ugly head. Hello, Barbhut. We'd all hoped never to see you again. Welcome back, I guess. We also have not seen a ton of Hunter today. Fisherman Hunter dominant last season. Hasn't been around much so far in this stage 2 of the AMG Cup. Yeah, guys, if you want to see all the opponents in action and everything like that, here is the bracket. Linking it in the chat right now. There's all the things you want to know. Michifu will face the winner of Vazilis versus Sweep. You wanted to know what's going on with Michi. Light will face the winner of this matchup of Lince versus Emir. So we will have our first round of 32 matchup set after this BO5 is over. Royal Hogs into the left-hand lane, Graveyard into the right-hand side. Lince does get the King Tower activation, will be helpful. We're going to take a lot of damage to do it. 3M split, 2 to the left, 1 to the right for Emir. It's the right split away from his weak side tower. Griffin saying this 3M Pigs XP is a lot competitive. Yeah, 3M Pigs was big back in CRL North America and EU, or CRL 2018. After the Three Musketeers nerf took a big hit, pretty much disappeared, but now 3M Royal Hogs appears to be back, especially because of the Heal Spear. GY into the right-hand side. Big lead now starting to grow for Lince. A little over 400 HP lead right now with 1:50 remaining. Barbhut GY. Okay. Hopefully does not remain super popular. We'll see. Good value bar barrel out of Emir. Does keep that Baby Dragon turned away long enough for the GY not to get a tank. Lince, though, still in the lead. So hard for Emir to break into the second level. Poison, Nado, Barbhut. A lot of trouble Zereldo, hi, thanks for joining. Marius, I'll answer your question in a second. Final minute, triple elixir flowing. Hunter sets the line nicely. Emir has to find some way to break through. Don't know if it's possible. That poison going to make those Three Musketeers completely neutralized over and over again. Will you use a heal spirit? But no, the Musketeers just stop at the poison every time because of the barbell. So an easy 4 for 6 trade for Lince every single time. And now a big push, Dark Prince Hunter, all the hogs, a second Dark Prince. This is a massive downhill push on the right-hand lane. Fireball comes in, trying to make enough room. Heal Spirit trying to help out as well. Heal Spirit does get popped off on the right-hand side. Musketeer down, now Pigs go to the left. These Pigs could steal it. No Barb Hut available. Dark Prince behind, doing a lot of damage on the left-hand lane. Fireball into the right-hand side, 686 to 603, and Emir pulls it off in the final seconds. What a performance by Emir Uzumaki to take the 2-0 lead. What a great performance from Emir in those last seconds. Oresty, how are you? Good to see you. Wow's in the chat. GG's. Omarius, I try to stream on YouTube as rarely as possible because of the way that mixing streaming with video on demand content messes with your algorithm for YouTube. So this will be posted up as a video on YouTube later, where it will get plenty of views. But I'm trying to separate my streaming and my video on demand content so as to better maximize how YouTube distributes the content. Here we go, 1312, thanks for joining. Waiting on the ban. Find out what it's going to be from Lince and its hogs. Royal Hogs gone. What the heck just happened? Oh, because I already tweeted it out. Good job. Good job, Slayton. You confused fella. So Lince banning Royal Hogs for the remainder of this best of 5. Master Niarda, good to see you. Sergio, just saying the word Spanish. Cool. And here we go. Next game on its way. Thanks again to AMG Aftershock Media Group for sponsoring this event, by the way. $2,000 prize pool. Spanish? Spanish? Niardo, Rich, I'm going to go gangster till you start going Scottish. I say it, the Scottish only comes out for Thunderstruck, guys. I can't abuse it. It only helps Thunder, by the way, too. Here we go. On to our next game. Yash talking trash on Aw Crap one more time in my chat, and Yash, you're 1,000% wrong. It's absolute clown nonsense. AC is a massively good player, a great 2v2 player, and 2-time champion in CRL, both in North America and West. And if you think that it was just RF carrying 2v2, you're out of your mind with ridiculous nonsense. So, Yash saying AC is 2v2 but not 1v1. So, who cares? He plays 2v2 with RF. They crush people. And then RF, Lapo, and Samuel go play the head-to-head. 13-12. Today, I am not playing. I don't commonly play on stream. I am a Clash Royale caster. I don't know if you watch competitive Clash Royale or not, but I both watch competitive and cast competitive Clash Royale and host some open tournaments, $50 and $100 open tournaments where you can win money playing Clash Royale. That's the story here. Yeah, and Carter saying in the Twitch chat, AC is really good in 1v1. The other guys are all top 10 players in the world. Yeah, that's a really great point. AC is a top head-to-head player in Clash Royale. But keep in mind that CRL You know, in CRL West, it's what, the top 50 players on the planet? Mix that with CRL East, it's the top 100 players on the planet. AC's a phenomenal player. But he's done the smart thing, which has become a great 2v2 player and won 2 championships. And if you're someone out there who's still basing skill in CRL only on whether you're a top head-to-head player, I don't know how to help you, man. But I will say this is AC would roll around laughing at the money he's won playing Clash Royale. So maybe hold on to your mouth there for a second, boy. Yeah, AC is a world-class player. End of conversation. You show me your 2 Clash Royale League championships, and then we'll have a conversation. P's saying AC didn't win money, he earned it. Great point. Absolutely great point. It's the same thing as saying like Faye isn't good for CRA. One of the greatest 2v2 players in the history of the game. Do CRL pros work on salary? Yes, they do, plus the portion of whatever prize money they win. So they have a salary and prize money. Lince doing a great job here. Hey, we actually have a game going on, folks. Yeah, Griffin with a great point on Azelis. Azelis still can play some solid head-to-head, some solid King of the Hill, but reinvented himself as a 2v2 asset and is having a renaissance in his career. Master Nyarda, Nicoco, I believe, got 3-0'd by Soking, is that right? Yeah, CRL, every player is salaried, plus their portion of the wins. 3-1, says everyone in the chat. Okay, good to know. I think I have the bracket here. Yeah, there you go. There's the bracket if you want to follow up on the information yourself. Panda saying hi to people who aren't here. Unless RF, Buffmac, and Carter are in the Twitch chat. 808 and Heartbreak from the left-hand lane. 709 on the right-hand side. Lince has had this one locked down the whole way. Aki, good to see you. Smart high lumberjack here to hold the Mega Knight for a while. Bandit dashes. Yeah, this is good. Lince's got this one locked all the way down. These wall breakers, nope. Fireball unneeded from Lince, comes out anyway. Playing it safe here in the final 15. Pouring it on right now, though, is Emir Uzumaki. Was able to seal the game in the final seconds last time around. Fireball opposite way from Lince, and Lince will stay alive with his back against the wall. Needs 3, got 1 down. GG, well played. Vrav saying Lince's bandits are gods. Gasman saying Carter's underrated. Yeah, I agree. If there's any team that just got the worst luck on the planet, it was Energy for the first 2 seasons in a row. Emir Uzumaki banning NATO. So the bans are Royal Hogs and Tornado. Jazzy saying Samuel versus Yasu going to be hype. Yup. Who's pumped for that? This guy right here. You can't see me. Here we go. This guy, pumped for that one. Look what else we have, guys. Pompeyo, Yeray, Javi versus Schwarzen, Rubén versus Sandoval, Thaddues and the God RF. Man, this is going to be good. Razzer Jack, though. That's the big one today. That's the exciting one today. There's the bracket link. Hey, Sam, yeah, mod in the chat. Here we go. Game number 4 on its way. There's the update to the overlay. Miner caught by the... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Carter saying, imagine if Energy hadn't dropped me when they picked up Buffmac. Oh yeah, if you guys like had legit 2v2 and Buffmac, that would have been fire. Or if they had legit 2v2 and Buffmac, yeah, would have been fire. When is Oyasu playing? I think Oyasu's tomorrow. Half of the round of 64 today, not tomorrow, Thursday. Lince, Minor Heal Spirit Night Witch? Interesting. Interesting. First minute away, no significant damage. Slight lead right now for Emir. The German does have match point, keep that in mind. Has played a little bit of competitive with Team Epic Shocks, Flame Esports, and Recast Gaming. It's Giant from Lince, says Panda. Yeah, that looks like a Giant Miner. Oh yeah, good point, Sam says that AC swept Team Liquid and Noto. Good reminder. Will this be uploaded to YouTube, Patrick? Yes, it will. This whole event will be up on YouTube for your enjoyment. Justin, thanks for joining. Hope you enjoy the stream. Blue Comet, good to see you as well. And it's Golem for Emir. Golem Miner. Okay. Okay, interesting. Golem Miner against Giant Miner. Does that make the Miners a wash? Giant getting eaten alive behind the Golem. Fireball on the support troops for Lince. Miner comes in. Night Witch picks him up. So Golem with, and Light Time making the point, Miner instead of a small spell. And Golem down one more time. Will the Ewas get the Heal Spirit off? No, it does not. Heal Spirit heals up the Giant and the Hunter. So keep in mind, guys, we are in a reduced spell damage situation after that big change. But with this Ewiz just making a home on the left-hand side might not matter. I was going to say that Lince does have Fireball and Log to try to spell cycle and win here if that's what it takes. But with all that damage from the Ewiz, just hanging out, getting it done, I don't know that's going to matter. Final 60 seconds approaching, triple elixir on its way. That Heal Spirit ain't going to mean much. Log trying to knock that Miner off, but Miner getting a ton of damage on the left-hand side. That's a GG. Well played by Emir. Very, very well played. 3-1 win incoming for the German. Miner poison. I don't know if that poison's enough with the poison nerf. Fireball trying to steal this one for Emir. Giant getting on tower. Miner goes to the front inside spot, but it gets it done just in time. That was dangerous, but Emir moves on. Golem Miner from Emir Uzumaki. God, you gotta love seeing a tournament like this on the first day of new balance changes. Oh, what fun it is to cast an unpredictable event like this one. So Emir Uzumaki moving on to the next stage. Let's figure out who he's going to be facing. So Emir moving on to face against Light in the round of 32. Two talented young players. Coming up next. Man, this is too good. Pompeyo and Yeray. Up next here in this brilliant, brilliant event. Pompeyo, of course, currently playing with Chivas Esports. Yeray being recently sort of reworked into a 2v2 player for Cream. Not sure I understand the idea there. I think that Yeray is probably one of the better head-to-head players that they had coming in. And also not sure why they didn't go with Belly and Diego E as their 2v2 duo, but that's what you're getting there. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1. Oh, you guys can see that I'm sitting down now for a minute. There's your overlay update. Pompeyo. Bottom of your screen, Yeray on the top. And bait for Yeray and bait for Pompeyo. So now you might see how the log works. I've been told, I have not seen it confirmed yet, but been told that log does no longer take out a Goblin barrel on tower and a princess at the bridge. We might find out here. Fola Picati, cozy, rich, cozy. Yeah, it's in a minute. Yeray didn't play much head-to-head in this last season of CRL, only playing 3 total games. 1 1v1 set and 1 King of the Hill game. Lost all 3, but it really wasn't enough to get any sort of read on where he is in head-to-head play at the moment. Was phenomenal. Was the 1v1 leader in the 2019 fall season. 89% win rate, 4 sets and 0. With Fnatic in the final season for Fnatic in CRL. Griffin calling it double bait versus log bait. Yep, that's what it looks like here. Pompeyo out to a bit of an early lead. Mira Latina. Mir, welcome. And Chireno, good to see you. Thanks for joining. We are in stage 2, round of 64 for the Clash Royale AMG Cup. Chi-Town Gino in the building. Good to see you, bud. Manager of Team USA Clash Royale. That's a lot of log value. Pompeyo just handed an extra 3 elixir over to Yeray. In the lead, but now Yeray with 2 princesses down. And the log does reach just far enough to get them both. Log, though, not in cycle now, and Yeray taking full advantage, getting on tower. Still behind by about 330. 331 to be more precise. Here we go into sudden death overtime. Pompeyo holding on to the lead. Full double bait push in effect. Nicely timed log from the Spaniard. And the Knight is doing just enough to protect, so a Dark Goblin has to come out for Pompeyo on the left-hand side. It's going to be curious to see who gets more log value in this matchup. It's generally been Yeray. Of course, did give double princess value at one stage. So now 2 princesses lined up nicely but one takes him off the board. Final minute, triple elixir. And pressure in on the right-hand side. Just like that, Yeray makes things very close, down by 34 in the right-hand lane. And log chip coming in. And there comes the rocket. That's going to be most likely mean a win here for Yeray. Rocket number 1 gets it done. Yeah, Gino, it's interesting to talk about changing the barrel placement more, but against log, how does it? What does it matter by comparison to the bar barrel? There you go, bar barrel or goblin barrel on the left-hand side. Log wipes that off. Skeletons could be an issue here. And wow, Yeray played that a little bit tight, but comes out with the win. Wins that one by 106. That might have gotten too close for comfort there at the end. Game number 1, going to the Cream Royale Betis player. As you can see, the sample size, not too bad. Gives a slight advantage over to Yeray. The way Yeray is pronounced is hysterical. Yeah, well, that's how you pronounce it. It's not Yeray. Jazzy saying that Yeray won a hard counter. I don't know, man. That's an interesting question. What do you guys think about that matchup in the chat? Curious about your thoughts. Someone said Yeray is 72 years old. Yeah, I meant it. 72 years old. The oldest player in CRL. By far. Jazzy saying this is Pompeyo's matchup. Light saying pretty even. So Pro Bro, welcome back. So waiting on our next game. Pompeyo opting to save his ban. We've seen that a lot today. We've seen quite a few saved bans. Yeah, Lapo saying, I don't know, the rocket makes it interesting, otherwise Pompeyo has hard counter, I'd say. Yash saying it's Yeray's matchup. Yeah, I think the rocket leans it towards Yeray. Because he can he has the tools here to handle both the barrels. And then the rocket for cycle at the end. Here we go, jumping into our next game. Yeray with the advantage. Pompeyo, you can see the red X there, opting to wait on his ban. And just opens up E-Golem. I think I just got a headache. Yep, I just got a headache. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Fisherman trying to help out. But what's that gonna do? Tower trade. Okay. Pompeyo just goes, hey, guess what? How do you feel about starting hands? And Yeray says, I don't know, I feel okay about it. Pompeyo says, okay, well, let's give it a shot, see what happens. And coming out on top in their early moments here, not by a ton, but out on top nonetheless, is Pompeyo. Tower trade leads on the King Tower by about 500 HP. And a nice heal spirit out of Yeray. Will that be enough for another shot? No, it will not. Now, can he defend this? Went for the quick 3-crown fight, and Pompeyo has raged up an E-Golem and a Night Witch, and that's a GG. That's G to the G. And Pompeyo had that emote ready to go. Well, that's a thing that happened, everybody. Let's go take a look at the stats from that one. And Yeray, oof. Decides to go ahead and get into the tower fight. Stays in it at first, but and Yeray bans the eagle. There you go. That makes sense. Hey, did that laptop just die because I didn't realize it was unplugged? Oh, come on. Darn you, laptop. Stupid plug. Well, my laptop's dead. Oh well, not a big deal. It's not where I'm streaming from. Here we go. Next game. All tied up. Ban is Egor. So a slow start on both sides for Pompeyo and Yeray. We'll see what Yeray is rocking. Of course, last month this looked like it was going to be RG, but who knows now? Mega Knight comes in, makes that highly unlikely. And Pompeyo looking like he's Pompeyoing. Right into 100. Fireball Zap, though, makes some room. No connection. So you have to imagine that Yeray expected this at some point. Snowball Hunter, certainly a good combination defensively for this. Jack tries lifting, how are you? Griffin saying Pomp one tricking, yep. So first 90 seconds away, Pompeyo with the lead. Can he break through again, though? Of course, he probably knows this matchup better than Yeray. Any matchup involving his deck probably knows it better than Yeray does. We'll see what kind of tricks the Mexican star has under his sleeve. Under? Up. Sponge asking, what's my main deck with this new meta? Not sure yet. But probably something that does not run a big spell. That's my guess. Mega Knight cycled in the back for Yeray. Night Witch behind. Might poison here. I'm gonna save it for the snowball. And that Hunter goes bye-bye one more time. Balloon just barely doesn't connect. Hey, Demente! Thank you for the follow, man. Because of your follow, you might not believe this, but because of your follow, 2 fish that were on opposite sides of the ocean just met for the first time and fell in love. Isn't that cool? And Balloon gonna connect. And that's a GG for Pompeyo. Takes the lead and has match point. Pompeyo knows the matchup better. Zap was huge for the Chivas esports player. And there you go. Yeah, this is nasty, 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 nasty stuff from Pompeyo. My laptop appears to be dead. Just completely dead. Oh, there we go. Never mind. We'll see what happens. Let me go ahead and throw you guys the bracket link in the chat in case you don't have it yet. There you go. Pompeyo still has a ban to use if he wants it. We'll see if he goes there at some point. Ayazuki and Vrav, welcome. Next game coming up here in just a moment. Yeray taking his time with deck selection. Yeray, of course, has played a few seasons in CRL. Now with Cream Royale Betis. Lapacati saying that Chivas has already dumped Reichert. I didn't keep an eye on that one. Vrav saying consider subbing to see funny caster tilts. Fair enough. There are some updates coming, by the way, guys, and we'll give some more sub benefits fairly soon. Keep an eye on those. Pompeyo currently with the chance to close this thing out. Yeray needs 2 in a row. Tino and Real Fake, thanks for joining. Alpha Moriarty in the building as well. Yeray career record in CRL. 53% over all game modes. And right now in a bit of trouble. You've seen it the second time today, seeing this version of Lumberloon that Yeray is running. Has not been great. Ang Lu is hosting me right now for 9 viewers. Hey, thanks Ang Lu, really appreciate it. For those of y'all just joining, this is the AMG Cup, sponsored by Aftershock Media Group. That's Power Bang and CWA. Solid raid here. Welcome, Cannon Man. We are on stage 2 of the AMG Cup, where the Ladder Legends face off against the Kings of Competitive. I'll show you guys the overall lineup for today fairly soon. Right now, Pompeyo, the Ladder Loon great, up against Yeray of Cream Royale Betis. Snowball trying to make enough room for the Loon. A Heal Spirit. Will it keep the balloon on long enough? No. Hunter finishes it off. And it's looking like Pompeyo is going to take this 1 in 3. Or in 4. Hey, Cash, how are you? Welcome. Oriole, welcome as well. Snowball in, still not going to do it. Final 20 seconds. So Pompeyo gets the good game out. Knows he's pretty much got this one locked down. He will be moving on to our round of 32. We figure out who Pompeyo will be up against in that next round. I am not seeing this matchup on the bracket. Where is it? Pompeyo moving on will face the winner of TNT versus Dark Angel. Let's look at the stats. Powered by Royale API. Thanks everyone for joining. If you haven't yet, go ahead and throw me a follow. Hang out, become part of the family. Clash Royale competitive content coming your way all the time. And I guess we're going to 3-minute break in the action for, my guess is for the Spanish streams to switch over to their new streamer. But you get me the entire way through. Hey guys, what's up? If you don't know me already, I'm Rich Slayton, caster for Clash Royale League, and casting this for you right now. Here's the stuff. There we go, that's the right side. Here's the stuff we've seen already. Opened it up with JupiterKing, taking out JoseWolf. Some shockers, though. Egor falling in the first round, followed by his teammate from Team Liquid Surgical, Goblin, falling in the first round as well. So, rough outing for the Team Liquid players so far. Soking put on a great show against Nicoco. Mohamed Light beat Kodigo. Michifu 3-0'd Flash. Emir Uzumaki taking out Lince, and Pompeyo beating Yeray. And this video, by the way, if you haven't been here today and you've missed a lot of the action, I don't know why that. Let me go ahead and grab this link manually here for a second. Not sure why it's not showing up for you guys. But here you go. If you haven't yet, let me throw it to both to everybody. there's my YouTube channel. Go ahead and hit the YouTube, and you can go and catch all the action. The whole video will be up on demand afterwards. And yes, who was asking about that one? Someone was asking. Let me look back through the chat here for a second. I will be casting the No Tilt World Championship tomorrow on the No Tilt YouTube page. Also, if you're watching on the family stream, it'll be there as well. So for more information on that, on where that will be streamed and all those things, you can go to my Twitter. Let me go ahead and throw that link in the chat as well. For some reason, my hotkeys are not working. Yes, this is a BO5 cache. Let's see. A little more. Let me take a look at the chats here for a second. Hope Thaddues loses 3-0 to RF in the way he acts on Twitter, says Lapicati. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't follow that Thaddues on Twitter. I don't know if he's toxic or not. Hopefully he treats people nicely. That's what I hope. Treat everyone well. Let me go ahead and take a look at some more of this. Moogie's really a god on ladder, says Yash. Anytime he needs to prove his potential in the CR release. Yeah, we'll see what happens in CR release. Oh, Discord. Guys, if you do want to find out all about the things that are happening on my streams, which includes not just what you're seeing now, but regular $50 and $100 opens. Next one will be next Wednesday, the 12th. You can go to my Discord. And yeah, guys, Twitch people, I don't have my bots set up. But there you go. There's my Discord server, and that's where I announce a lot of these streams for competitive content as well as the open tournaments. I have both $50 and $100 open tournaments fairly regularly. Chances for you to compete, win money, and potentially go up against some of the best. Many of you have already seen this video, but the $100 open from a week and a half ago, the finals, that's right, Egor versus Lapicati. So come on in. The water's fine. Take your shot against some of the best in the business. Top-tier pros and semi-pros competing all the time. Wait, did I link the wrong Discord server? No, I sent the correct one. I believe, unless I'm crazy. Hey, guess what, Teeny? Thanks for the host. Really appreciate it. Coming up next, Javi and Schwarzen. That'll be fun. Followed by that, Rubén versus Sandoval, Thaddues and the God RF, and then SergioRamos, DenisitoPro. And then the final match of the day. Can't wait to get there. Razzer versus Jack. Going to be a whole lot of fun. Going to be a pile of fun. Williams saying, KN Williams saying, I just maxed my Ice Wizard. I was excited to play Ice Bow. Oh, I don't think anyone was excited for you to do that, man. But congrats on maxing your Ice Wizard. Happy for you. Play something else other than Ice Bow. Toxic in the building.
Yeah.
And let's see. Nobody played last East qualifier because it was the same time as season N, and there are 2 randoms and semis now. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, East has not participated in the No Tilt World Championship anywhere near as much as the West. I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, Razzer and Jack will be interesting. Here we go. Javi and Schwarzen coming up. Who's ready for this one? Javi 14. Very excited. Are there prizes for second and third, Sponge? Second and third what? In this event? There's a $2,000 prize pool in this event. Donating some skeleton dragons to Drexen. Let's get your predictions right now, guys. There we go, up on the top of the left-hand side of the screen, right-hand side of the screen. There you go. Javi 14, one of the top players in competitive Clash Royale, CRL West and Latin American champion, one of only 3 players to win 2 championships in the Western regions, up against Schwarzen, a very talented player out of Germany. What do you got? Who you got? Javi or Schwarzen? Get your votes in now. We'll be going with that in just one moment. Chi-Town Gino saying Mohamed Light wins the whole thing. That's a possibility. Anyone can win, I'll tell you that much. Anyone can win here. At the AMG Cup. There's a look at all the players. For those of you who are just joining us. There's a look at the overall collection of people that we'll be seeing today. And here we go. Game number 1, Javi and Schwarzen. Guess what Teeny's saying? Subs get friendly. Yep, there you go. Yash calling GodRF and Viiper for the finals. Locust, thanks for joining. Schwarzen might be running GY after these first 2 cards. Those of you who have not yet done your math on it, Royale API did tweet out a nice little guide to spell Crown Tower damage now that it's been adjusted. Poison does 184 now, so a pretty significant reduction for Poison. Williams asking, how do people qualify for this bracket? Williams, this was a full-on invitational. So there were 96 ladder players who, based on their performance in the last 3 seasons, were invited to the first stage where the ladder players played their way through a bracket to make the top 32 of their side. Then the top 32 from that bracket were matched up against 32 invited CRL pros. Oh, hold on. Let me just go ahead and fix the background, guys. Sorry about that. It is Javi versus Schwarzen. So this was a full-on invitational, Williams. It was not an open event. There will be more open events coming on, but this was not one of them. Of course, the No Tilt World Championship was a completely open event to everyone in Clash Royale. Over 3,000 players qualified for the second stage, and we are currently in that second stage, continuing tomorrow morning. I'll be casting the Western Semis Part 3, I think it is, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Lapacati with the comment, what in the Rage Draft Challenge is Javi playing? Latak saying Rubén created that for an old global tournament. Was it a standard global tournament attack, or was it one of the like double elixir Rage Battle madness global tournaments? Here we go, Baby Dragon on the right-hand side. Schwarzen not gonna throw Graveyard. Solid fireball there on the Hunter out of Javi. But those archers are going to go down to that poison pretty quickly, and with that Knight tanking, a sizable chunk on the right-hand side. Good Dark Goblin from Javi. Who's trolling, says Chi-Town Gino. You think Javi's trolling? Been a lot of Royal recruits today, absolutely light. New meta, new madness. Fireball in, and that's a solid fireball. Ewis has to come out from Schwarzen. Javi doing a good job now of making the fight take place on this left-hand side. This is his goal from this point onward. Just make the fight take place in the left lane. Do not let Schwarzen do anything in the right-hand side. And with double bar putts down, he might be able to do it. Archers go down to the Baby Dragon, and that's a tough one for Javi Gatorze. And now Graveyard push on the right-hand side. Goblin Gang going to be dropped right into the, what I believe is going to be an incoming poison. No poison here. Bar Barrel and Gang defending this Graveyard very well. Triple Elixir, Schwarzen with a significant lead. Javi has found no way to break through. Recruits high now. 4-2 split to the left-hand lane. And Javi decides to go in on the right-hand side, take a big gamble. Can it pay off? Fireball just not doing it for him. Final 30 seconds. Graveyard will come into the right-hand side. That's a GG. No way for Javi back in this one. Barb Hut bridge spam. Not going to get it done here for Javi. 2 7 elixir cards. The cycle just not able to help him get past the Goblin Hut, the Goblin Cage, and that was a big problem. The Goblin Cage just keeping it locked down and not letting Javi get anywhere near the second level. GG, well played. Schwarzen takes game number 1. We'll see what the ban is here in just a moment. Big round 1 win, though, for Schwarzen. And Javi, not even waiting for the question, goes ahead and bans Graveyard. So not even letting the question get out from the admins. Just straight up, yeah, no Graveyard. Graveyard is out. So we'll move on to game number 2 here in just a moment. Again, there's a look at the overall field that made it into the round of 64. So far, those players who fought through the round of 96, fought through the ladder bracket, have been having a great day today. We'll see if that can continue. So ban is in. Wondering why they're taking a minute here to get set up for the next one. Have we seen any bowler today? Absolutely, William's seen a ton of bowler today. Quite a lot of bowler has been played, in fact. Hey, Tomb, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Because of your follow, the last leaf on the last tree in a desert town just had a bunch of babies and the tree's full of leaves now. What? That's absolutely crazy. Here we go, game number 2. So Schwarzen cycling Fisherman and going with the full Fisherman-Hunter combination. We have not seen a ton of Fisherman-Hunter today. Or as I like to call it, the Fish Go Boom. And looking like some more classic bridge spam out of Javi. Or some more standard bridge spam, maybe. We'll see. I guess Pekka, there we go. Pekka does now come down. And hogged immediately to the right-hand side as soon as Mama Pekka shows her face. Javi with a low-health Pekka and Royal Ghost on the board. And that's going to be a Royal Ghost going to the right-hand side and does connect. Schwarzen snowballs it back, but going to take 2 shots from the Royal Ghost. 21:02 to 17:42. Standard play, poisoning the Magic Archer out of Schwarzen. What an interesting deck here. Hog Rider, Mega Knight, Fish Go Boom, Poison. What a strange one. If anyone knows Sandoval's Twitter, by the way, please let me know. He's in our next match, trying to give him a little promo there. Pekka picks up quite a decent amount of value against the Fisherman, Hog, and Hunter. Nertner, welcome to the stream. And again, big push on the right-hand side, so Javi goes left. Hunter, though, will stop that Battle Ram. This is feeling rough right now for Javi. Schwarzen completely in control. Hog Rider behind the Royal Ghost. Snowball to make some more room. Schwarzen's going to take this tower. Poison will finish it off. Oh, no. Poison won't finish it off anymore. Poison is now 184. So Poison going to leave this one low. Let's see if Schwarzen remembers that as time goes on. Poison Snowball will be enough. Bandit dashing everywhere. Mama Pekka, will she get a swing? No. Skeletons come in last second. Javi should just load the heck up here and keep loading up as much as he possibly can. Magic Archer doesn't quite get the geometry down right. Javi needs to do whatever he can to just keep poison off his tower. And there you go. That'll be it. Snowball will finish it. Good effort there by Javi at the end. Poison Snowball will do it. GG, well played. Schwarzen now up 2. Schwarzen up 2. Big, big situation here for the young German. Schwarzen up 2-0 against one of the top competitive players in the game. That is absolutely huge. So we'll jump into game number 3 here. Javi risking getting swept. Schwarzen up 2-0. Ban is Graveyard for those of you keeping track at home. And it's lava for Javi. Lets the cycle go through. Schwarzen going to push hard on the right-hand side. And Javi has to go for a tower trade now. But plenty of elixir for Schwarzen to defend. Inferno Dragon behind. And nice timing on the Musketeer there from Schwarzen. But no Zap. Zap maybe not in cycle, or Schwarzen decided not to play it. So tower down left-hand lane. Or not quite, but tower dead, let's put it that way. Hold on one second, folks. 64 on the left-hand side. Got lost, caught up there for a second. Sparky down for Schwarzen. But that's going to be a whole lot of trouble. Javi going to stay alive here. Tower down to 23 HP. Javi in good shape. Healthy Sparky right into the Inferno Dragon. Zap will reset, but that Sparky ain't going to do much here. And arrows clean all of that up pretty easily. Not playing the barbs. There we go. Barbs come high now from Javi. And completely in control now, Javi 14. So Schwarzen not going to get the 3-0. A really weird exchange on that left-hand tower, where it felt like Schwarzen could have got back to a Zap and saved the left-hand tower with the Musketeer. Instead, let that tower go and ended up with the L here in game number 3. Very surprising turn of events, at least in my book. That's a GG, well played. We're going to game 4. Javi 14 still alive. What a strange game that one. Lots of bowler graveyard today, says Guess Watini. Yes, you're absolutely right. There's been a fair bit. I think that was our first Lava Hound of the day. Lava Loon Miner. And Schwarzen banning Miner. Yeah, I did see. Thank you very much, Jazzy. If anybody has... Now I'm trying to figure out Thaddues' Twitter. I've heard people say that he's a little bit toxic, so I'm sure you guys know it. If anyone could throw that my way, that would be very nice. Actually, I need Thaddues and DenisitoPro. I might have DenisitoPro somewhere. So now it's going to be 2-1 to Schwarzen. Javi needs to win 2 more to still get this one done. Let's go ahead and jump in to our next game. Slow start here between these two. Javi with a wow on that log cycle. Absolutely shocked is Javi. Can't believe that a log cycle would happen. And you know why? I understand it. Who cycles a log these days, huh? So slow start for this one. Javi with the double dragon. Is Javi going eagle him here? Double dragon out of the Spaniard. I am your angel. Thanks for joining. It's looking pretty dirty here from Javi at this stage. Oh, he missed the log. I didn't see it. I was trying to put the Twitter in. He missed a log? Who misses a log? Mewtwo, welcome to the channel. So it's feeling pretty dirty from Javi so far. Fake Lapo gang in the building. Probably not Lapacati's a good one. Oh, but it one tile back. Oh, a little bit loose with those log placements now that its range has been reduced. I don't know about that. Fisherman here. And Javi just pouring it on. Battle Healer won't go down because that's what she does. She just stays alive forever. Williams, Kay and Williams have been missing logs all day because of the range tile. Yeah. Logs going to be a little bit, you have to be a little more careful with it now. So Schwarzen going with last meta's most popular Royal Giant deck. Been played with both the Skeleton Dragons and the Bats. Choosing with the Skeleton Dragons after that Bats nerf. Ain't doing much for him, though. Ooh, Sam stepping up for Swimmer. Swimmer's not here to link the chat that the stream he's already in, so Sam's stepping up and doing it. Thank you very much. Javi just clogging the heck out of this map. Nicely timed Heal Spirit from Schwarzen, though. Hunter stays alive. And Schwarzen's gonna get a little more damage here. Fisherman's gonna come in and do a slap. And just like that, this game is much closer than it should be. Javi had a pretty solid lead, but as time's gone on, Schwarzen chipping away at him. Final 90 seconds, and the German with a pretty good chance of taking this one back and getting the 3-1 today. Fireball making that a little bit harder. This Royal Giant will get 2 shots on tower, though. Does not get a third, but just like that, we're now separated by just 12 HP. Javi 14 finally setting up Battle Healer on the right-hand lane, but this RG cycle has been relentless from Schwarzen. The big ball Bagoo finally down on the right-hand side. Schwarzen gets that tower down to 557 on the left. Fisherman trying to separate these troops as much as possible. Battle Healer just gets completely evaporated by the fish go boom. And just like that, it looks like Schwarzen is going to 3-1 Javi 14. 30 seconds left. Can the Spaniard battle back here? Can he defend a Royal Giant and get tower damage down? And beat out the Fireball? So many ands right now. The high bar putt, unsupported Royal Giant can't do it. 13 seconds left. Does anything have the speed? NATO pulls the Hunter away. Fireball trying to get in. doesn't go on tower. The Blob's trying to beat it out. The 258 on the right-hand side, and that's going to be it. The Blobs can't do it. Schwarzen, 3-1 against the SK Gaming star, Javi 14. Fish slap OP indeed, says Sam in the chat. There we go. There's your stats on this one. Javi had it early, but could not keep up with the cycle. Could not keep up with it. Does anyone know, as long as we're talking here, let's come back out here, look at the overall view. Anyone know DenisitoPro's Twitter? I'm trying to see if I can figure it out. Oh, I found it. Boom. Let's go ahead and tweet out this little chunk. And get ready for our next bit of action. Rubén versus Sandoval coming up next. One second, guys. Getting this tweet ready to rock out. And there we go. And let's jump on into it. Rubén of Team Queso up against Sandoval. And guys, again, if you want to help support the stream, go ahead, jump on Twitter, and give this bad boy a retweet. Catzilla, hi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. We are in the Stage 2 of the AMG Cup. $2,000 prize pool. We're at Rubén versus Sandoval. Rubén. And second time seeing lava, so don't see lava all day, and now see it 2 times in a row. Very, very interesting. And yeah, this is going to be a tough one here. Sandoval looks like a baseball player. Yep. Did I miss? Yeah, Rich, say hi to Johnson. Hey, Johnson. What's up, Johnson? How are you, Johnson? G. Johnson. The #1 Johnson. Let's see. Catzilla, new to the series and the game, just downloaded. Oh, cool, Catzilla. This is my favorite mobile game, by far one of my favorite games overall, but certainly favorite mobile game. Unless you're playing against the deck that Rubén's against right now in Icebow. Then it's the worst game that's ever been made. And all you want to do is throw your phone through a window. But that's going to be a big hit on the right-hand side. Tower down on the right. And that is how you come back against Ice Rocket. That's how you come back and get it done. And I don't see Ice Rocket winning a 2-tower game here. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Seems like Sandoval had it, lost it. Sandoval, personal best on ladder, 81.95. Of course, Rubén, one of the Rubén, one of the best in the business. Log will not finish the tower, 24 HP remaining. A lot on the board now for Sandoval to deal with. Oh yeah, hey, Kodigo. If you're really Kodigo, DM me. There you go. If you're the real somebody and you're in my chat, you want to prove it, just DM me. Not Rubén, Rubén. And there you go. Forgot to get the tower down. Had to play defense. Sandoval with a rough one here, folks. Let's go look at the stats view powered by Royale API. Rubén making it look easy. Rubén, of course, has been with Team Queso for a long time, coming up through their development program, Arena Casino. Team Queso, one of the few orgs that really has a program that's kind of open to everybody. It's interesting how Team Queso finds new talent. But they have open tournaments inside their inside their Discord that you can work your way through those open tournaments, win a bunch of stuff inside the Queso system, and join Arena Casino. Their amateur, their semi-pro and amateur teams, their development program. Show just joined. Sub in the building. Good to see you, Show. And Rubén was discovered through that program, worked his way up. Rubén. Discovered through that program. And now he's here. Of course, if you follow Clash Royale competitively very closely, there was a big 9-0 run he went on in Superliga Orange, an SLO, to help Team Queso get the win there before coming over, turning 16, coming and joining CRL. Catzilla. Wow, they have teams thought it was an individual game. Yeah, Catzilla. Let me go ahead and jump on camera here for a moment for this one. Hi, Catzilla. I'm Rich Slayton, caster for Clash Royale League, the professional league for competitive Clash Royale, which in the West features esports organizations like Team Liquid, SK Gaming, Tribe Gaming, Dignitas, Chivas Esports, Misfits, Team Queso, Space Station Gaming, Pain Gaming, who am I forgetting now? Cream Esports, Cream Royale Betis now. And, of course, a bunch of big stuff in the East as well. A lot of these players do play for professional esports organizations. What is the Queso Discord? I don't really know. Yeah, Catzilla, there also is an Eastern region as well for our league with teams like Nova Esports, Fav Gaming, Ponos, Kicks Team, a lot of stuff like that. So the main league's divided into an Eastern and Western region, but there is pro and semi-pro stuff all over the world for Clash Royale. What happened with Cream? Cream was bought by the football club, the soccer club Real Betis, and it's now Cream Real Betis is the name of that team. The Kid, how are you? Peely, welcome. R-Trail, second syllable, stressed. Even I can't pronounce names. Rubén. Yeah, Rubén. If you want to do the trill. How about for the Central U.S. folks? Catzilla. Well, good news for you. The top two teams in CRL West this season. One of them, Space Station Gaming, which is a U.S. org, based out of Utah, is Space Station Gaming, and that one was the CRL Western champion, featuring 2 American players, Craap and the God RF. And then the second place team, Misfits Gaming, based out of Florida, was an all-American roster. Trainer Dippets, or Dippets now, Razzer, Wings, and Air Surfer, who will be seeing some of those guys here in this tournament. Tribe is also based in Texas, Tribe Gaming. So a lot of American orgs. Sandoval opens Pekka way in the back. G. Johnson, what's up? The Kid saying, is Thaddues next? Yes, sir. Thaddues versus the God RF. Coming up after Rubén versus Sandoval. Sandoval choosing not to ban yet. Yeah, Team Liquid does have Diego B, who's an American player, but who internationally does not play for the US of A. But Tribe Gaming is an American org based in Texas, but that has no American players, a Frenchman, a Brit, and 2 South Koreans. So Pekaloon freeze for Sandoval. Not going to work out well for him, Rubén. We saw this deck earlier today. Didn't work as well. This time, Rubén playing it great. An unbelievably a highly decorated young player is Rubén. Been playing high-level competitive since before he was 16, back in 2017. As an individual, has won the Orange Cup 3 times, the Moreno Cup twice, Red Bull MEO in Spain, won Gamergy, the Mobition, 22 separate individual awards as a competitor, and as a teammate, 9 #1 finishes. Won the No Tilt League Special Edition with Team Queso, 2-time winner of the OG Series, 2-time winner at RPL, won SLO, PGL, The kid is very experienced and a phenomenal player, great manager of both the micro and the macro. Catzilla, to answer your question about the pro scene, you have to be at least 16 to play professionally. The oldest player I've known to be active in Clash Royale League, I believe, in the Western side was 28. I think there are some players over 30 in CRL East, but I'm not entirely sure. Most players are between 16 and 23 or so. The Loon Freeze into the right-hand side does not connect. Archer, stop it. Dark Goblin, continue to do work here for Rubén. Rubén. Hey, Alpha Moriarty. Hey, 805 Joe, OP sub in the chat. Good to see you. Wasn't Tali like 40? Yeah, that's back in CCGS. Don't forget Yeray, who is 72 years old. Good point. Yeray is 72. Forgot about that one. Oh, that balloon works against Rubén. That balloon goes the wrong direction. Freeze. Brilliant freeze by Sandoval. What a freeze by Sandoval. Unbelievable. Rubén fireballs and Sandoval heads up play, freezes the far tower, and gets a huge connection just like that. Sandoval in the lead in the final minute. This freeze ain't gonna do much here, though. Rubén having trouble trying to battle through now. Gave up the lead, but the Dark Goblin right-hand side gonna do a whole lot of damage. Lead currently to Sandoval. Pekaloon freeze. Causing trouble. Fireball in. Rubén trying to get it back here. And that balloon falls out of death range. 705 on the right-hand side. Fireball gives Rubén the advantage here if he can play defense for these next few seconds. Freeze trying to do it, not going to get it done. Rubén going to win game number 2 by a hair. Rubén winning game number 2 by not much at all. Alpha Moriarty asking, what creator code should I use? Oh, by the way, guys, if you do make any purchases in the shop, use code RICH. Boom. That's pretty cool. You can use it in all Supercell games. Pekaloon freeze. Doesn't pull it off for Sandoval. Sandoval did not choose to use his ban. We'll see if he does it this time. What is Rubén's win condition? I would say the Battle Ram. That seems like a win condition to me. You know, do you, though? Use code RICH when you bought the pass last season. Nice. Very cool. And the ban is going to be, I think Noble means Royal Giant, doesn't it? What does Noble mean? We already went over Noble earlier today. Dark Goblin with some pretty good chip. Giving a little, my baby boy Slayton woke up from his nap, giving him a little wave here. As we keep on getting our casting in. And here we go. On to our next game. Sandoval does ban the Royal Giant. Yeah, yo, Coach Try, I should promote my code more often. Tomb, where can you use the code if you buy? Well, take a look at your Clash Royale app there, Tomb. Great question. And in your Clash Royale app, go over to the far left-hand side of your menu options down at the bottom right. You have Battle, then you have the chest on the far left-hand side. If you scroll down to the bottom of that chest, it says Creator Boost in the shop. You can go put in code RICH, and then I get a little bit every time you make a purchase, whether it's the Whether it's the Battle Pass or one of those big packs, whatever it might be. Helps me out, and all the money goes back into the channel. Whether it's to improve some of the tech stuff, or now I've hired someone to do some thumbnails. And, of course, the different prizes and giveaways that I do. Sandoval might be using Graveyard Barb Hut. Yeah, distinct possibility here. Alpha Moriarty. It does only matter if you actually spend money to either buy gems or buy the pass or buy packs or whatever it might be. And if you do, help a brother out. Rubén going pretty basic version of log bait here. College fund for baby boy Slayton. That's right. Send my kid to college. Rubén's lifetime career win rate in CRL. Oh, actually, I just realized that my formula there is wrong. What? Why is that formula not working? Oh, that's why. I'm looking at my data, at my stats, and realizing that some of my stats are off because I had a formula that was off. That's crazy. Let's go ahead and fix that formula right now. My word. Has that been off this whole time? This whole time? Career win rate of 61% for Rubén in CRL. Put up a nearly 70% win rate in his first season with Team Queso in the fall last year. This season, though, dropped down to 36%. Rough outing for Team Queso, of course. Catzilla, that's a great question. For this particular Catzilla asking if we weren't in our current situation, would these players be competing on a stage in a big arena? Catzilla, not for this particular competition, but for the main league, CRL, absolutely. But they were competing online only this last split in the spring. But normally, they do compete in on a live stage. In fact, I will go ahead and link to you right now. I'm glad to introduce someone to Clash Royale Esports. This is very cool. Here you go, Catzilla. Here is the link to our World Finals from 2019. Took place here in Los Angeles, California. Haza, Rich, why don't you put on the setting where you can watch streams even when they end? That's a thing? That's a setting? There's your answer. I didn't know that's a setting. I have not been watching. I've been answering all these questions. I have not been watching this particular game very much at all, but obviously Rubén putting on a good show. But Haza, this stream will be available in its entirety and replay on YouTube. His 8th card is probably Arrows. I was going to say probably Log, but it's Arrows. Final 40 seconds. Rubén up 847 to 1393, and one Goblin does get on tower. Poison to the right-hand side. Is it going to come in? No, it's not. Just the graveyard. Arrow's playing defense here. Now the poison comes in late. Musky high. Can she get on tower? Dark Goblin trying to keep her off. And just like that, Sandoval in the lead here. Rubén does not get past that barb barrel, and that's going to be a GG. Rubén makes a bit of a miscalculation at the end, and Sandoval takes a game off the Spanish Star. Overleveled Skelly and Alpha Tad. Thanks for joining. Thought it'd be Rocket Skelly. I thought it would have been Log. I thought it was gonna be the Log, but no, it's Rocket. I guess Log might have been better against the GY in some ways. Yeah, Rubén would have won if he had Log like normal. Maybe. Maybe. But he didn't. Rubén is Spanish. Yep, he is from Spain. Plays for Team Queso, one of the premier Clash Royale esports organization out of Spain. And looks like Barb Hut is the ban for Rubén. No big surprises there. Oh, is CWA on the lurk status here, hanging out, watching a little bit? So Barb Hut the ban from Rubén, currently with the advantage here, 2-1. Let's go ahead and jump into game 4. Spanish accent for the third game. I don't know if I have a good Spanish accent. Hola a todos. Si puedes leer esto en español, felicitaciones, eres un crack. That's the best I can read Spanish. I never took Spanish. Hey, Mikey, how are you? Good to see you. Barb Hut and Royal Giant, the ban. Fireball to the Magic Archer. We'll see if there's more Fireball bait in this deck from Rubén, or if that's the only clear target. Rubén may be going with the Battle Ram or Piggies here. It's not RG for Sandoval with the kid because Royal Giant is banned. So it looks like to be Giant Miner Night Witch for Sandoval. Mega Knight for Rubén to the left-hand side, supported by the Magic Archer. You're going to see that Magic Archer full-on target. Sandoval not even trying to get cheeky and get damage on tower as well. Just wants that Magic Archer off the board. 4-for-4 trade. Happy to get the extra value if he can, but in general, keeping that Magic Archer off the board going to be worth it. And Rubén chooses to ignore the Fish Slapper for a moment. Heal Spirit not going to help the E-Wiz. Right now, Sandoval in the lead, 20-54 to 22-51. Fireball with the E-Wiz in help completely evaporates those Piggies. Rubén with the 2 elixir advantage. Have not seen the Miner yet out of Sandoval. Rubén might be playing MK. Yeah, he might be. It's a distinct possibility. Miner does come in now. Good protection by the Bandit. Heal Spirit to help as well. Great protection by Rubén. So now the Fireball has to come out. Sandoval tried to get cheeky with it. Gonna pay the price here. Pigs behind this. Huge push incoming. Fireball not in cycle. And that's going to be a massive swing just like that. Rubén takes the lead back from Sandoval in game 4. So he's trying to save the Fireball to defend against the Piggies. Then had to bring the Fireball out. Probably shouldn't have against that Magic Archer, but hard to make that call. And now, Rubén completely in control. Missed E-Wiz, Marcher, and Bandit. Yeah. Great protection by Rubén. You saw the Bandit protect the Magic Archer. Sandoval maybe tilting here. Psyche! Thanks for joining. Giant goes opposite direction. Gonna be a right lane battle, folks. The question is, does Rubén push into this lane continuously or force Sandoval to defend both lanes? Fireball down. The Heal Spirits on defense have been clutch for the Spaniard. Massive push to the right-hand lane. Does Rubén go Piggies to the left or support this in the same lane? Instead, just loads up Bandit. Magic Archer going to get some tower value. Great play here, and now a swarm. Piggies in. 2 Ewis down for Sandoval, but struggling. And the miner gets picked up. How many things can go wrong for Sandoval here? One giant hit would be huge, and the one giant hit takes the lead. Oh my word, in the final 10 seconds, Sandoval steals the lead back. A giant hit and a fireball, and we're going to game 5. I think we're going to the first game 5 of the day, folks. First game 5 of the day, I think. Have to double check and confirm that one. Sandoval pulls the rug out from under Rubén's feet in the final seconds. Is that the first game 5 of the day? This is the first one. We haven't gone to game 5 yet. Here we go, Rubén versus Sandoval. Ooh boy. Ooh boy, this is gonna be a fun one. Sandoval looks kind of like Obama, says Isaac $7. Good to see you, Isaac. And yeah, maybe a little bit. Let's go take a look at him one more time. Could Sandoval pull off a reverse sweep here? That would be absolutely massive. Looking at that last game one more time. And it looked like Sandoval had completely fallen apart midway through this one. Recovers, gets the damage in, sends us to a final deciding game against the young Spanish superstar. Team Queso, of course, won the No Tilt League Special Edition in decisive fashion. They were almost unbeatable in that competition. And then had a very disappointing CRL spring split. We'll see what they do in the fall when there's a longer season. Sandoval looks kind of like Obama a little bit. Fair enough. Stone Crypto, thanks for stopping by and thanks for the follow. See that little electrical sign there? That's an admin for Trovo. What was the game 4 matchup? I missed it. Alpha Moriarty. What was the game 4 matchup? I just watched it a second ago. Hold on, I'll tell you. Game 4 matchup was Fireball Bait with Mega Knight, Royal Hogs Mega Knight, versus Giant Miner Night Witch for Sandoval. There you go, that's the matchup. Tipsic Leon and Isak, how are you? And Ice Rocket for Sandoval in the final game. All tied up, Banzer Barb Hut, Royal Giant. Not a bad choice to go with Ice Rocket with those bands. Let's see how good he is with it. A fairly popular version of Graveyard Cycle. Maybe like the 4th or 5th most popular Graveyard deck in the game right now. Probably more like 5th or 6th. A lot of Graveyard variants in Clash Royale at the moment. Poison dies off. Now you'll see Rubén cycle the skeleton just to keep that down. No connection here. And a nice snowball doesn't get the skellies. See Rubén Valk and then cage up one more time. No, goes high with the Mega Minion. Knight comes out to protect. That was pretty predictable. Let's just keep an eye on how Rubén tries to cycle pickups for this Expo. Second time now that NATO's been used to deal with the skeletons. Let's see if Rubén maybe goes skeletons far side next time. Twice now Rubén has gone skeletons in front of the Expo. You can still pick up that Expo damage in the far lane though. So let's see if next time he varies that skeleton placement to deal with the NATOs. And now setting up on defense is Sandoval. Rubén ahead. And a nice log here from the Mexican player. Sandoval's not going to get much out of that defensive Expo. And Rubén is trying to chip away. Knows this might come down to a single tick. Expo high in the middle here, going for a left side lock. But the Mega Knight to the outside, no, picked up by the Knight. Sandoval one step ahead for the moment. It's going to be some good poison value, though. NATO not in cycle, so splitting skeletons works out fine here for Rubén. And Valk, wow, just loading up here on the right-hand side. Valk with archers. Has to be careful, and there is an Expo connection. Oh my word, Rubén gonna fall in round 1 to Sandoval. Oh no, one connection. And Sandoval's gonna go through. Graveyard in now, finally. Rubén knows it's his only chance to try to get on tower with a Graveyard. Gonna try to cycle Graveyard like a madman here, hope he can do something, but what is there to do at this stage? The only saving possibility here for Rubén is if Sandoval miscalculates his Expo, his rocket cycle, and somehow Rubén get enough damage between now and then. 500 HP on the right-hand side. Rubén needs to just spam GY. There you go, Graveyard in. Snowball in, can you get a poison down? Not gonna be enough. No rocket even needed. Sandoval takes the reverse sweep. And this guy has earned a lifetime ban. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Jobia. Lifetime ban. That was fun. Why is that not going to the correct place? And let's go ahead and see if I can get an update over here on those stats. Taking their sweet time coming in. And if you guys can hear that little bit in the background, that's my baby boy Slayton, almost 2 years old. Ooh, and snack provided here. Let's go pop out here for a second. The guy who I banned on Twitter, he came in and cursed a bunch, and my auto mod blocked it, which is nice, and then started trying to spam, so I got rid of him. So next up is supposed to be Thaddues versus the God RF. We'll see what happens. Mini Slayton joined the channel for a half second. But right now, not seeing Thaddues and RF, not seeing Sergio and DenisitoPro, so we'll see what they come up with. Mrs. Slayton and Baby Boy Slayton just dropped off a snack for your boy. There you go. So it looks like it's some granola bar, some orange pieces, and selected by my son, you can see some goldfish in there too. Baby Boy Slayton coming in clutch. So Thaddues is in the building, just waiting on the God RF to come in here and join. Maxim versus PUBG Mobile, how are you? Good to see you. More snacks on stream. Yeah, guys, it's time for snacks on stream. Here we go. We're going to start with an orange slice. There we go. A little juicy, a little sweet. And now let's try a piece of the granola bar. This might be crunchy, guys. If you don't like ASMR, oh boy, sorry about it. It's a chewy one. Well, there you go. Dr. Strange asking, can you explain what happens when I support a creator and purchase anything? Does he get the same amount I purchase with, or what? It's a split between Supercell and the creator. When you purchase something within whatever it be, Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, Boom Beach, Brawl Stars, whatever it is, your creator gets a portion of that purchase. Not all of it, but a portion. It helps out a lot. It really does help out a lot. Especially right now, if you don't know, YouTube revenue is way down with the current situation. So you supporting the creator through a creator code does a ton to help out creators. A lot of us are staying afloat because of that, in fact. So thank you very much. And the code is Code Rich. Let me go ahead and throw that in one more time. It's a really easy code. I should put it on my overlays or whatever. I just, don't talk about it that much, but I should, because it's a way of, supporting my family So I should do more of that. SergioRamos against DenisitoPro here in a moment. If DenisitoPro is here. Oh, boy. All right, here you go. Take a look one more time at the situation. All the players who have been in. It's been kind of a big rip today. Here we go. Game number 1. SergioRamos against DenisitoPro. Let's go. G. Johnson, this is the match you were here for? I'm excited you get to have it now. Hog for DenisitoPro. He did run 2.6, I believe, in the first chunk. Might be running... Ooh, okay. Looks like DenisitoPro is probably running Ice Hog. So basically take the Ice Bow deck we just saw, take out X-Bow, put in Hog Rider. Good Magic Archer geometry there from the CCGS World Champion SergioRamos. Of course, if you guys know what I'm talking about, CCGS, the original solo competition that this is here to kind of take the place of. CCGS SergioRamos won that one, won $250,000 back in 2017, which is pretty crazy. Ram Rider for Sergio. Up against Ice Hog with delivery. Did that delivery miss? I know there's no knockback anymore. The RF isn't here, Johnson. We're waiting to see if we can track him down and get him in. Their match will be postponed to the next one. So DenisitoPro with a slight lead so far. Oh, I forgot that he has that stupid thing, the symbol in his name, so I can't look him up correctly. Annoying. They should do CCGS again in addition to the team format. This is taking the place of CCGS now, Overleveled Skelly. The No Tilt World Championship is planned to be a thing that we'll do every year. Oh, it was 150 on a quarter million. Still, quite a lot. Ahmad and Mekton, welcome. Thanks for joining. Welcome to the stream. Birdbrain, how is YouTube revenue down? Do you think more people home watching vids equal more revenue? Or is it more competition? No, it's that there's less. There's smaller ad buys. The advertisers are paying less right now because, you know, all the things that are going on. Oh, this is not no-tilt. Yeah, no, this is not no-tilt. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. My brain is shorted out. I'm casting both no-tilt and AMG Cup at the same time. Going back and forth day by day. This is the AMG Cup. This did not replace CCGS. But no-tilt World Championship is now the solo championship of the world. I'll be back with that tomorrow morning. I've been casting so much. Did you miss Rubén? Yeah, you did. He lost. Got reverse swept. Went all the way to Game 5. Your evening breakfast was good. Congratulations. SergioRamos in the lead here. Sudden death overtime. Although that Hog going to get 2 shots and put things very, very close. Big counter push coming for SergioRamos, who, you know, talk about the winningest players in Clash Royale history. Talk about the championship SergioRamos has. CCGS World Champion, CRL China region, and World Champion with Nova Esports. Did not appear in that World Championship, but was on that team. Oh my gosh, DenisitoPro takes that one at the last second. What in the world? What in the world? What in the world? And where are the stats? Come on, guys. Let me go ahead and message the team. Oh, there we go. Well, that's the Rubén Sandoval stats. Come on, guys. Where are the stats? And there we go. Now we've caught up. SergioRamos choosing to save his ban for the future. Yeah, SergioRamos got in trouble there. So SergioRamos decides not to ban here. Yeah, Johnson. Glad you found the caps lock button. Congratulations. DenisitoPro with Hog Rocket. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Denisito, is he known? DenisitoPro's had some good moments. I don't know how well known he is. Trying to find his account on Royale API, but that stupid L with the M symbol in front of it makes Royale API real annoying to search. Time to eat a goldfish. So just as I was talking about all the things that SergioRamos has won, more championships than anybody, he throws the game. La Mufa, as they call it in Spanish, over on those streams with Koji-san. I completely jinxed him there. Cursed him, if you will.
Let's go.
Denisito is somewhat known, says Alpha Moriarty. Hey, Mikey, thanks for the cake. Really appreciate that. Means quite a lot there, buddy. We all like cake. Mamufa is real. Yep, for sure. So Logbait Valk for Denisito. Ooh, that guy says Lapica. Yep, that guy. Original fake Lapo. Best way to put it.
Let's go.
Pulls that shield off with the log. Gonna miss the control on the log on the Dark Prince. Barely gets that Valk down, but takes the splash damage. Poorly managed there by DenisitoPro in that moment. And the Ewiz pulls the Inferno Tower's aggro. Interesting. This is where you don't want to be playing bait. I mean, obviously you don't want to be down. That's a silly thing to say, but playing bait from behind, really, really challenging overall. Pandasonic saying, Denisito runs Hog Wizard Giant Skeleton on ladder. Oh yeah, and Alpha Moriarty saying the same thing. There you go. Nice minor pull to the back. Does the Dark Prince go through, get splash damage? And no, not quite. That minor nearly got a perfect pull on the Valk. Giant, this is our second time seeing Golem Minor today. Deepfake saying Golem Lightning's a really hard matchup. This ain't Golem Lightning, this is Golem Minor. And thanks for the stay safe, Zach, really appreciate it. And Minor in. SergioRamos just adding to the lead here. Unless he makes a huge mistake, Sergio's got this one. Can basically just Minor poison that out if he wants. Of course, poison now no longer going to do anywhere near as much damage. 184 the total. Who is the real Lapicani? We all are. We're all Lapicani. Sheldon Cooper saying it's Golem poison without small spell. Dennis should win every time. Yeah, should is different than does, though. SergioRamos got ahead, and GG, well played, 1-1. Asia saying spell nerf is the worst thing CR team has done. Interesting. What do you guys think? I think the spell nerf is good. I think the spell nerf is great for the game. Yeah, Golem Poison, no small spell. I think spell nerf was good. Fisherman ban for DenisitoPro. Interesting choice for Denisito. Heyman, how are you? So far out of... Let's see, where do we find DenisitoPro on this list? The only Bolivian player. Birdbrain saying spell nerf is terrible. Asia upset because we have to rememorize everything. Before we knew Log does 84, Rocket does 432, Poison does 216. Well, now it does different things. There you go. I think the spell nerf in general is good. Spell cycle to finish towers was too prevalent, in my opinion. Birdbrain, what's a balance change that you liked? I think the Log got it too much. I don't think the Log needed to have its... I don't think the Log needed to have its range nerfed. Yo, Rich, we had a discussion about level distance and 5K trophy range. All right, Exact Zico. What else you got there? I like the change. I like at least making an effort to change bowler about this balance change. I generally like the spell nerf. I generally think that one's good. I think that getting spell cycled out and that being like just how you lose is super annoying and dumb. Whether it should have just been Rocket, I don't know, but that's just targeting one deck in particular. I think that Miner should, that a nerf to Miner's damage was silly. I'd actually restore Miner's damage and reduce its HP if you want to do something to Miner. Miner's use rate is because it's a tank, not because it's a damage dealer. I don't know about the delivery, the Royal delivery nerf. Knockback seems like a key feature of it, but made it way, way strong. And yeah, the Log's an issue. I will say this, though. It's old, but the Arrows rework, people don't talk about how good that was. So DenisitoPro running his ladder deck. Hog Rider, Giant Skeleton, Wizard. You know, I remember this now because I remember in the Ladder Gods portion of this tournament, I might have said Wizard 78 times. Wizard, Wizard, Wizard. I remember that now. 2.8 Miner Wallbreaker deck deserved a nerf. Yeah, I think the Miner Wallbreaker is kind of boring. Birdbrain. This is DenisitoPro's Ladder one-trick deck. This is what he's known for playing on ladder. Get some okay finishes with it. If he didn't have that stupid symbol, I would tell you exactly what his best ladder finish is, but he has that stupid symbol, so I ain't got nothing for you. When we'll play the God RF? Katie, God RF is supposed to play last game, but he wasn't in clan, so they're trying to track him down right now. So if he shows up, he will be next match. It doesn't make sense to nerf legendary cards. I mean, they are legendary, therefore they shouldn't be modified. I think that's poor logic there, Johnson. Shouldn't be. What if they're underpowered? Should they be modified? And should legendary cards be inherently overpowered? I think a legendary card should have something truly unique about it. Not necessarily be overpowered, though. NATO to pull all that in. Now, here's the thing about DenisitoPro in this matchup. SergioRamos currently with the lead in sudden death overtime. It's unlikely SergioRamos knows this matchup very well. It's highly likely DenisitoPro has played this particular matchup dozens of times. Hog Rider in, Mega Knight down a half step early here, but Cage Rider will pin that, or Cage Mega Knight will pin the Hog Rider. And now pressuring the opposite lane is SergioRamos with the Bandit. Giant Skeleton to pick up. And that's been a good job out of SergioRamos to switch lanes, to get dual lane pressure, to not give too much to the Wizard and the Giant Skeleton in one lane. Bandit low here. And just as I say that, SergioRamos loads up right into the Wizard and the Giant Skeleton. This could be challenging. Fireball in, and it's a nice NATO. Hog Rider doesn't get a shot, and Giant Skeleton doesn't escape. Final 30 seconds, things are very close here. Skarmy and Wizard absorb that Royal Hogs push on the left-hand side, and now DenisitoPro loading up pretty big. And that Hog Rider getting completely blocked. Fireball in, though. And keep in mind, Fireball log for DenisitoPro. If he can stop this set of piggies, he might be able to steal here. NATO pulling things back. Needs to get the Fireball down. Gonna miss it, and goes Fireball high rather than Fireball. Went to get the Magic Archer as well. What a strange position on that Fireball. You have to go to the high inside corner. It looked like DenisitoPro had a chance to steal that one back in the last seconds. Can't get around to the Fireball quickly enough and throws the Fireball high and outside rather than that front inside corner. Oh, at Sergeant Clash, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and throw that in right now. 8C OU. Is it 0 or O? It's 0, right? Getting ready for our next game here. 8C0U 29 C8. Let's go ahead and search for that. Gotta put the darn hashtag in front of it, right? There you go. SergioRamos taking a second to redo his decks. $81.59 personal best for DenisitoPro. Currently 431 on ladder. Of course, it is the first day of season, so who really cares? 72nd best finish on ladder on his main. And of course, 20-win challenge winner. Here we go. Game number 4. SergioRamos with match point. Hold on. Eating some granola bar. Double bait for SergioRamos. DenisitoPro. Might be going with a similar look here. Pretty heated debate here on what is and is not skilled as a deck. Curious. And nice call from SergioRamos to go with the Inferno Tower version. Has a clear response to Hog now. GG, well played. And the log goes inside. Gobs go outside, doesn't matter. It's DenisitoPro with a fully healthy Wizard on the board. And a 4-for-5 trade there evens these two up on Elixir. So SergioRamos in a bit of a bind as far as the King Tower goes up against this NATO. Let's see if he keeps going to the outside here, and he goes one more time. So kind of a predictable situation here. SergioRamos will be going outside. Kind of surprised that DenisitoPro threw the log to the inside before. Given the situation, maybe he was thinking that SergioRamos was looking to outcycle the NATO and would go outside because the NATO wasn't ready. Delivery a little bit early, doesn't get the hog, and again, no knockback. DenisitoPro starting to have a little bit of cycle challenges, it seems. The whole point of this double bait deck to stretch your opponent thin, spread out their defenses wide, try to catch something on a cycle. DenisitoPro maybe not making his optimal plays now because of that exact gameplay by SergioRamos. Deep with the barrel this time. Log still ends up working out perfectly for for Denisito. And that was a poorly timed wizard out of DenisitoPro. Maybe I was entirely wrong here. Maybe that wizard was perfect. Wizard there to pick up the Inferno Tower damage. Let the giant skeleton get in closer. Hog gets on tower. That might have been exactly what he was hoping for. SergioRamos switching lanes now and forces out a negative trade, then a positive trade, so things all even. NATO tries to pull all that back, but Scabgob gets 2 on. 11:76 on the right-hand side to 11:06. Final minute, things are tight. Fireball does give DenisitoPro the advantage here. SergioRamos loading up left-hand side. Maybe he goes God Barrel to the right-hand side, though. We'll see. And again, same push left-hand lane. Knight ahead with a good tankage behind it, and now no spell in cycle. Skarmy comes out. Inferno Tower high to defend against this Hog Rider, but it gets his head's face on the giant skeleton instead. Delivery trying to help out. Hog Rider gets blocked, does not get on tower. Final 20 seconds, 7:62. SergioRamos in trouble. Does have match point advantage though, so a game to lose here, a game to give if necessary. You never want to. Final 10 seconds. Giant skeleton on the left. Hog Rider in on the right-hand side. Not going to defend the Hog Rider, it looks like. Going to get one shot from the Hog. That's going to be a GG well played. We're going to our second game 5 of the day, folks. DenisitoPro back in this one. Playing his ladder deck, and so far SergioRamos just cannot figure out the math on that crazy deck. Gotta wonder if what that sample size, how many of those are just games that DenisitoPro played? All right, how often do you stream here? Rich says Hazard. I'll be streaming here more now. More now. I was streaming somewhere else exclusively, but not the case anymore, so you'll be seeing more of me. Of course, if you want to follow all my general streaming info, where I'll be, when I'll be, both for Clash Royale competitive content and also for open tournaments that you can compete in to win cash and play against top-tier players, like my regular $100 opens and $50 opens, go follow me on Twitter, and I'll always be announcing those there. They're also in my Discord, etc., etc. So here we go, game number 5. SergioRamos and DenisitoPro. Is the stream done? No, it's not. Not at all. We'll be here for a while, Dr. Strange. Let's go ahead and jump into our next one. We're going to be here for a while. Got a bunch more games to go. Oh, no, Dr. Strange. We'll be here for a while. Just adding in some plugs for the fun things we do. RG Ice Quiz control for DenisitoPro here in the final game. Oh, is this RG Ice Rocket? Oh, boy. You know, you nerf spells, and you think maybe, just maybe, Rocket Cycle Dex might take a hit. Has not been the case today. Log, NATO, Ice Wiz, Tesla. I don't know about you folks. This seems like a rough one for SergioRamos. And DenisitoPro can just RG for pressure. Doesn't have to expect to get on tower. Poison for DenisitoPro. Interesting. So not Rocket Cycle. NATO and Log perfectly ready, easily defended. Yeah, it's an ice version of RG, but with poison rather than rocket. Interesting choice here for the Bolivian. Sam saying he thinks that Sergio has an okay matchup. Well, he's against Log, Tesla, Tornado, and Ice Wiz. Seems like DenisitoPro should have this one pretty nice. We'll see how it plays out, obviously. SergioRamos is a very talented player. Nice delivery at the bridge to get the Dark Goblin off the board. Thoughts on Log nerf? I don't like it. I do not like the Log nerf. I don't think the range nerf was necessary. I don't know why, especially after the damage was nerfed. But no, they're trying to. There is a meta philosophy, and Hazard, I'll talk about your comment in a second. I do appreciate that. There is a balance philosophy, which is that balance changes should never balance the game. That a balanced game is a bad game. That balance changes should be purposeful to disrupt the meta rather than even it out. And I'll tell you what, some people have said the most balanced metas were some of the worst metas. If you look back in time, that they found them to be boring. Look at this, SergioRamos just getting a ton of damage on that left-hand lane. Man, SergioRamos, I was looking at chat, did not see what SergioRamos did to get all that damage. But that makes it difficult for DenisitoPro. He's playing this weird, too. Maybe he'll stack up RGs and triple. Maybe that's his game. Poison in, Log in. RG just barely survives. NATO not going to get the RG shot. Maybe he'll start stacking RGs and triple, but it's been a real rough one here. And oh, it's the deliveries are so late. Sergio might have rocket. Not in double bait. That'd be weird, but maybe. And these low Tesla here gives a skeleton shot. DenisitoPro is playing this pretty rough. DenisitoPro played some great games with his ladder deck, and now he's playing this pretty rough. That's going to be a GG, a well played. SergioRamos avoids disaster and moves on. Yeah, a little higher skill cap on Log. I don't know. I don't love the Log nerf, but you know, do what you will with it. But yeah, there is the general thought process that you should balance a game. You should do balance changes to disrupt the game, not to balance the game. That's a theory in balance changes, whether you believe in it or not. There is some validity to it, because then it means that there's a very different meta every time you balance it, rather than just making the meta more and more like based out. So here we go, the game you guys wanted to see. We had to skip it earlier, but now we're with it. Thaddues and the God RF coming up next, best of 5. Metchin, thank you very, Michang, is that what it is? Thank you very much for the support. Here we go. Currently on the best run in 2020. Prodiac, I'm in. Go to my Twitter, you'll see. So Thaddues opens up with Minor. Cool Master Nyarda, looking forward to seeing your deck. Hook Dark, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Hazard says, about a year ago I was working out of town, and was getting missing home a lot, getting depressed that day. I found you and Andrew on YouTube. Legit cried. So happy to see you guys. Hey Hazard, that means a lot, man. I'm glad we could bring you a little bit of joy. I especially know what it's like being away from friends, from family, from home, and finding something just to kind of remind you and make you feel comfort. So I'm glad that Andrew and I could do that for you, and hope to keep doing it for you. Hope that you find these streams a good place to hang out, have fun, in a generally, hint to the chat that's been arguing a bunch, generally non-toxic environment. Well, Anxiety, I don't stream here often. In fact, haven't streamed here in a long time. Yeah, Prodiac, now you get it. So recruits in both directions. All good, Max. I saw some people getting a little salty there. Just making sure everyone keeps it friendly at all times. Minor to the back for Thaddues, and taking a pretty significant lead here as we go into double elixir time. It's Thaddues. There's a TH. There's a TH. I'm going to call it, why is it Thaddues? Oh, he's German, so it's Thaddues. Thaddues. All right. What's my main account's name? Is this thing on? Hey, it's Bars. So you look at this deck and you go, hey, Hunter, Snowball, Smelly Dragons. And you think, rough outing for Balloon. You'd be absolutely right. The God RF taking game number 1 in style. Easy peasy. Two crowns down. GG, well played. Hey, Hazard, happy to, and guess what? I do a lot of this. You guys might not have seen it here on Twitch, because I haven't been doing it here on Twitch, but stream multiple days a week, both with competitive content and open tournaments that you can compete in. Anxiety asking, where can I find the bracket? Well, Anxiety, ask and you shall receive. Kaboom, there you go. La Picati saying we speak German in Belarus. Fake, original fake La Picati. OFL. Yeah. RF crushed it. But again, Snowball, Smellies, and Hunter. Zap not even necessary. It feels like that would be a good situation for RF, and it proved to be. Thaddues choosing not to ban. He will save his ban for the future. So we'll see when he chooses to pull it out, if he goes for it. Game number 2 on its way, Advantage RF. Let's go ahead and jump into it. The God RF, as I said before, is having a pretty amazing 2020. Of course, won the CWA Cup, finally got first place in one of those Revel Amar competitions. Second place at Game Mystery Cup. Won the American version of the Red Bull MEO. Second place on ladder. And oh yeah, third place with No Tilt Worlds with the USA. And oh yeah, Clash Royale League Western Championship with Space Station Gaming. The God RF currently on point, on pace to put up the best year of any Clash Royale player competitively. I'd say that overall right now goes to Surgical Goblin with his 2017. But God RF currently on a run to have maybe the best year of anyone ever in Clash Royale competitive. Thank you, Master Nyarda. Appreciate the DM. I'll check it out later. Thaddues going GY Musk. Yep, Thaddues chose not to ban. No-Till Finals will be online. Yes, Dr. Strange, that's the current plan. In the future, when we're able to travel more and stuff like that, maybe we'll see stuff like that in real life, offline, but for now, online. Medium flex from Zach. Yep. I'm with you there. So if you know the German Thaddues, I'm trying to pronounce it correctly now, personal best 85.60 on ladder. As you can see, competes with the Munich Storm. Vinny Royale, welcome. Graveyard in, Smelly Dragon tanking, but not that long. Knight does distract from the splash damage. Pretty decent push for the German here, extending his lead to 15-29 against that 20-50. Of course, you're going graveyard for graveyard with arguably the greatest graveyard player of all time. Maybe even inarguably the greatest graveyard player of all time. Hey, Swimmer's here. Swimmer showed up. We'll stay safe from Swimmer, stay safe from Nalim. Thank you guys very much. RF stacking troops up high, so Poison not available on defense. And the moment that Poison came out on the high troops, you saw RF go graveyard. And just like that, the American takes the lead back. Barbhut's really not causing a lot of worry right now for the Space Station 2v2 star. These bridge battles starting to go the way of the American. And that's turning into wins in the graveyards. Not even needing to use Poison on defense this time as RF. Baby Dragon with the E-Wiz still on defense, able to completely counter that. And now Poison on tower, plus Baby Dragon to tank. Final 60 seconds approaching, triple elixir on its way. RF playing perfect so far. I'm a bit surprised here the German decided to go graveyard for graveyard against the best. I would expect that the German now will use his ban in the next game. And my guess is that he will either ban Graveyard or Poison. We'll see which one he goes for. We've seen people ban Poison before trying to keep RF off of Graveyard decks, and then RF went Graveyard Freeze, so who knows? Graveyard Poison in for RF. Plenty on defense for the American between the E-Wiz and the Baby Dragon. Not in doubt. Was it ever in doubt? RF gonna win game number 2 and get match point here. GG, well played. One away from moving on. Is the Graveyard Master, the God RF. And that will update in just a moment with the appropriate stats. Lawler saying, I like RF's way of getting away with playing Poison on offense by winning bridge battle and pressure GY again. Yeah, RF, that was the thing about that matchup. That matchup was all about the bridge battles. And RF certainly had control of those. Thaddues banning Baby Dragon. Interesting ban here from the German. Baby D out. Very, very curious. Very curious indeed. So we'll go on to our next game here in just a moment. Recruits are still garbage, says Swimmer. I don't know, they're everywhere. They are absolutely everywhere. So here we go. Game number 3. RF with match point. Let's get to it. Have our final 4 games coming up after this. Final 4 matches. Very excited for him. And RF cycles Valk in the back. Lava Loon for Thaddues. Little zap reset. Is there a NATO in here for RF? And there is, perfectly timed. Inferno Dragon prevents any connection by the balloon. Well defended, up by 2 Elixir is the American. And GY Bowler, a new graveyard deck? And it's going to be played by the God RF? Well, that's fun. Let's see how this plays out. Feels like strong matchup advantage for RF. Although a nice connection by the balloon from the German, and a great zap to get the second drop. E-Wiz, Ice-Wiz, not enough. Valk will put a bunch of damage on that right-hand tower, but my word, just as I'm saying matchup advantage feels like it goes to RF, the zap changes everything. A much faster version of Lava Loon than we're used to seeing these days. Right? Lava Loon Barbs feels like the standard right now. Instead, this is a very quick version of Lava Loon, kind of an outdated one, you might say. And the German sets up lava opposite direction. Hey, it's Bars. What looks strong this setup meta? Well, this Graveyard deck has looked strong. And there you go. Graveyard does get it down. Although this E-Wiz Bowler on the right-hand side could be troublesome for the German. Balloon just keeps stacking up on the left-hand side. RF gets the NATO and the E-Wiz down. This should be able to control this balloon push, and the Valk picks up the guards. Trouble right now. Thaddues has to use the zap on the left on that right-hand side, and then put down a big push on the left-hand side. 2-tower game does lean towards the German, though. Graveyard, of course, difficult in a 2-tower situation. This is a fascinating moment. Fireball in. E-Wiz can't stop the balloon. NATO will pull all of that back out of tower range. Pups will do a little bit more damage here. RF ahead by a lot of Elixir. Can he take advantage? I am riveted right now. Balloon death damage should get on tower here, and there it does. 233 makes this thing very, very difficult. Fireball, zap, not going to be enough here. Not going to be enough. The German miscalculates. We were waiting for it all day. The German forgets what spells are now. Completely miscalculates his spell damage. Fireball zaps the tower. You saw the Gur, he forgot. Oh my word. What is happening? What in the world just happened? It took until the end of the day for someone to make the mistake. We were talking about it all day, and finally it happens. Unbelievable. That's weird matchup data, guys. Let's take a look at that. I mean, people talking about that matchup data. It's a 6 of 8 matchup. Right? Doesn't even have appropriate matchup data here. My word. Well, that was a lot. That was quite a lot. Well, we're taking a 5-minute break, guys, to switch over the Spanish casters. Let me go ahead and get my tweet ready for this final chunk, this final push on the day. Oh, it's been a long day, huh, too, guys? I've been with you the whole time. Sometimes on my feet, sometimes on my feet, sometimes on my seat. Let's go ahead. So next up we have Adrian Piedra up against Reichert, who I think I actually have his... There we go, Reichert CR. I'll talk to chat here in just one moment. Then it's going to be LucDubs versus someone we've seen quite a bit, Bansito. Followed by one of my favorites and yours, good old AC, ah crap, up against Leo Vargas. I don't know Leo Vargas's Twitter. If someone knows Leo Vargas's Twitter, let me know. It's 4:44 in LA. Okay, that's a time. It's 5:44 here in Montana. And then finally, the main event of the evening. I'm pumped for it. Razzer versus Jack. Reichert. What is it, Lava? It's I'm going Reichert. How about that? All right, what is Leo Vargas's Twitter? Let's go and figure that out. Razzer versus Jack. Ooh, boy, I can't wait. I cannot wait for that one. I cannot wait for Razzer versus Jack. That's the one. Anyone have it? Let's see. Let's go ahead and figure out this. Give me a second, guys. We'll be back with a few. We're taking a 5-minute break here to get the I think the Spanish caster switched over, and then boom. Leo Vargas Twitter. Let me go ahead and ask the. Go ahead and ask the Discord for this event. Let's see. Thunderstruck versus Bale. Is that tomorrow? That could be a fun one tomorrow. You know, I can give you a. I think I have a preview of tomorrow's matchup somewhere. Do I? I'm not sure. That's who's left. That's who we're still looking for. I'm gonna go ahead and take a little bite of a what's this called? A chewy granola bar. It's Leo Vargas 1616. Thank you. Boom. Let's see. One second, everybody. Reichert. Ooh, an XF raid. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, XF, how are you? And Evan, thanks for the host. You guys came here at such a unique and interesting time because we are on a now 3-minute more break for the AMG Cup. Appreciate the love, though. If you don't know, my name is Rich Slayton. I'm caster for Clash Royale League. And I cast a bunch of Clash Royale stuff. And we are here at the final 4 matches of the AMG Cup. $2,000 prize pool. And it's been a wild one today. Check out all the scores over here. I already saw JupiterKing win, Egor lose. Craziness happening over on that side. I mean, JupiterKing winning is not that crazy, but is what it is. So we've been through a lot today. Started at 1 p.m. or 12 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern. And we still have 4 more matches to go. Coming up next, Adrian Piedra versus the young German Reichert. Someone was correcting me in the other chat about how to pronounce it. LucDubs versus Bansito. Ah, crap, one of your favorite Super League or CRL champion for the West in our last season here for Space Station Gaming against Leo Vargas. And then the main event today, the final match, Razzer versus Jack. Who's ready for that one? Who's on fire for that one? Razzer versus Jack? Mwah, mwah. I'm excited. Here's a list of the players overall who were in this event. If you're just checking it out for the first time. Reichert. Yeah, that's what, I don't know, man. I don't know how to pronounce it. Here's the list of the players. A lot of them already eliminated. This is the first half of our round of 64. The second half will take place on Thursday for that round of 64. And here we go. Adrian Piedra, The Rock, up against the German Reichert. Reichert. Man, I'm not putting that much effort into pronouncing that guy's name. It's too much. It's too guttural.
Yay.
Here you go, guys, with the bracket if you want to follow along. Razzer versus Jack, I sleep. AC versus anyone. You're asleep for Razzer versus Jack? Get out of here. So bait for the German. Double bait for the German. What you guys got in this one? Is Adrian Piedra still able to do it? This young German's been good. One of the top ones. And fish slaps his way through those goblins. Over there on the right-hand side, of course, if you follow Clash Royale esports for any length of time, you're very familiar with Adrian Piedra. He's been on the scene for a long time. Got second place in the Clash Contender, not Clash Contender series, in CCGS back in LATAM in the spring season. Of course, had a long and storied career in Clash Royale. Got second place both in spring and fall. Made the top 8 in CCGS World Finals in 2017. And of course, had a good run with Complexity and CRL for a while. Now on Chivas Esports with the all-Mexican squad. We've seen a lot of recruits today. If you're just joining us right now, Royal recruits have been all over. Don't know if it's just new meta mischief or if there's something that they're figuring out, but I've seen a ton of Royal recruits on this first day in the new meta. And thanks XF for the huge host, for the huge raid. Really do appreciate it. Full-on double bait pressure now from the German. Bar barrel has not been enough. The dual lane pressure has been consistent, but AP hasn't been able to get it done. Here we go, 3-1 split. Smart 3-1 split. Taking the fireball away from where the bulk of those recruits were, but still unable to do much. And Adrian Piedra kind of all over the place right now. It's going to be a GG. Reichert wins game number 1. XF was trying out Recruit too. Yeah, recruits, they've been around a bunch today. There we go, stats view, powered by Royale API. And not great matchup data on this one. This is a ban on first loss competition for those of you just joining us over from XF stream. And Adrian Piedra opting to save his ban. We've seen a lot of that today. Typically ban on first loss, people ban quickly, but instead Adrian Piedra following the lead of a lot of other players today and choosing to save his ban rather than execute it. Very, very curious. Here we go, game number 2, advantage German. Reichert. 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 Original Fake Law Picati asking if am I employed at Ash's AMG. I'm signed with AMG. I'm not an AMG employee. But yes, they represent me in a bunch of stuff. And Hog does not activate King Tower. So 2 hits. Fisherman cycle to the other lane. No activation. We've seen an okay amount of bomb tower today. It seems like it's in a relatively healthy place right now. I don't know what you guys think of the chat. Let me know if you agree, disagree. Bomb tower seems to be in a healthy place, not overly strong, not overly weak. Useful in some decks, but not a must-have. Aggressive push from the German on the left-hand side. This time, Hog will activate King Tower with the Fisherman. 1742 on the right-hand side. Adrian Piedra in the lead. And that King Tower activation will reduce the Hog Tower's shots by an average of 2. An uncontested Hog Rider will get 7 shots on a tower. With King Tower activation, it gets 4. Typically, that translates to 2 when it is contested. We'll see what happens. Second time, maybe second or third time seeing Hog EQ today. And loading up on the right-hand side is Reichert. And this time, Adrian not reaching the tower with the Hog Rider. We'll see if Reichert can get ahead with these Fishermen enough to prevent that from happening again. Adrian Piedra does cycle faster, but does have to be careful as well. Mega Knight and Fisherman both good options on defense for the German. Earthquakes deal more damage than a rocket. I don't believe so. EQ does 204 and rocket does 370. Oh, 2 Earthquakes deal more damage than a rocket. Yeah, 2 Earthquakes do. I thought you said Earthquakes just by itself, XF. But yes, 2 Earthquakes do deal more damage than a rocket, absolutely. I don't have a problem with it, actually. Earthquake pretty much disappeared from the meta after its most recent nerf. I think this, leaving it out of the current nerf, I think actually will do good to Earthquake. Was there any Royal delivery use today? Asked W. Luo. Luo. There has been some delivery use today. It's been hard to judge its efficacy, although not having the knockback certainly changes the card quite a lot. Mega Knight Fisherman in. Adrian holding on. High E-Wiz to contend with the Musketeer. Hog Rider in. Adrian Piedra setting up low this time. He's playing pretty well so far. Final minute. Adrian doing a good job of just keeping the Mega Knight contained. Although a snowball in the musket could be big here. Hog EQ opposite direction. But back to the bomb tower. Adrian just outcycles too nicely. Just no way for the German to really break through here. The defensive tools always available for Adrian. And now he could do 2 EQs if he wanted to. Gonna go ahead and play some defense. A little variation on Muskie placement here. Should see a bomb tower. There we go, bomb tower high this time, Knight low. And no reason to spell cycle at this point. Adrian Piedra locks it up easily. GG, well played for the Rock. Adrian Piedra with a solid win. Wasn't that the second? Yeah, where's the... Let me go ahead and check on something real quick. Some interesting questions in the chat. Give me 1 second here. It's all in Spanish. I should have learned Spanish in high school, guys. Instead, I took French because my mom said so. What a mistake that was, huh? What a huge error that was. Everyone blame my mom for something that happened a very long time ago. So waiting on the ban for the German, see if he goes with something. Banning Musketeer. Musketeer now banned. For the remainder of this best of 5, these are all best of 5s, by the way. What the heck, didn't I tweet? What's going on? Did I not put something out here for the last one? Oh, I did. There we go. Oh, I didn't tweet it yet. Boom. Big mistake. Okay. Oof. I was confused there for a second. Guys, thanks for coming and watching the stream, of course. Yeah, scoreboard is currently wrong. It's going to get updated. Let me go ahead and, if you guys want to support the stream even more, go ahead and retweet this. Bring more people here to watch this stuff. Let's see. Remy Star with a question. How did you get your name at Rich Slayton? What do you mean? Like, my name is Rich Slayton. What do you mean, how did I get my name? Can you clarify the question? And I'll answer it. Here we go. Game number 3. Scoreboard is off. Adrian Piedra is up 2 right now. Yeah, Rich Slayton is the name that my parents gave me. That's how I got it. They told the doctor to write that on the documents when I was born. Yes, my name is Rich Slayton. That's my name. You thought it was like, rich was like meaning money? That's hilarious. Fola Picotti back in the building. Hey, Grandpa Ivy's here. Good to see you, Grandpa. Welcome, welcome. And pump for the German. Is this some strange version of 3M? Well, I mean, it's Rich is short for Richard, Remy Star. Framcito in the house. So it is 3M. Yeah, Pyro got a lot going on. Yeah, Richard Slayton. Rich is short for Richard. There you go. Yeah. So it is 3M Royal Hogs with Pump with the Hunter-Fisherman combination, a.k.a. Fish Co Boom. For those of you guys in the Twitch chat, I am still doing the old thing. Just doing this too. If you go to my Twitter, you'll have all the information there. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. GYN for Adrian Piedra. And a pretty solid lead for Reichert. I don't have a whatchamacallit. I don't have any command set up, guys. NATO Poison will wipe most of it off the board here, but okay, they do stay in the Poison. For a second there, I got nervous, but Goblin Brawler traps him. Poison, though, not available for that pump, and that's the thing about this deck, right? Where do you poison? Do you poison the pump? Do you poison the Musketeers? Kind of got to poison the Muskies, especially in double. But then pump's starting to stack. It's super annoying. If I'm Adrian, I'm going to GY the right-hand side here. Get a graveyard on those pumps. You have 2 pumps down. Get some graveyard, get some tower damage. Get those off the board. Handles this all together to the Poison. Good bar barrel in. You can't let him stack pumps like that, though. Yeah, I will add commands eventually, guys, those of you trying commands out. Piggy's in, left-hand lane. Poison a little bit high here. Could have maybe got that pump as well. 3 pumps down now. Adrian Piedra. I still think that you have to GY that right-hand lane. But just choose to try to battle through 3 elixir pumps. Do what you do. But just a pile of elixir, a pile of damage. Somehow Adrian is staying in this even with all those pumps. This is impressive. How the heck are you staying in this with all those pumps on the board? And not contending with them? I think Adrian's gonna win this one, guys. Oh, 325 left-hand lane, maybe not. Adrian's getting Graveyard down fast. Graveyard down. Maybe poison behind? No, no poison behind here. And more piggies in, oh boy. And it just gets a little bit too late here for him. And there you go, the German takes a win. That was a wild one. Hey, Grandpa Ivy, nice idea. That'd be great. Pumpel gives you 2 elixir advantage by 2 elixir advantage. He's gaining 3 elixir by poisoning the musketeers. Good point there, Pyro. Just thought with the number of pumps of 3 pumps down, right, that starts to stack up. Adrian Piedra banning the Heal Spirit. Interesting ban here. I still think the scoreboard is all messed up. We're getting some word on that. Heal Spirit OP, says Remy. Mad annoying if you don't like it, says Pyrofut. Yeah. I agree. Heal Spirit and Musketeer are the bans. I think we're on this is game 5, isn't it? The overlay, I think, is off. Because I believe Adrian has 2 wins. It's either game 4 and Adrian's up 2-1, or this is game 5. Someone could go ahead and figure out how to confirm that for me. Who is doing the scoreboard? Yeah, Adrian has 2 wins. Right? Pumps are so stressful when they're on the field, even though they might not be that much of an advantage. Fair. Adrian looking like Expo. Minor Loon for the German. So first minute away, no serious damage. Adrian Piedra looking like it's going to be 2.9. Reichert running Minor Loon. I feel like we've been watching this match for a long time. Doesn't this one feel like we've been doing it for a long, long time? Is it just me? Or have we been here for a real long run? Minor in, fireball high, pushes the balloon over towards a Tesla. Good management so far here from Adrian Piedra. And a lot of damage on the right-hand side. Just tuned in, can't relate. I get you. And here you go. Piedra sets up Expo in the left-hand lane. Tio Rio, how are you? So a small connection Inferno Dragon does save it from being much worse. And right now, Reichert with a pretty solid advantage. Still minoring to the safe spot here. I might have switched this up a little bit. Yeah, I've been live for 5 hours and 15 minutes and got at least another probably hour to go. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, been on this one for a minute. Miner goes to the inside. Now Reichert starts to vary his position a little bit at this stage. 13-11. Sudden death overtime. Adrian Piedra has to come up with something fast. Has not been able to break through at all. Despite not that many ground troops to pick up Expos. Cage and Ice Golem have been enough, and then just getting Inferno Dragons and Balloons onto the Expos has done it. Miner loon in. Miner goes right to that Archer, but Archer survives. Good Ice Spirit out of Adrian Piedra. And that Balloon not going to get there. Adrian Piedra might be able to set up here. There you go. Ice Golem in front. And Reichert just one step ahead here. Expo down one more time. Tesla does survive. That's huge for Adrian Piedra. Now has something to set up his next push. Skeletons protect against the Inferno Dragon. And these minor fireballs doing their work defensively for Reichert. A second Tesla down, protected. This could be the big swing moment. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen here. Tesla in protection. Healthy Expo. Fireball trying to make room for the Expo to connect. Can't do it. And just like that, Reichert takes down Adrian Piedra. Throws a BM fireball into the left-hand lane. A little flare there from the German. And a solid GG, well played. If that Expo connected, maybe something, but Adrian just couldn't make it happen. And it has been star after star going out in this round of 64 today. Some shockers. Reichert 7.6K on his account Shadowlight. And there you go. Adrian Piedra is out. Any suggestions on a good opening weekend Fantasy Royale lineup for the East? Players who win their games. That's my suggestion. Well, guys, I'm starting to get tired, but we got 3 more. We have LucDubs Bansito coming up now, craaaap versus Leo Vargas, and then the main event, Razzer versus Jack. I'm gonna eat 2 goldfish, right? Oh, there you go. 2 goldfish. Who's pumped? Thank you, XF. Thank you. Yeah. Here we go. Coming up next, LucDubs Bansito. Let's go. Brazil versus Argentina. This is kind of a classico here, isn't it? LucDubs, of course, finally back in a Brazilian uniform with Pain Gaming. He has never been able to recapture the magic of his first season in CRL Latin America. 64% overall win rate his first season, and it's been downhill since then. 43, 47, and 36 the last 3 seasons. Started his career off with Red Canids down in Sierra, Latin America. 2 seasons with Cream in 2019, and then now with Pain Gaming. Yeah, been going all day today, guys. This is a big one. Some are asking, why would you play Ice Wiz and Electro Wiz in the same deck? Because this is the Bowler. This is Bowler Graveyard Freeze. This is the new, apparently, meta graveyard deck. We've seen it today over and over again. Oh yeah, guys, that's right. I forgot to mention this one. Those of you joining me over on Twitch, code RICH. Use it in all Supercell games. Support the stream. Support the open tournaments. I do open tournaments multiple times a week. Give us some love. He's saying Freeze goes against my code of ethics. Oh, it's Expo. It's Bowler Bow. All right. Or X-Bowler. Go with KK, LCOP, higher, home, or undecided at the moment. I just don't know about LCOP right now, but maybe. Open tournament. Yeah, Remy, multiple times a week. Next one will be Wednesday the 12th. I usually run them a lot. Right now, running a few less because of all the esports content I have to do. But I usually, like 2 to 3 times a week, run open tournaments. $50 opens, $100 opens. All right, here we go. So it's X-Bowler. Hey, Mikey with the hype in the chat. Thank you very much, Mikey. Appreciate it. Small Expo connection from LucDubs here. Interesting sort of minor control deck. I ran Minor Prince for a season. It's fun. Especially if you're up against a P.E.K.K.A. or a Mega Knight, you can pull it to the opposite lane, get a nice little connection. Not as fun against Expo. Minor Bats right into the Expo. Final 90 seconds. LucDubs has not found any way on tower. Bansito running a deck with 4 nerfs in it. Minor, Log, Bats, and Poison. Coming out on top right now. Expo in, and just cannot seem to break through. Expo has been struggling today. Really, it's been Ice Rocket's been the only winner. Other Expo decks have been having a lot of trouble. .9 tough with a log nerf says, hey, it's bars. Yeah, makes sense. Final attempt. It's this one or nothing. You know, you see the concept behind this deck, but if an Expo deck can't outcycle, I don't know how you get an Expo lock on tower. I think Expo has to have the ability to outcycle or it's not going to do it. GG, well played. Game number 1 going to Bansito. Oh, that's still the outdated. Well, like, you see Expo lost last game. Stats will update in just a second. We'll see Expo lose again here. That should update in just a moment. Ugh. Been going for a while today, team. So LucDubs has the option to ban. Let's see if he goes ahead and goes with it. He chooses to save. All right, give me 1 second, folks. I'm going to get this game up and running. I'll have to step away for about 30 seconds. As soon as LucDubs gets this request in. Shadow Mystic saying, oh, Showdown Mystic saying, Showdo Mystic? Love to see Expo struggling. I can dig it. Oh, LucDubs accidentally requested a 2v2 match for a second. Here we go. I hope B-Boy Slaying Ice Cream for taking too long. Yeah, I might. Can't log back Bar Barrel or Prince, for example, in that game late enough for proper timing. Yep. Fair point. Huh, the spectate button is broken. There we go. All right, guys, here we go. Game number 2. I'll be back in 1 second. Hey, what'd I miss? Very little? Cool. Here we go. So this is the, if this is running Inferno Tower, this is the minor Prince deck that I ran for a season. I'm enjoying. Hey, I appreciate you guys there. Alpha May already asking for some ASMR. I don't know. What you mean, like this? Is that what you wanted? 2 chews of a fish snack? Goldfish? There you go. Hey, it's Bars. Not entirely sure. Recruits are everywhere right now, though. Rob Flex, welcome to the chat. Deepfake, will I cast No Tilt tomorrow? Yes, I'm casting the No Tilt Western semis tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern time. I ran this deck for a whole season trying to get minor principal. Yeah, I got a few. And tower down left-hand side, LucDubs taking game number 2, evening things up. Original Fake Lapicati petition for Expo to be renamed Fred. And I kind of like that. Who's this idiot who's going to get Banned? Banned forever. Wow. That was some super spam. Bye-bye. Bye to the bye. Accidentally requesting 2v2 until you remember that Mini Mentor took a loss in No Tilt Grand Final for accidentally requesting Mirror Battle. LMAO. Yeah. This guy is an idiot. Can I remove comments, please? Yeah. No, if someone comes in and spams like that, Swimmer, permaban. Get rid of him. Bansito is banning Reclutas. What is that? Don't you love... Yeah, petition to change Ice Expo to Fred. Don't you love playing Ice Fred or Fred 2.9? Max asking, is it just me or did 2.6 and 2.9 kind of get massively nerfed from spell cycle nerfs? Yup, especially the log. Especially the log. That log nerf really hurts both of them. Yeah, those Fred players who got all the spells nerfed for us. Very funny. All right, here we go. Game number 3, all tied up 1-1 between LucDubs and Bansito. Brazil versus Argentina. Classic matchup here. Bansito does do a lot of competitive play despite not being in CRL with hard esports. A little bit with Rebirth as well. Don't know what his... Let's take a look and see what his best is on his main ladder account. 8179. That's no joke. Petition to rename Mortar to Egor or Tsimafe Lapanic. Rejected. Petition rejected. Not going to happen. So Bansito going Minor Giant Skeleton Loon, and this was really popular last month. This was a big time July meta deck. Bats and Minor Nerf and Snowball Nerf. I don't have any alerts set up there, MILF Simper, unless that did something for you. And, oh boy, Bansito got blown out of the water there. LucDubs' personal best, 82.26. Best finish was number 2 on ladder. And Balloon does not connect again for Bansito. And an actual graveyard push on King Tower from LucDubs. All right. Didn't see him actually going for that. But okay. Why not? Do a thing. Still ahead on Elixir. LucDubs might have gotten a little fancy there. Nope. Hunter will take care of business. GG, well played. Bansito knows it. LucDubs knows it. I'm pretty sure that some lady living in a small part of Pakistan that's never played Clash Royale knows it. Very well played by the Brazilian. Petition to rename every CRL viewer as a variation of fake Lapacati. I won't deny that petition. Twitch chat also knows it, says Remedy Star. Remy Star. And that's a GG. Well played. LucDubs now with match point. Petition for Supercell to change everyone's in-game name to Lapacati. Or variations thereof, JupiterKing. I don't hate that. And that's the previous matchup. There we go. The Hunter here just causing fits of trouble for Bansito. LucDubs goes up 2-1 against Bansakati. I like it. So now LucDubs, or LucDubs, with match point against Bansakati. Thunderstruck Akati. Thunderstruck Adi. Ooh, that's not bad. Here we are waiting for game number 4. By the way, if you don't know, I often do these $100 and $50 open tournaments on my channel. Keep an eye out on my Twitter for the next one of those. Here we go, game number 4. Rich Akati, nice CR God. Rich Slap Akati. Ooh, that's actually probably better. Coach with Rich Slap Akati. I like that one. Rich Akati was good. Rich Slap Akati is better. Rich Slap Akati. That's just that Slapakati, but Rich Slapakati is funnier to me. TNT rebranded to FLG for fake Lapo gang. I dig it. Lapakati heart, yo, Julia. That's one of my favorite ones so far. Are they just running it straight back? We just running it back? Are we doing it again? Are we doing this again? La Pompeyo. Giant Skeleton does not connect on the left-hand lane. And Graveyard in for LucDubs. Fisherman not going to be a big help here. A 3-unit spend on this defense. Not going to get much done. Rich Slatocaster. Interesting. Clash with Lashakati. Keep it going. So I don't see Bansito breaking through here. Unpopular opinion, Baby Dragon needs nerf. I already got a pretty big one, Max. I don't think Baby Dragon is that oppressive right now. What do you guys think of the chat? Is Baby Dragon a big problem right now? Balloon into their left-hand lane. I don't know if LucDubs has what he needs here. Hunter gets picked up by the miner, and this balloon does connect, and Giant Skeleton is real close. That Giant Skeleton is real close. Doesn't quite get it, though. Yeah, I think Baby G is fine, in my opinion. All right, so some guy keeps making new accounts within the same span. Cool. Good use of his time. Dual lane for both players. That death damage not hitting was huge for LucDubs. Graveyard not getting a ton done here. Here we go. A couple skeletons starting to get in there, and there you go. Down to 11-16. Final 90 seconds. And good aggression here from LucDubs. Try to keep it up if you can. This is the right move here for LucDubs. Just want to keep the pressure on as much as he possibly can. This balloon could be dangerous. And a good high E-Wiz. Will it be enough, though? Fishman pulls the E-Wiz away. Oh, no. Cage down. Can they stop the balloon? Balloon connects. Bansito gets the win. We're going to game 5. That was a good finish. Hey, Max, thanks for hanging out. That was one heck of a finish there. Ooh, boy. And LucDubs banning Miner. So saves the ban early. We've seen this a lot today. Chooses to pull it out at the end. Here we go. Game number 5. Bans are Miner and Royal Recruits. Bans are Miner and Royal Recruits. And for those of you watching right now, if you don't know, I have a fairly active YouTube channel. Go ahead and throw me a sub on YouTube. A lot of Clash Royale competitive content up there. Poor Miner. First he gets nerfed and then he gets banned. Rough day for the hard worker. Here we go. Game number 5. Bans are Miner and Royal Recruits. LucDubs versus Bansito. Yeah, I'd love some clean 3-0 sweeps right now. I've been at this for a while. We are currently coming up on 5 hours and 42 minutes for this stream. Rich the caster, Takalati. Rich the player, Slapakati. Rich taking no BS, Slapalati. There you go, Coach Gaming. Remember, about to sub right now. That's massive. Is there an alert that comes up inside? I haven't turned on Twitch in so long. Do I not have my alerts on or something? What's going on? I need to recalibrate my alerts. Well, Remy, thanks for the sub that I can't get alerts for some reason. I appreciate it. Throw out some of those hot sub emotes. Is LucDubs going ex-bowler again? Bowler bow? And he is. Okay. Okay. Let's see it. And that expo does connect. Oh, on YouTube. That's what you meant. Cool, man. Thanks for the sub on YouTube. Lots of cool stuff there. My brain moderately broken. All right, so big connection opened things up. 14:26. This Expo deck makes no sense, says Peeves. It's been a year since Bowler Expo's been around. Much longer than that, Alpha Moriarty. Bowler Expo has not been around since 2018 at the most recent. At the most recent. Bowler Bow really was not a thing at all in 2019. And we are halfway through 2020. Yeah, all I need is a Miner. He's got my old comfort deck. Bowler Bow Miner, I know. Old school there, I see. God, you're already subbed? Appreciate it, man. Well, the full replay of this will be up on YouTube if you missed any of the matches and want to watch them again. Expo down. And will the NATO be enough? No, it will not. You see what LucDubs went for, but not going to do it. Next time Expo appears in FCR, I'll have to call it Fred. Maybe. Yeah, that was a bad NATO, too. I think so. Didn't really do much. Graveyard push left-hand lane. Bansito put the pressure on now. Bowler low, but it's going to require more. There you go. Ewiz comes out to support. Final minute 45. LucDubs has the lead. He could bunker down and win this. But going pressure instead. Doing everything he can to protect this Expo on the left-hand lane. Won't get a connection from it, though. LucDubs NATOs have been unique, let's put it that way. And now expect protection in the left-hand lane. And a good NATO there from Bansito. Or a good idea, at least. But does not get the Baby Dragon to survive, unfortunately, for his part. Two bowlers down. Inferno Dragon. Expo, can it connect? Fireball, trying to make enough room for it to happen. But this should be locked down here for LucDubs. Will Bansito pull the trigger on one more G-Walk? A good high E-Wiz out of LucDubs. Ice-Wiz NATO working on defense. Poison in, trying to steal this one. LucDubs just trying to tank for his tower. He might need to do, oh my word, that was close. Fireball not needed. LucDubs will go through to the next round. And LucDubs with a big win. Moving on. Was that the first of these final four, or was that number 3? No, there we go. We only have 2 matches left, guys. And they are 2 matches I can't wait to see. One of your favorites, one of my favorites. AC in the building up against Leo Vargas. Can't wait for this one. And then the main event, the big one. Razzer versus Jack. Ooh, boy, who's ready for that? Razzer versus Jack. Razzer versus Jack. I'm pumped. You're pumped. And it's almost been 6 hours. And somehow I have some energy. And a voice, kind of. Here we go. Ooh, boy. That's everybody. Almost half of those guys are gone. 2 more to get eliminated today. What a match for that final one. Please make it go quickly. An AC 3-0 would be really, really nice right now for a wide variety of reasons. Including, but not limited to, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Rich, someone else did a 24-hour stream. Yes. That's a 20-something-year-old without a child. Here you go. There's the bracket for you guys. Wanted to follow along at home. Here we go. Game number 1. AC versus Leo Vargas. Let's see what AC's got up his sleeves for today. Maybe running double bait. Fresh, yes, the tournament VOD will be on YouTube. What time is it for me? It is 6:41 in Montana right now. And Leo Vargas going Goblin Giant Sparky Rage. All right. Well, this is one of the matchups that's actually really good for AC. Goblin Giant Sparky struggles, at least in my opinion, struggles against bait. We'll see how AC can punish him in this situation. Of course, those of you who want to put some respect on his name, Aw Crap, one of the longest-standing competitive Clash Royale players in the building. First appearance with RPL Americas 2 in 2016. And of course, 2-time champion in CRL, both in North America and West. Musketeer shreds that right-hand tower. So AC falling a bit behind Leo Vargas here. And there comes the rocket. So rocket with double bait. And this is the big hard part for Leo Vargas, is no real great way to deal with the actual bait cards. He can zap off the skeleton barrel if he has zap and cycle. I think AC has a pretty solid matchup here, but a Rage can change everything right here. Rocket comes in, and a nice rocket to save the tower. No! Beautiful zap out of Leo Vargas. Tower down. Oh, boy. I think a more classic version of log bait might have been better. Yeah, AC can't stop the Rage. Good point, Zach. Yeah, the hard part is that mini P.E.K.K.A. Rage with Zap in the mix makes things very, very challenging. AC now has a ban option. We'll see if he decides to exercise it or hold off until later. AC personal best 8,052, and he does not choose to wait, just goes ahead and bans Sparky now. Yeah, mini P.E.K.K.A. Rage is certainly a threat in general. Personal best on ladder for Leo Vargas, 8322. The Peruvian has had some experience representing his country in WRL and multiple appearances in Liga Mexicana. And without delivery, minions are really obnoxious. Good point there, CR God. So Sparky is the ban as we wait for our next round. One away from our big matchup. Right now, though, the American and the Peruvian in a BO5. Here's the overall scores for the day, folks. If you missed anything, of course, this video will be up on YouTube. I need some time to download it and upload it and all that stuff, but the full video replay will be on YouTube. Don't you worry your little heads here. Let's go ahead and get back into the gameplay. And bait again from AC. And does not go safe. Immediate King Tower activation, and that's a rough one. And ends up against Egor. Okay. Well. Or is he not a bit? I think RF had a 3 out of 3 ones. You won this matchup with bait 30 seconds ago. AC's got this. All right. Well, let's see. No, Thaddues did not win 3-0. That's weird. That's a weird one. Is this RF versus Leo Vargas? Nope. This is AC. It's Golem. Uh-oh. Maybe RG with Cannon Cart? Feels like Golem. Yep, there's the big pile of rocks. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Hello. Somebody help me. Is this pressure working at all, or will Dark Prince be easy counter? He's a chunk of damage here. And Ockraf should be back to his Inferno pretty soon. That's the low Inferno tower with protection from the Knight. Inferno Tower in cycle, holds on. Can he stop this cannon cart? Yes, he does for a second. Baby Dragon, though, gets on it, and cannon cart connects the tower. Oh, bro. Oh, boy. No, this is game 2. I don't know why that hasn't updated yet. There we go. And AC now is trying to put pressure on this right-hand lane. Best that he can. To get some decent damage here. And Leo Vargas has not been able to put the pressure on the left-hand side. And that will stop the cannon cart out of the way. AC in the lead now with 1:53 left. Takes another big chunk out of the right-hand tower, 483. Let's just hope he remembers what spells are worth. Is 411 2 fireballs and a log right now or not? Fireball in. Will a fireball log finish this? 167, I believe the fireball will do it now, right? Isn't it 170 something now for fireball? 180, 172, and there you go. AC gets the win. Ooh, boy. We gotta go and figure out new math. Luckily, that problem did not strike against AC. Here we go. Game number 3 on its way. Let's see if Leo Vargas chooses to ban yet or not. That was looking scary. 172. That's a big difference with 201, folks. 172 and 201 are very different. Fireball is 172 poison. Yeah, I have a little cheat sheet here. I just didn't have it opened up. It's on my phone. Royale API made one. Fisherman, the ban for Leo Vargas. Okay. People ban Fisherman a lot, even when it's not even played. Server saying it's Akadi versus Lapo Vargas. I like that. Strong move. Wouldn't it be Akrapati versus Lapo Vargas? Who knows? Do you know? Who knows? Do you know? Imagine me in bad math trying to learn all these new spells damage. Oh boy. Yeah, make your cheat sheets. Make your spell combo cheat sheets. I think someone posted a spell combo cheat sheet too. Of like what fireball plus log is now and what this plus that is now. You better learn your numbers. Here we go. Game number 3, all tied up. Been a lot of fishermen today, yeah. But I'm saying people have been banning fishermen in games, in matches where fishermen hadn't been played yet. That's what I'm saying. That's been weird. Magma boy in the building. How you doing? Probably because he banned Sparky in that game, he didn't need it. Good idea. Bucan Brancan. Nice name, by the way. So, interesting card so far from AC. You know, there was a period where he only ran, like, wild off-meta stuff in competition. And it seemed like he might be going pretty right down the middle these days. I do like the EQ indirect buff as well. I agree with that. I think it's smart. Yeah, looks like Ice Bow from AC. Who knows? Maybe he's doing the Hog Rocket cycle. But probably Expo. Yeah, I do. I've never uninstalled or reinstalled the game. So, yep, old Ram Rider pick for life. Fred. Akrapati is playing Ice Fred. Good point. Or Fred Rocket. Well, this is taking a while. You don't have any good stories to tell?
Out of my way.
And hello, Rocket. Bye-bye, Ram Rider. And Pekka right behind that for Leo. Ram Pekka, interesting. Very, very interesting. Some defensive setup here for AC. Whoa, Pekka Ram with light. All right. All right. Let's see it happen. There you go. AC sets up defensively on the left-hand side. Going to try to get down to a second expo if he can in front of all this. And Leo gets a lot of value out of that lightning. Second Tesla in protection. And good magic archer fire. That's going to get some good piercing damage. Slides right on through everybody. But AC firmly in control. Fred holding on in the left-hand lane. Will he Fred again here at the bridge sometime soon? Nope, defensive Fred. AC might try to rocket cycle this out, as some of the chat's pointing out. And there's the offensive Fred. Pekka right in front of him. Ram Rider going to 2 Teslas on the setup on the left-hand side. A little more log chip damage on the left-hand side as well. Rocket cycle in high. Tesla dodges the lightning. AC setting up, logs that back. They're setting up defense on that left-hand lane. Magic Archer gets 1 piercing shot. Rocket has to come in. Rocket will do it. And AC takes it. Rocket cycle beats lightning. GG, well played. We're going to game number 4. New stats should be up in just a moment. Family's having dinner now. Thought I was going to be done with this around an hour ago. Turns out not, but you know what? It's fun to watch. AC takes Ice Fred all the way to a dub. Spell cycle still working out, at least in this one. Of course, part of that was that Leo Vargas had no way to break through. Getting ready for game number 4. Rich doesn't need dinner to consume Clash. Yeah, for sure. Cheer about CW's upload streak gone. That video had me in tears. Yeah, it was I definitely understand taking time for yourself and mental health. I usually never stream this long. I usually limit my streams to about 4 or 5 hours total. And so I totally understand him taking some more time for himself, for his family, everything. You gotta get balance, especially in this lifestyle. Thank you, Who Can Brand Can. I support your I support your support. I appreciate your support. Team support, back and forth. All right, AC taking about a year to get this request up. There we go. Game number 4 on its way. AC up 1. And Bowler. So is he going with this Expo or going with the GY deck? I think the GY deck is actually a legit deck. This Bowler GY deck can play. Everyone use code RICH. Yeah, that would help out a lot. Use code RICH, follow me, send to my YouTube. Send me a large bag of money in an unmarked envelope. That sort of stuff. And NATO does get the King Tower activation. I think this is GY Freeze. But we've seen these cards turn into Expo as well. But I believe this is GY Freeze. We'll see. No, use code RICH, deepfake. There is no code Slate. If you use code RICH, you support Baby Boy Slate. That's how it works. And yep, it's gonna be GY Freeze. Another NATO to King Tower here from AC. Smart enough play. We've seen Bowler do some crazy stuff today, DC the boss. Like for example, Bowler in the pocket can hit tower through a troop. We saw a win that way. Down 1871 to 1660 as AC against the Peruvian Lego Vargas. And Leo goes to the inside. Is he just trying to get those data to be used that way? Fancy rocket, but I don't know. AC not going to get any through damage here. This one goes for a full surround. Good NATO there by AC. Bowler is a weird X factor in this deck. This time Valk will work on the left-hand side against the Goblin Barrel. Cannon cart does not connect. Good NATO there. And a freeze behind it. This Valk needs to take one step forward, and it doesn't. And it doesn't. Bowler now in on defense. And with the Valk high, that's going to be a ton of damage. AC in a world of hurt here. And really not sure what's happening. AC kind of spread super thin. No real GY attempts here from AC at all. Fresh saying leading a good job preventing those GY pushes, yeah. And just feels like this matchup never really gave AC a strong chance here. Valk high, can it turn into anything? Not with everything coming on the right-hand side. Bowler trying to pin up from the back. That's going to be a GG, though. Here we are, going to game 5. Aresti saying, that's why I'm saying this deck isn't that great. You're almost always gonna have a weird hand. That's a good point. Hands will get strange. All right, here we go. Game number 5. What we were hoping for that quick 3-0, maybe pulling for a 3-1. It's gonna be a 3-2, one way or the other. And then our final match right after that. And then I walk away to rest my vocal cords, eat some food, hug my child, apologize to my wife. All those things for this 6-hour and 10-minute stream. Yeah, GY never got in the mix. AC taking his time, slept in his deck. Guys, if you haven't yet, throw me a follow. If you got some extra cash, throw me a sub. If you got some extra gold bars lying around, FedEx them to me. Got a back massage anywhere? Let me know. Oof. Getting some knots in there. Do the man saying Rich Slayton or Andrew Guy. Just in general? Like, which one am I? Well, I'm Rich Slayton. Pretty sure, at least. Last time I checked, I was Rich Slayton. I could be Andrew Guy. My hair's not as good, though. Yeah, well, I thought I'd be done by an hour ago. So, the rest of the tournament does not continue tomorrow. This comes back on Thursday. They will be back with this on Thursday, so. For the next giveaway you do, I will use the money to sub to Rich's channel. Oh, thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. Here we go. Game number 5. AC, Leo Vargas. Mikey with the winner chicken dinner in chat. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. And Vargas turn going bait one more time. And AC's going... No, there's no Sparky's banned. Never mind.
Let's go.
And we'll be back with the second half of this round of 32 on Thursday. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, I'll be doing the No Tilt World Championship, the next Western semifinals. What's your main deck when you play? Depends on the season, Williams. I have played many different main decks. Lights on, am I happy about my salary as a caster? Like, you mean in CRL? Lights on? Or do you mean like, because there's different salaries and payments for different things. But yeah, my CRL, I'm very happy with what I get CRL. Madame, welcome. AC forced to fireball on the Goblin barrel. And out of Elixir. And Leo Vargas gives the wow because he can't quite believe it. And AC just, oh boy. Snowball to nothing. AC completely out of Elixir. Defensive RG was wackadoodle. That's the best word for it, wackadoodle. And Williams, I had 2 seasons where I made Lumberloon Cycle, Lumberloon Heal. I had a few seasons where I was a Pompeyo player. Some seasons for RG Cycle. A couple Graveyard seasons. This is bananas. This is a very strange game out of AC here. Cycle kind of all over the place. And he knows it's over. Yeah, this should say 2-2. I don't know why it doesn't say. There you go. And there you go. That's GG. Leo Vargas moves on. AC out. Kind of a shocker there at the end. This was kind of wild. Not what I expected. Not what anyone expected, I don't think. But there you have it. Yeah, big rip for AC there. Not bad for a 2v2 player, I guess, huh? You don't know why AC didn't snipe bait better. Yeah, maybe. Here we go, folks. We've made it to the final match of the day. Thank God. I have been streaming for so long. I'm not used to this long. 6 hours and 15 minutes. My poor voice. My poor feet. My poor son. But I'm doing all right. So, did RF win earlier? Yes, RF did win earlier. 3-0. And here we go. Razzer versus Jack. Oh, this is a fun one. This is a fun one. Who's ready? Razzer versus Jack. Come on. One of the best in the West, one of the best in the East. This is what we've been waiting for all day. Let's go. Worlds. Second Worlds wasn't this long. The first Worlds was 8 hours. Clean defense there from Razzer. Razzer, of course, a member now of Misfits after spending 3 seasons with Complexity. And another second-place finish. Razzer has now finished twice second place in the West. Once with Complexity in North America, a loss to craaaap. Let me go ahead and see if I can get that to update. There we go. Now there's the full update of the overlay. Razzer got second place with Complexity in CRL North America, losing to, oh, guess what? Immortals, AC and RF. And then got second place again this season with Misfits, losing to guess who? Space Station with AC and RF. Jack, part of a new powerhouse version of Fav Gaming with the addition of Expo Master. We love to see it. I personally love all the Japanese teams. Fav and Ponos, both favorites of mine. And Jack now been with Fav for a while. Recruits split for Razzer with this new Lumberloon cycle deck. Tornado, Bomb Tower, and Ice Wiz feels like a pretty strong counter for Balloon overall. And as you can see, big chunk of damage there on the left. Ice Wiz not in cycle anymore. Good late Bomb Tower high from the Japanese player. And a good NATO to keep that raged up Balloon from getting the tower, but a lot of elixir spent. Musketeer in response. And again, recruit split. Razzer putting good pressure on. In delivery, our recruits do a lot on the right-hand lane. Graveyard finally in for Jack. It only takes one. Does follow up with poison, but follows up with poison late, so Minion's able to clean up most of that graveyard. And now Razzer with a half-health Fisherman and 1 extra elixir on the board goes full Lumberloon push. Bomb Tower, Ice Whiz. NATO for the King Tower. But things feeling challenging right now for the Fav Gaming player. Known as one of the best 2.6 players in the game, Jack came out of the CRL World Final Seeding Tournament and ran a bunch of Hoggy Q. Of course, totally carried Fav into a first round bye in CRL World Finals, but they ended up falling to WEGM. Of course, you all know how that ended, but that's going to be a balloon connection left-hand side. Razzer going to win game number 1 in this marquee matchup. GG, well played for the American. And waiting here for the stats overlaid update. Give that a second here, see if they actually do get that updated. Let me try reloading this myself. Looks like no. Jack choosing to save his ban. And there you go. Hard to really get proper matchup data on a deck that hasn't been used much. Razzer with the advantage. Game number 1 going to the American. The King Killer. Can he add one more crown to his collection? One of the top few 2v2 players of all time in CRL. He's also had his big moments in head-to-head play. So Razzer up 1, Jack choosing not to ban.
Bullseye.
It is Barb Hut for Razzer. Is it Barb Hut GY or something else? And that Goblin gang a mile ahead of that barrel for Razzer. Good read. Underrated, in my opinion, one of the most underrated players coming into 2020. But Razzer coming into the season, top 5 in a variety of Clash Royale League categories, and only added to that this year. Is Razzer also playing Rage Draft like Javi and Rubén? Maybe. And XF talking to his viewers. Told you guys this deck was legit, and right there, legit connection with the Ram Rider on the left-hand side. Razzer staying ahead. XF, were you running the Ram Rider version or the Battle Ram version? Really heavy is this deck. 2 7 elixir cards. Yeah, Battle Ram. Then you add 5 for the Ram Rider over the 4 elixir Battle Ram. And this deck does have some potential cycle challenges, and you see Razzer did the same thing too many times. Went for the Barb Barrel on the Princess, tried to gang against the Goblin Barrel, and Jack read that like a book. This deck does struggle with cycle a little bit. Big swarmy push. Dart Goblin comes up for the Tesla in the middle. Ram Rider trying to break through. Tesla's going to go down. Fireball on the Princess. Get some of the gang as well. Snowball trying to push the Ram Rider back. This Ram Rider, though, looks like she will connect. No, a high Tesla pulls the Ram Rider back, but ahead on Elixir right now. is Razzer. And a little more damage as well. Finally in sudden death overtime. Razzer with a solid lead here. And maybe he's going to start barb barreling on these goblins. Nope, does not again. Jack ready to barb it with the princess. Yeah, craziness. Ram Rider not going to get through again. Dark Goblin gets on tower for Razzer though. Huge. 455 left-hand side, 90 seconds left. And Razzer now is going to wait on this Goblin Barrel left-hand side. Now he starts choosing to play some more direct defense on those Goblin Barrels, no longer take chances with it. And that does leave his opponent guessing a little bit. Snowball not there for the Ram Rider. Tesla will be high, but gang behind, and Ram Rider is going to go ahead and get this one. GG, well played. Razzer takes game number 2. Two up, 2 down. The American in a significant advantage now. Match point for Razzer. Can he get it done here, or is this going to be the extension we've all hoped for? Jack trying to ban a card. 6-man. Oh, that's so funny. That's really, really funny. Jack looking for his ban card now and said, 6-man, what's the name of that? What name? And Razzer realized it's recruits. And so Royal Recruits are the ban. Guys, 6-man is the new name of Royal Recruits. That's official right there. That's so great. I love that. I love the little moments like that. 6-man. All right, so ban is going to be 6-man. Let's go ahead and continue on. Game number 3. And see if Razzer can finish this thing off. I have to go ahead and type myself. Six-man official. So here we go, game number 3. I think the 1-man nerf will kill the card. I don't know. It's a good question. And the lack of knockback does change it significantly. Yeah, the whole chat's agreeing. From now on, 6-man. 6-man. That's what's up. Here we go. Game number 3. Razzer with a chance to sweep Jack. And move on to the next round. Winner of Razzer versus Jack will face SergioRamos in the round of 16. What is Jack doing here, huh? And there you go. When in trouble, run Ice Bow. That seems to be the mantra of the day. And Jack just getting super aggressive. Single Elixir Expo Tesla right at the bridge. And Razzer very low on Elixir. Barb Barrel will stop the Expo from doing much. Fred for Jack. Razzer looking like some GY. Yes, I am commentating Thursday's games. Faux Lapo. At least that's the plan for the moment. And another just straight up Expo Tesla spam at the bridge. Jack just playing aggressive. And Expo connects. Jack with the filthy play here, 1278 right-hand side. 6-man is the ban. Yes, Docs, I get you. that Expo connection is absolutely huge for Jack. 3-0 would have been nice for my voice and for my family, but we're not going to get it, I don't think. And now Razzer just loaded up at the bridge here at double elixir. And Rocket will clean up all of those tanks. Every single tank, bye-bye. Defensive Expo for Jack. And here we go, Graveyard in with the Baby Dragon tank, and Tesla comes down low. Jack forced to spend a lot on that defense and still takes a significant chunk of damage, and now has a really weirdly placed Tesla. Rocket cycle starts for the Japanese player. Keep in mind, that's 3 rockets. These away right now. Poison down up ahead. Razzer needs to pressure like crazy here, but that defensive Expo going to be super duper annoying. Still needs 2 logs and a rocket. Or now a rocket NATO, I believe, would finish that right-hand tower. GY in. Baby Dragon tanking. Poison not ready. Not enough elixir for Razzer. Gets Poison down now. Needs to go hard at this moment, except Jack's going to go ahead and rocket this one. Decides to Ice Wiz instead. Rocket log or rocket NATO. Does he realize that, does NATO do enough still? Nope, but log does. GG, well played. We're going to game 4. My family hates me. I've been here for so long. Tornado ban from Razzer. I think that I need to sleep for eternity after this one. 6-man ban OP, says Mini Minter in the chat. Bans are 6-man and Tornado. Dude, it's full on, it's official now. It's freaking official now. Let's get it. I will tell Mrs. Slayton. All right, please send the request in so we can continue playing Clash Royale. Here we go. Razzer versus Jack, game 4. Razzer up 2-1. Match point for the American. 6-man ban was huge. And Jack taking his time to decide on the deck. And here we go. Game number 4. And Razzer gets aggressive this time. And it's going to be 2.6 for Jack. It's going to be 2.6 for Jack. It has to be. It has to be. Are they 2.6? Is this a 2.6 mirror match between Jack and Razzer? Please let it be. Please let it be. Oh, no, it's not. It's neither. It's Minor Muskaloon for Jack. And maybe Hog. I mean, it is Hog, but Hog EQ for Razzer. Oh, a 2.6 mirror would have been all the things we wanted. Oh, it would have been all the things we wanted. Instead, it's Minor Muskaloon. Fine, absolutely cool. Against Hog EQ. Man. Those first 5 cards we saw, that would have been fun. Aqua Falls. Yo, Richard Slackerton. Slacker? Maybe in my youth. Working hard for the money now these days, Aqua Falls. Bomb tower down for Jack. And he knows that EQ is going to make his night hell. This should be Razzer to win this one. We'll see. Snowball Musk. Is he running triple spell here, or is he running a building? Often this is triple spell with log. That could make things a little more difficult for Razzer in some cases. If he has a building, it's a whole different ballgame. We'll find out right about now. He did cycle the Musk really lackadaisically. Yep, there you go, bomb tower. When he cycled that Musketeer, you're like, there's got to be a building here. No way he's cycling bomb tower against Balloon with no building. Happy to let that Muskie go, or that Miner go to town on the left-hand side. Bar barrel a little bit off for the Skellies. And Jack now in the lead with that Miner chip. And that Knight picks up the Miner perfectly. Here we go, Hog in opposite direction. No elixir for the EQ, though, from Razzer. Rich slapped him. I like it. Miner goes right to the Musk, but for what purpose? That bomb tower is going to do it all over. Jack maybe slipping a bit here. Tough matchup situation, but there you go, EQ in. Razzer going to start pulling ahead pretty nasty here. Musk down, bomb tower. Knight goes high on the Musketeer. Razzer doing anything he can, or Jack doing anything he can to get to that Miner, or get to that Musketeer, but not going to do it. And yeah, this Musketeer bomb tower combination going to be nightmarish for Jack. So here we go, Jack with a bit of elixir advantage on the left-hand side, healthy Musketeer. And this time, Razzer not doing anything onto that bomb tower because he knows that a big push is coming in. Bomb tower high this time, separated from the Muskie, snowball to create a little bit more room. Death damage will come in. This is going to get very, very close, folks. 1222 to 1175. Hog in now. And this time predicting EQ on that bomb tower. Good patience out of the Misfits player. One hog shot, and that is absolutely huge. 707 to 1222. Final 42 seconds remaining, and back to another hog. EQ will be in this time. Triple elixir flowing like crazy. And now down to 503 on the right-hand side. Musketeer down, bomb tower high. Miner goes to the back, and look at that. Razzer is all over it. Second Balloon, though. Good pressure here out of Jack. Trying to make that bomb tower disappear. Can't get it done. EQ cycle. Snowball going to do it here. 1251 right-hand lane. Razzer playing real aggressive for the situation. But he's going to get that tower down. That's going to be a GG. Well played. Razzer in 4. Let's go. Still underrated? What do you think? What a player. Great matchup. Great deck choice. Razzer with a big win in this one. Very, very well done. GG, well played. Man, Razzer's good. People need to recognize just how good this guy is. That's why I have him on my channel all the time for BO5s. The dude's a player. The dude's a player. He is a world-class Clash Royale player. People don't think about it very much because he was in 2v2 for so long. But you look at what he's done. The kid's good. Real, real good. Also an Ultimate Frisbee player and a disc golfer. How about that? I like him for that as well. Guys, it's been a wild day. We've seen some tons of crazy action, and it's not done yet. We'll be back here on Thursday with the remainder of the round of 64, the other 32 players. So back here Thursday, same time, same channel. You be here, I'll be here, and of course, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Pacific, and that's going to be 11 a.m. in the East. Going to be doing some more of the semifinals and the no-tilt World Championship. If you haven't yet, go ahead, hit a follow. If you're watching the replay on YouTube, sub my channel, man. Ring bells, do all those sort of things. And I will see you guys very soon. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go hug my boy. I'm going to go say hi to my wife and tell her, hey, I missed you. It's good to see you again. Do you remember what I look like now? It's been fun. Oh, man, it's over already. Aquafalls, we've been at this for 6 hours and 40 minutes. But if you missed any of the action, go to YouTube, check it out. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. See you mañana. I'm Rich Slayton. You're you. Peace.